Welcome to the Asura Chronicles channel. Today, we're diving into a brand new story. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the main plot of this series. In the beautiful Yuju nation, a humble girl named Mianlong carries a destiny no one expected. As the ruthless young invaders bring her kingdom to its knees, Mianlong undergoes a painful, miraculous transformation. Amidst the ashes of her home and the heartbreaking sacrifice of Queen Yizhu, she finds an unlikely ally in Xianxia, a mysterious dragon seeker. Through a forbidden companion-bound ritual, their souls are entwined, granting Mianlong the strength to survive her chaotic awakening. Now a serpent dragon, she is no longer the frightened girl she once was. With the powerful Longyan seal stirring within her and the weight of a fallen nation on her shoulders, Mianlong vows to reclaim what was lost. Together with Xianxia, she embarks on a perilous journey to the Rome kingdom to refine her weapons and prepare for a final stand against the corrupt Zhou dynasty. This is a breathtaking epic of love, betrayal, and the fire of a dragon's spirit that refuses to be extinguished. Will she rebuild the kingdom of Ba, or will the shadows of the past consume her? Join her on this emotional journey of vengeance and hope. And now, let the story begin. Yuju Nation, a beautiful country surrounded by high mountains in the south of Dariok. Reigned by a wise queen, Queen Bia. The people there lived happily. Yuju Nation was facing a threat from the evil dragon. But, it's alright, Yuju Nation has its heroes. A little girl that nobody ever thought would be a hero. The girl will transform into a powerful dragon. Then, she will save Yuju Nation and guard the country for 1,000 years. And today, that hero will be born. Now, transform. What, you are still the same? Hawa, why didn't it work? Give me what's left. I want to transform into a dragon too. Stop, this is Yang Bongmil filled with dragon fruit and it is special for Yang Yun Nuna. TL out of N, Nuna, a term that is used to address an older sister. Yun, your awakening hasn't happened yet. Mr. Du Beck. Not yet. There is still a few hours left before I reach the maturity. I'm sure the awakening will happen. It's my first time seeing that face. Did he get hurt while hunting in the forest? Excuse me, this is a dragon fruit, it will help you heal your wound. If you need any help, just tell anyone on the street that you're looking for Yang Yun. I'll be going then. The Royal Palace of Yuju Nation. I think this place is always amazing every time I come here. Yang Yun. You're here. The left Dragon Royal Guard Yongju. The right Dragon Royal Guard by Rion. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the palace together to meet the head of internal affairs. Before that, I wish I will encounter the awakening and become a dragon. Aha, did you eat Yang Bongmil too before you reached maturity? I heard that if I ate it filled with dragon fruits, I can be a dragon. I did, but I think the awakening is always different depending on the person. Even if you are not a dragon, you can still do other good things, don't you think so? But I want to be a dragon and protect everyone. You're so cute, of course you can. It's dangerous. That's. Dragon. Help me. That's a dragon, run. Yun, get out of here. TL out of N, Uni, a term used by a girl to address an older sister. Uni. Look, that's the Great Du Seol. The dragon force from our side is here too. Finally, they're here, you, the evil dragon bastard, every bone in your body will be broken. That is. Queen Bia. Ong Nation's Jiryong troops, they said they had an eye on us, in the end they came with the Dragon Force troops. Captain Duan, listen to me. The entire nation must protect the castle at all costs. I will follow your order, Your Majesty. The palace guards follow me. Duan, the captain of the Royal Palace Guard. Go, quickly. Run. But the queen. Help. Run, it's a dragon. A dragon is coming. Mianlong, hurry up, run. Look, it's Lady Yudu, and our dragon fighters too, we're saved. Do you hear those battle drums? We're gonna teach those evil dragons a lesson? That's Queen Yezhu. Yezhu, 24 years old, beloved queen of Ba. The dragon fighters of that scorched field of Yong, they've been thirsting for our bluestone mines for years. What nerve do they have to send 5 pairs of dragon fighters to the capital? Are they thinking I would just let them have their way here? Yun Du. Take my order. Yes. Spread my words, protect the city at all cost. Take 2 groups of elite soldiers with you and evacuate our people out of here immediately. Yes. Follow me, people need our help. Yun Du, 30 years old, Royal Palace Guard captain. Faster, this way. Everyone, follow the guards. Queen Yezhu. Ah, are those our dragon fighters? All of them are dead. Your Majesty, we've suffered heavy casualties. Please allow me to escort you to a safer place. No need to. Your Majesty, the Yong's methods are expedient and cruel. For the sake of our kingdom, for you're our only hope, please let. Lieutenant, turn your back and you shall see. Abandoning her people in crisis is the ultimate disgrace of a queen. I've underestimated Yon's king's ambition and was too naive to put my trust in his ability to give up on his intentions. This shameful sin of mine is to last a lifetime. Duty, the capital, is a treacherous terrain hedged with towering mountains. Our only access is through the south and east portals. It might sound like an ideal defense, but in reality, an unexpected ambush could put us into a dilemma. Besides, no attack report was informed. They must have put effort into making this orchestrated plan. Now, the only thing a queen like me can do. Sob, just ignore us. Queen Yezhu, please leave now. The kingdom of Ba is only home when you're there. What should I do to help her? Damn it, if only my power of dragon awoke. Ha! Having heard of Queen Yezhu's eminent reputation, it's my pleasure to be in your presence, and witness your ardent love for your own people. And alas, there is nothing left but these 2 crippled dragon fighters. What would you do next to protect this little city, Your Highness? I suppose all you desire is our precious minerals and our kingdom of Ba's submission. As long as you stop this insane massacre on my people, I shall give you full legitimate control of my Ba kingdom. Or else, we shall both suffer our imminent annihilation. This breath of power. That's right, a horned dragon's power. Enough energy to wipe out this whole city in just a second. And you all too shall never be able to get away in one piece. So, what is your choice? Such clever move, as expected of Ba's queen. Deal. Now that all conditions have been adequate, as Yon's king's special request to examine one's faithfulness, Queen of Ba Kingdom must hand over her life. Obviously, you wouldn't let go of me that easily. Mu Qin, bear in mind your promise. No. Your Majesty. Rest in peace, Queen of Ba. Soon, you will see. You and your little city shall have the greatest reunion in hell. After all, we're here today to massacre everything. Yes. Ah, help. Run. That despicable man, is he breaking his promise with the queen after everything? Ah. Everyone. Uncle Yao. And Zhu. Guys, are you both all right? Please answer me. Thank you. Ah, you are. That eccentric man earlier. They're gone, just leave them there, it's too dangerous to get any closer. Hurry up and run, BA can't survive this any longer. Mu Qin. You bastard. The queen sacrificed her life to that blood pact. Even one small faithless action could bring you severe punishment till death. Now that the pact has already been activated. If you don't want your power and life to lose in a horned dragon's power's hand, stop this slaughter. How dare she? He's still so strong, impossible. Puff. Surely I know all about the horned dragon's power and the blood pact. But coincidentally, I, the chieftain of Yong's dragon fighters, know these negligible tricks very well. Dealing with these tiny little things is just a piece of cake. Look at those naive faces. Frankly, they were pretty cute. We'd better move now. Let's find somewhere else to hide. Otherwise, we're both gonna die under his attack. Uncle Meng, big sister. They're dead. Hey! Get back here. Why? The queen exchanged her life for her people. The dragon fighters fought to death for the city's safety. But why did nothing work out? Everyone, I promised to protect them. But there was nothing I could do. Idiot, even if you cannot be a dragon, there are still other ways for you to protect us all. Liar. That was all lies. If I don't become a dragon, even I can't protect myself. These pillars of water. Could it be that she? Dragon transform. When a girl is transforming, the outburst of her dragon power must be controlled, otherwise, she will die. It's happening in this chaotic battle, I'm afraid. This is bad. The wound has affected my strength. Is everything all right? Hey. So hurt, Uck. It feels like a massive storm of blades is going through my body. My dragon power has finally awakened, but still, there's nothing I can do. Hey, are you good? Am I about to die? You. Do you really want to live? Of course I do. Well then. Let's make a bet on you this time. Echoing sounds are pouring in my ears, it is the sound of water flooding. Like swirling sea deep down. It is my blood that is boiling. It is my pulse storming inside. It is the power that is surging. Rivers draining, in that southwest land. The earth tames lives, oceans cleanse this world. Qilin appears upon borders, Blue Wing shall break. The rotted Dezhou dynasty shall never be restored, once falls. From this moment, the world's ending is doom. Companion bound accomplished. From this moment on, you are my dragon. Are you feeling any better? My body doesn't feel any pain, I'm completely healed. I can sense a marvelously powerful flow inside my body. This is all due to companion bound. Who are you exactly? You seem so familiar with things related to dragons. It's because I'm a dragon seeker. I'm from the Empire's Dragon Hunting Department, Dragon Temple. I travel across lands to find people like you. You were on the verge of death, losing control of your awakening power with such turbulent emotions. Only through companion bound, I could help you to survive. Thank you so much for saving my life. That was close. Wait, did you see that? I was so fast. And stronger too. I can sense the flow of water deep down within the ground. The water is also at my will to burst out. This is my own power. She acquires such great control of her power in just a short time. Impressive. That's because you're a black dragon. What that means? Every dragon owns one unique feature of the 5 natural elements: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. It embodies the power they can control. The same thing happens to Dragon Keeper. As I hold the earth element. Wow, so sharp. It's an earth spike. Any earthy objects or rocks within 100 meters are under my control. One more thing, once our companion bound is formed, we must fight together, side by side. Great. Then let's do it. Hang in there. You're just merely a hatchling dragon. For now, it's impossible to think of such nonsense. Your enemies are all at soaring level. Hatchling dragon, soaring dragon, I don't understand. I've indeed become stronger, look. What is this? Why do I look like a snake? I thought I'd finally transform into a dragon. I told you already, you're at the very first stage, hatchling dragon. In your next stage, it's called serpent dragon, after that is soaring dragon. Hatchling dragon. Serpent dragon. Soaring dragon. Level up to horned dragon, and finally, imperial dragon. You are just. Enough of this boring talking. No matter what it is, I must go. What's the point of being a dragon if I can't do anything? Neon Long, 16 years old, hatchling black dragon. Such brash action would only lead you to nowhere else but death. Then what should I do, just standing here watching the people? If you really want to save the people in the city, I have a great plan here. How is everything? Everything has been sticking to our plan so far, sir. We set fire to every corner of Duty, and incinerate any man or cattle on our way. However, about half an hour ago, a large bunch of mysterious fog arose blocking our vision of the city. We've sent a subordinate to investigate, and he claimed to have seen numerous underground springs blasting off. All dragon fighters of this kingdom have perished. What can these leftover rabbles do? Pass this on, our widespread massacre shall end here. Report this to the Lord and ask for more troops to the mining area of Duty. Yes. That is. A horned dragon. Isn't that the royal palace's direction? Quick, get there and have a look now. Yes, sir. Northern City's side gate. You all heard that. A dragon roar coming from the royal palace. You're right, General Yundu. That clearly is a dragon roar. Have they all been distracted by that? We must push forward with Mian Long and that young master's plan. Hurry up, immediately evacuate the people through the gate and hide inside the dense forest outside the walls. Everyone, this way, we have to make this quick. Have you seen Mian Long? Not yet. She's been using the fog to help us out all the way along. Why isn't she leaving with us? Mian Long is becoming more and more impressive with her dragon power. She must be onto something round here. Right, let's get out of here first. We shouldn't be bothering her. Royal Palace North Corner. It should be right here. Our people are getting out of the city as planned. Is that illusion really going to work? That's the dragon illusion skill of our dragon temple. Combined with the effect of the shape-shifting magic circle, this shall give us some more time. This is the last place to reinforce the magic circle with an arcane symbol. You're extinguishing massive fire with underground water, creating a vision-blocking fog is the key factor. delusion shall bring nothing true, within doubts bear only doubts. Strange and complex at the time of hardness and softness. I've been observing Mu Qin, he is such a man that so obsesses with supreme power, so distrustful and brutal. A horned dragon is indeed out of his reach, so he would be very cautious approaching one. As long as the attacking keeps going, those useless fire attributes of Yang's dragon should form a perfect foggy camouflage for us all. This could buy us some time, half an hour would be enough. Come on, we must act quick. Isn't that a child's crying? Sounds like it's coming from inside the palace. I'll go and have a quick look. Wait. General Qin, should we take a closer look? After all, that's a horned dragon, sir. If that's the horned dragon of this kingdom, it shouldn't have appeared this late, right? But what if it's a real one? Fool. If that really is a horned dragon, how come it didn't do anything to us? It must be some stupid tricks of those rats down there. Keep attacking. Once it attacks us, we'll fight back. I'm curious who this rat is. I made it out. Don't worry, from now on, you'll be just fine. Thank you, big sis. Ah, a dragon. Yong's evil dragon. Don't you dare capture me, I will never surrender, even if that means I'd have to die. Isn't she the queen's younger sister, Princess Mengzhu? How come she's alone in this middle of chaos? Your Highness, Princess Mengzhu, she's one of the kingdom of Boz people. Your Highness, the princess. Liar. The kingdom of Ba has no Mengzhu 10 years old princess of the kingdom of Ba. Dragons laughed. I am a dragon of this kingdom. Hold tight. My princess, please, put your faith in me. I, Mian Long, promise to make those Yong's dragons pay a terrible price for their actions. I remember you now, you're Mian Long, right? Lieutenant Yudu told me a lot about you. So, you really made it, dragon transform. I'm relieved now that you're here, big sister told me to protect the royal seal. Oh, so, the royal seal is in that pouch, it must be very important, right? Of course, she told me this is the key to the Bluestone Mine's entrance. And no bad guys could get anything out without it. The fog is starting to evaporate, yet we haven't been attacked by Yong's dragon fighters. Did they see through the tricks? We'd better hurry up, once the fog dissipates, our position will be exposed. Let's go. Fog clears. Not now. Oh no, Yong's dragon fighters were actually too afraid to attack. They actually tried to form a 5-dragon battle array to defend themselves. This horned dragon seriously, is just an illusion. Damn it, this is such a big humiliation, how dare they do this to me? Those are the survivors within the palace. Could they be the ones playing this dirty trick on us? Well done, let me show you arrogant rats. What a living hell is. Watch out. Sister Mian Long. Are you all right? No, nothing much. You evil dragon. One day you'll get what you do, wah. Look. What's going on? General. Damn it, we were all deceived into the Queen of Boz trap, we shouldn't have put out the 5-dragon array. Stop your babblings. We must kill them all to avenge our general. What? Where are they? Damn it, don't let them escape. Attack, kill them all. Even if it means leveling the whole palace, find those brats. Sister Mian Long, are you feeling better now? We're pretty far away from the palace, let's rest for a while. Is Mu Qin really dead? It seems like the queen had foreseen this and secretly laid down a double blood pact. Muqin did perfectly break their first pact without any doubt, but it was certainly the second one that tore him into pieces. Queen Yezhu had made a wise decision, even in her last breath. Indeed. Your Majesty, finally, your sacrifice was not in vain. Sister Mianlong. Mianlong. Ha, these steps, when are these going to end? Sky and land are things changing ceaselessly. That's like a shining ray through the darkness. As several passers-by have come and left everything behind. Upon that eternal flow of this world marked my disgrace. Queen Yezhu. Ah, my hands, what's this? At the end of the road lies a light of hope. Mianlong, embrace your vested power. And use it wisely to create a better world filled with peace and joy. Your Highness. Please come back, we need why. Ouch, why did I just fall off the tree? Weren't we on our way out of the city? The wounds have all healed. It still hurts though. Was everything I saw just a dream? Aunt Zhu, Uncle Yao, even Sister Yudu and Uncle Meng, are all dead. Why couldn't I protect any of them? Sob. You're being so noisy. Those dang kids were just falling asleep and you've just woken them all up. Ah, Princess Meng Zhu. Which kids? Oh, there are still survivors. The decimation of those Yon's evil dragons has stopped. And their troops could be here any time. This time. Tears are the most redundant things. You still have the time to cry, why not use that time to think of a way to rebuild our kingdom's position on the map? Rebuild the kingdom of BA. And use it wisely to create a better world filled with peace and joy. Then what should we do? This. Big Sister once said. The kingdom of BA is not a place, it's the people, as long as we strive together. Anything is possible to achieve. Even if we don't know what to do next, we must always try. Crying won't get us any further in rebuilding the kingdom. I, Princess Meng Zhu, from this day on, shall take over the Queen's will. Along with the people of BA, I shall lead us all, to once again, get back what is ours. And on that day, I promise, will also be the day those young invaders be punished and expelled from our land. All hail Princess Meng Zhu. The kingdom of BA will be rebuilt. Well said, Your Highness, you're right. I, Mianlong, a dragon of the kingdom of BA, vow to serve your Highness faithfully, and avenge for the deceased. Avenge. But Mianlong. For now, your power is still too weak. Don't forget your life was saved several times by that big brother. Where did he go? After bringing us here to gather with others. He went towards the hills that way. The dragon bound pertains to the rest of one's life. Hey there, big brother. We haven't officially got to know each other. I'm Mianlong, you are. Chen. Dry eat, Su. Asterisk in Mandarin, Chenny looks like dry eat. Oh, such a unique name. I love dry eats just like those little dragon cakes, oh and dear jerky, mushroom jerky, all tasty dry eats. Chen and undergone thousands of raids still remains solid, as lofty as those cliff towers, to reach their hands to the heavens. Chenny Su. Chenny Su 17 years old. Dragon Seeker Knight. Dragon Keeper. Asterisk Chen 1000. Towering, high-reaching. Oh, Chenny Su, such a meaningful name. Those words were a bit alike, humph. Anyway, thank you for saving my life. Thanks to your incredible plan, many boss people were able to escape. No need to. My injuries were worse than I thought. If I didn't form the dragon bound with you, all of us would have been buried under that chaotic tower by now. But still, you saved us all though. Oh, I remember, he once said he came from Dragon Temple. Big Sister Du had said that Dragon Temple is a place specifically designed for training dragon fighters. Could you take me to the capital with you? No, that's fine then. I will stay here and help BA restore to its prime time. Do whatever you want. I'll find a way to remove the bound between us. Then go do whatever you want, because it has nothing to do with me. I'll never become a dragon keeper, and I obviously won't need one. You're leaving. But haven't we just formed the dragon bound that pledges to be side by side forever? Right. The kingdom of BA was just a stopover in your travels. You're so strong, yet my power is still too impotent. But, one day. I'm telling you. One day, I will become an imperial dragon. I will avenge Queen Yizhu and all the deceased heroes of BA. Right. You. Oops, my hand slipped. Let me dry you off, it'll be quick. Let go of me. That moment, just now, I've actually thought she was, I need some more rest. Ah, where are you going? Such ignorant and childish thoughts. Do you even know the requirements for the Imperial Dragon title? Get down quick. What is it? What's happening? I thought for a second that sword was drawing to me. My master, Yanlong. Long time no see, my beloved. Yanlong, 20 years old dragon bishop from the Dragon Temple. Nan, 14 years old soaring dragon from the Dragon Temple. Oh my, you have a beautiful lady with you, my little Chieni. Who are you? You're asking me. The Empire's second greatest dragon bishop. And the gentleman next to you is my beloved subordinate. Your master. Master Yanlong, what are you doing here? You two know each other well, right? Then the attack earlier. Oh, sorry for scaring such a cute young lady like you, I'm terribly embarrassed by my action. It's just that. The appearance of an ill-omened black dragon must be immediately eradicated at first sight. I didn't even see his movements, he's too strong. My dear Chieni, please try to stay right there for a while. I don't want to get into trouble hurting you. Damn it, I have no chance of winning at all. No matter what Chieni's ability is at. It's gonna be a dilemma for him to get involved since that guy over there is his boss. But the one he's coming after is me, heh. The best thing I can do right now is just to give it my all. I'm not going to die here, not before I get to become an imperial dragon. So, if you want to kill me, just come and get me. Such an interesting young lady. A young lady with such a bold ambition of becoming an imperial dragon. No wonder why Chieni Su, the talented and esteemed younger brother of the emperor, would form companion bound with you. And totally disclaim the throne. The emperor's younger brother. Legitimately, dragon keepers cannot be in line for the imperial throne. That's why he insisted on removing the bound between us. Ha, no need to try to divide us. Soon, our companion bound would come to an end. Oh. Chieni, you sly little kid. Haven't he told you that there's only one way to remove the bound? That is through letting me rip off your dragon blood. Ha, I'm still alive. This is a protective earth wall. Chieni Su. Whether a dragon seeker or dragon keeper. Even if I become a lost soul, I would still rule this empire. Oh. If this is what your highness is planning on, you should be ready for any consequences. In this case, I must kill both of you then. Chieni Su. This is why he acted so discreetly earlier. Chieni, I'm coming. Dense fog pervaded. Nice coordination. But I've already seen through this trick at Dui. The fog dispersed. Let's see, where are you hiding? Big brother Yanlong. Cough cough, don't worry, I'm alright. Too bad, this robe was newly made. It cost us 3,000 gold, you know. Embarrassed. Drying a new coat with cozy fires, chilling coldness for a dreamlike robe. It's worth purchasing though, I never leave home without this. Wow, it looks brand new. Cough. Ahem, I didn't expect His Highness to have come this far. They already ran away, do you want Nan to chase after them? No need to. Let them have a few more fun running around, okay? They'll never be able to escape from the Empire's execution order anyway. Big brother Yanlong, I'm hungry. Oh really, let's find something to eat, shall we? They didn't chase us down. Ha, we did actually escape. Good thing our mud dragon tumble worked. Just came up with the name. Ah, will our people be found out? Don't worry, Yanlong won't hurt innocent people. But we have to leave quickly or else they'll be dragged into this. Well then. Can I at least sneak back and say goodbye to the princess? After all, we aren't sure when we would be able to return. No, it won't do anything good for any of them. If I'm careful, they won't be able to find me, right? Didn't we just? Listen. The Dragon Temple is the Empire's most important institution serving under the Emperor's jurisdiction. As the commander of the Dragon Temple, Yanlong's strength is beyond your imagination. That man, Commander, I don't really see a link here. If he really wanted us to die, there wouldn't be such conversation or even a chance of escaping. He's just trying to test us, I guess. It could be a lapse of judgment or that he's up to something. Either way, we can't deny his ability as one of the Empire's greatest dragons. Let's take a short break. All right. Oh yeah, thanks for saving my life once again. But, if you really want to remove the bound, is there any other way? He was just lying to you. So dumb. What? The connection between a dragon keeper and his dragon is to last a lifetime. Together, they fight and decease. Up until this point, any attempt to uncast the bound has all failed. All these years, I've traveled to the lands and endured millions of things. But due to this incident, I have to carry this permanent bound with me and lose all hope of becoming an emperor. No one made it, then we. Was everything he said, just a spur of the moment words because he was losing his temper? I'll find a way to remove this bound between us. Then go do whatever you want, because it has nothing to do with me. I'll not be a dragon keeper, and I obviously won't need one. Not only did he lose the right to become the emperor, but is also bound with me, the ill-omened black dragon. Not only that, we're on the Empire's wanted list. So sorry. I'm sorry. It's alright, you go first. One about what I did earlier, I'm sorry for not telling you my identity and intentions. It's fine, I get it. Besides, I'm the one putting you through this much trouble. Don't say it like that. We're now dragon-bound, there's no such thing as dragging the other one down. You're a really good man, you know. I've heard a lot about the inhumane actions of the Emperor. Wars breaking out everywhere across the lands resulted in people suffering and unjust deaths. So, you'd better become a great emperor. I'll support you all the way. Maybe this is the turning point. In real despair appears a light of hope. Since we've already shared the same goal, it seems like this dragon-bound is not that bad. Yes. Ah, you know what, you look the best when you're smiling. We still have a long way to go rebuilding BA. The pressing thing right now is to enhance your power. Asterisk cough asterisk stop messing around. I'm indeed too weak right now. But I don't know what to do. You're just a newly awakened hatchling dragon. You must get at least to the soaring level to be able to face other dragon fighters. Although there are many faster ways to level up, most of them need lots of luck. Like the dragon waking ritual of the Dragon Temple, or that magic of the dark witches of the Outer Kingdoms. And even through certain secret pills, with your current level. Some specific food and training are enough to reach a serpent level. We need to avoid Yan's pursuit and leave BA as soon as possible. Then we'll get through Xianxia Pass. Tamao is amongst the wealthiest of all, the materials we need should be right there. Oh, I've heard of it. Queen Yizhu always aimed for similar prosperity as Mao. One day, when I become the emperor, I'll make my entire empire into a place as prosperous as Mao is. Just like boss people, living in peace and joy. That's right. Then let us begin our journey. Yong Royal Palace. You bastard. Look at the reward you promised me, didn't you say this would work? Emperor's Emissary. Liang 52 years old King of Yong. Your Majesty, please calm down. Emperor's Emissary. Calm down, Yizhu, that troublesome woman hid all the bluestone mines, I merely gained an empty city. Yet I didn't expect Muqin to die, he was my chief dragon general and my most loved royal concubine's younger brother. She's been crying all day long and barely eating anything. Do you still want me to stay calm? You'd better get ready to pay for this debt, right here, right now. Please hang in there. Boss Queen did seal the way in, but I've sent our men out there searching and finding a way to break through them. It's only a matter of time before we obtain them. One more the thing I heard from a secret report of the Dragon Temple, it shows that the ones who killed General Muqin were just a newly formed dragon-bound pair. Surprisingly, one of them is a black dragon. What? A black dragon, you said? Yes, Your Majesty. The temple's dragon seekers have already taken the wanted notice. There'll soon be a large-scale scour for this dragon. From now on, this servant shall report everything to the Emperor and seek Yan's vengeance. Well done, now go tell him the news, quickly, emissary. Yes. Then I shall take my leave. That Emperor. He suddenly sent me an emissary a few days ago to plead to invade the kingdom of BA and take over their mines. Looks like all the rumors are all about to come true. As a black dragon appeared, the gate to an era of chaos shall be opened. Inside Mao Kingdom, outside Xianxia Pass. Did we cut them off? Not yet, keep running. Damn it. Over there, don't let them get away. The King of Yong has ordered, whoever caught them will get a great reward. Yes. Watch out. There they are. Get up very fast. What, there are people already waiting for us. There's no way out, let's have a fight then. Damn it. Wait, those two are. We're the Dragon Seekers. Taking orders directly from the Dragon Temple to assassinate the criminals, all irrelevant people, please fall back. We're specifically demanded to capture these two alive, if you don't save us some face. Then your attempts shall be all in vain right here, you meddlers. Everyone, attack. Good chance to flee from away them, slowly back away. Rise. They ran into the water, get down there. 1, 2, 3, heave ho. 1, 2, 3, heave ho. Put your back into it, heave ho. Big brother, that's. Don't worry. They're just Mao's conscripted labor force. My two lords, stay safe, we'll not escort you then. Let's search along the river. We'll let you go this time. Big brother, you sound so happy, didn't we just lose their track? You idiot, if the temple's people can't find them, we still have a chance, go search down the river. Yes. Heave ho. Heave ho. Xianxia, how do I look? Look at my little mustache. Have they left? MHM. Phew, we've finally cut them off. Hey, your plan works again. To have let them think we were hiding down there, but actually we've already blended in here. We've been chased down for days now. I honestly can't take it anymore. Young man, you must have lots of siblings, right? Look around, not many people are this young. Like you might be the same age as my kids. They've already been conscripted too, and now it's my turn. Old Lee, why you're saying that? It's our honor to serve the dragon god. Are you saying you're unwilling to do so? No. In the name of the dragon god, don't repeat such nonsense. It's just that my wife's the only one left at home. I'm worried she can't handle everything by herself. Oh, that's true. Jenny, stop standing there slacking. Hurry up, speed up. Everything must be done perfectly before the blessing day. Imperial Dragon's holy dam. May the dragon god protect us. Ah. Sacred dragon god above. This is the Imperial Dragon's holy statue, so splendid. Jenny, have you ever seen the Imperial Dragon? Does this look like her? And why did they build the statue here? What the heck is the holy dam? The river above is sited in the south while facing the north. It might have something related to the chaos at Yin River, 13 years ago. A coup broke out within the state of Defeng. The rebellion army got their hands on Gaojing, Shun dynasty's capital city. In just one day, the Imperial Dragon, Yuzhan, was let loose and summoned a flood. Defeng's name ever since had submerged in the flow. Most of Defeng's territories turned into drowned wastelands. The whole line of Wei was eradicated from history by the Imperial Dragon's sheer power. People believe that placing the Imperial Dragon's holy dam here would calm the mountain rivers. Oh. Intriguing, isn't it? Adjusting weather, controlling life and death. This is the Imperial Dragon's strength. You have finally arrived. Come here to receive your meal. Line up properly, no cutting in line. Hey, there are 2 pieces of millet cakes and a bowl of vegetable soup in this meal. Yeah, they're delicious. Ever since we got out of Shuanyan Pass, and staying hidden for more than 2 whole weeks, we finally have the chance to eat a proper meal. Jenny, you should quickly have some. What's that in your hand? This is known as the Dragon Scale Letter, a method of communication exclusive to the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers. The contents of the message can only be seen by the receiver and will be set aflame after being read. Dragon Scale Letter, does it use literal dragon scales? Indeed. That's right, I have almost depleted my supply of dragon scales. Then. You are still communicating with the Dragon Seekers from the Imperial Department. Don't forget that among the 6 groups that were hunting us throughout our journey so far, 3 of them were dispatched by the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers. Another group was sent by the King of Yon, while the identity of the remaining 2 are still unknown. Having been a part of the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers for the past 6 years, I still have a few friends there that I can trust. He told me. The Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers has already sent out an execution order. Now that every single Dragon Seeker knows our appearance, they will not hesitate to kill us on sight and fight us until their last breath. Fight us until their last breath. That red catfish is so cruel. How can he give such a despicable order? There exists an unwritten rule within the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers: every single dark dragon that awakens shall be secretly exterminated. Exterminated, for what reason? I too am unsure of the exact reason. Anyways, the journey ahead of us will only get more deadly as time passes, so we'll need to be much more cautious. By no means should you ever use your water bending technique rashly in order to avoid exposing your identity as a dark dragon. Alright, I'm going ahead to check out the current state of the sacred weir. You can relax and take a rest while waiting for me to come back. Yes, alright. If you don't want to say it, then so be it, I'll find out eventually. Over there, hurry up and catch him. We've been discovered, sure enough, they never give up so easily. Stop right there. There's nowhere to run. Phew, that was scary. They weren't here to capture me. You think we won't beat you to death? Why don't you keep running? What's going on? Is that person a fugitive? All of you have seen it clearly. The construction of the sacred were is an urgent task. If anyone else dares to try to escape the compulsory labor, you will be punished severely on the spot. Tie him up at once. Sir, I beg of you. My mother is severely ill. I only want to go back and see her one last time. Enough nonsense, bring him away. Sigh, how pitiful. Yeah. He's doing this to see his mother one last time. I'll give him a hand then. Who dares to mount a sneak attack? Show yourself. Was it you? My leg. Sir, no, it wasn't me. Quick, run. Mouthing the words. Thank you. Sir, it really wasn't me. Ah, he's running away. Stop right there. Ha ha ha. So, you're the one playing the tricks. Oh, I've been discovered. What's going on here? Xianxia, you came back at just the right time. I could hear the commotion all the way from where I was. Hurry up and run, ha ha. Stop. Afternoon deep within the forest of the kingdom of Mao. We've lost them. Look what you've done. Not only are the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers and the Kingdom of Yang hunting us down, the Kingdom of Mao may start to pursue us too. This chivalrous act of mine is merely a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. I can't depend on this disguise anymore. The evergreen bush, growing only on the side of the mountain facing the sun. Its leaves are oval-shaped and leathery, its fruit spherical and drop-shaped. This is a type of mountain herb from the Terra Arcania family known as the rock willow. This type of rock willow grows abundant in the Kingdom of Mao. Its root-like stems were given the name, rock willow roots. All right. Eat it, it can help increase your power. If it has such great effects, we should collect more of it. The day of ascension is within reach. Why didn't you tell me that it was this bitter? If I told you, would you have eaten it? Who am I, where it can be said that I wanted to see just how you would react? Two-faced. In order to get stronger, I will eat this. Come over here, it's time. Okay. This dragon cultivation pill. Is it already the last one? The Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers has always used this exclusive medicinal pill. It can be used to rapidly increase the strength of Ophidia dragons. Yes. However, the dragon consort would have to consume and refine the energy contained within pill before transferring it to his dragon. During this period, we would consume 2 of those pills before cultivating together every day. The results were extremely apparent. Simply smelling the fragrance of the pill, I'm able to feel the dragon mana circulating rapidly within our bodies, resulting in the accelerating heartbeats, the surging warmth. And in my mind, it continuously swirls. The dragon ascension technique taught to me by Xianxia. Xianxia, I'm over here. You've retrieved both the satchel and your sword. Yeah, you ran so quickly that we almost lost everything in our possession. It was hidden in the stone transport cart the entire time. He. Look, we found the traces of the conglomerate that you're looking for. Oh, not bad. There's even more deep inside the cave. Alright, let's follow the traces and look around. We might just make a discovery. Sure. Over here. We've walked out of the cave. Woo, how bright. This is. Has this mountain been excavated? This is the flowerstone mine unique to the Kingdom of Mao. The elixir pills created using such minerals can help increase the power of a dragon. Such a valuable mine is actually not being guarded by anyone. It seems that the entire place must have been mined clean. The stone fragments really are the only things left behind. It's a long story. Since ancient times, the dragon generals had always been cultivated solely by the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers, and then dispatched to the various kingdoms. Around 50 years ago, when the empire's control over the kingdoms gradually weakened, the kingdoms began to cultivate their own dragon generals in secret. Yes, I've heard of this story before. The kingdom of Ba only started to have their own dragon generals 10 years ago. Although the various kingdoms have attempted to purchase the secret methods to cultivating dragon generals from the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers, they weren't entirely accurate. For example, this gold flowerstone is capable of extending one's meridian veins. However, even if you consume a large amount of it, the effects are minimal. As for this white flowerstone that grows beside it, while it may not seem to be anything out of the ordinary, the elixir pills concocted using it are multiple times more effective than gold flowerstone. Oh. Let me take a look. So the rocks with white flowery patterns are actually white flowerstones. That's great, there's still plenty of them around here. This is a rare opportunity, we should harvest more of it. This particular mine seems to be mined clean of gold flowerstones, leaving only white flowerstones untouched. This shows that the information gathered by the Kingdom of Mao is flawed. No wonder the Kingdom of Mao spent such a large amount of money to cultivate their dragon generals. Although they may have raised a total of 15 pairs of dragon generals, the most amongst the various kingdoms, their strongest dragons are only serpentine dragons. Ah, by the way, according to written records, a mysterious object may grow near dual-colored crystal ores. However, whether we will discover it or not solely depends on our luck. Oh, what is the mysterious object? That sound is. It seems that we might be blessed with great luck today. Let's go and check it out. All right. I can't seem to understand what's going on. What is that pair of dragon generals doing? Ah, damn it. Oh. And Yao, quick, stop them. How strange, I don't see the enemy at all. No, wait. The injuries they suffered are real. My sword, and Yao, stop them. All right. It's just that we simply can't see the attackers. They won't be able to hold on for much longer, we need to save them. Xianxia, do you have a plan? Yes, it's about time. The things attacking them are the golden-threaded felines that have consumed the meowing mint. Go ahead and use your ability. Water attacks can negate their invisibility technique. All right. The surplus veins of water here are quite lively, extremely suited for combat. Rise. Ah, where did so much water come from? The golden-threaded felines have shown themselves. Chlorokinesis. Net. Did you catch all of them? And Yao, hurry up and slaughter these beasts. But what are you hesitating for? These beasts almost killed us both. I will definitely. Wait a moment. Who are you? The golden-threaded felines aren't naturally violent. Since they have already been trapped, we should try to pacify them instead. Please spare them, my friend. Xianxia is right. Why not let me send them away? Hey, just what are you? Duan Chanlu. Release the spell. Ah, right, it's safe now. I will let you out immediately. Release. Thank you both for saving us. Your Highness. The Princess of Mao, Yun Pianran. Many thanks to the two of you. Yun Pianran, 18 years old. The Princess of Mao. These two over here are the dragon generals of our Kingdom of Mao. Duan Chanlu. I acted too anxiously just now, I apologize if I may have offended you. Duan Xinglu, 25 years old. Left-hand Dragon Lieutenant out of Dragon Consort. And Yao, thank you both for being kind enough to save us. It's thanks to you using water to nullify the golden-threaded cat's invisibility technique, otherwise we would have found ourselves in a large predicament today. And Yao, 21 years old. Left-hand Dragon Lieutenant out of Serpentine Dragon. It wasn't too much of an effort. Oh, right, my name is Long Mian. Ah. You're hurt, please allow me to heal your injuries. It's a small wound, it doesn't matter. In fact, your injuries are far more severe. My injuries aren't important. What a gentle young lady. She greatly resembles that of Sister Du. Xianxia, am I also able to learn such healing techniques? Of course you can. But that's if you would like to cultivate and tread on the path of healing. Had I took the path of healing? Perhaps everyone might not have. No. Never mind, I still want to be geared towards combat. Alright, done. Wait a minute. She looks just like. Sure enough, she's a wanted criminal of the Empire. What? This is the wanted poster that I've just received this morning. Wanted. An evil, ominous dark waterborne dragon that incurred the wrath of the dragon god, leading to the destruction of the kingdom of Ba, bounty 1,000 gold coins. A wanted criminal. Oomph. To think she would have this kind of history. The wrath of the dragon god. The city that was razed to the ground, the innocent citizens who were massacred. Only to be summarized with such a phrase. Could the injustice brought upon them be so easily erased by this mere piece of paper? Ah! Is the kingdom of Yong trying to deceive everyone, or was it actually the emperor's orders to destroy the kingdom of Ba? What are you trying to do? Oomph, what do you think? Do you intend to betray your saviors? Lady Long, please calm down. That wanted poster was indeed beyond my expectations. Although we aren't clear if the entire situation was intended by the emperor. But according to my understanding of the king of Yong, I doubt he would have such ambition and capability. This girl has a sharp intuition. However, you too. Since our identity has already been exposed, I'm afraid that the matters today cannot be settled kindly. Long Mian. All right. The golden-threaded feline king. You guys stay back, this golden-threaded feline king has already gone manic. Long Mian. Understood. Not bad. Long Qian, you're incredible. What did you not kill it, only washing them away? What if they? Oomph, I've sent them downstream to the opposite of the river bank. Since the golden-threaded felines can't swim, they won't come back. Didn't you just consider handing me in for the bounty? Now you want me to protect you. Duan Chenglu, stop acting so rudely. The only reason why we managed to remain unscathed was because of these two. Those who possess such a sense of chivalry are certainly not evil. There may be untold truths beyond what's written on the wanted poster. We certainly do not want to cause any trouble for the two of them. Right, I just have a habit of collecting and memorizing everything on the wanted posters. Have to depend on this for promotion. Since you saved us, we will definitely not turn our backs on you. I have offended you just now, please accept my apology. There's no need for this, my previous attitude wasn't very appropriate either. As a form of gratitude, please accept these meowing mints. Duan Changlu. Yes. I found these in the nest of the golden-threaded felines. These meowing mints are extremely beneficial in increasing the power of a dragon. Usually it will stay invisible, making it extremely difficult to find. Only golden-threaded felines are capable of collecting it as a source of food. In fact, they gain the ability to turn invisible upon consuming the meowing mints. Originally, we had only intended to come into the mountains for a walk today, but who knew I would accidentally step on a young golden-threaded feline and kill it, causing us to be surrounded and attack the pack of felines. Had the two of you not stepped in to save us, it would have been extremely difficult for us to escape unscathed, so, please accept this as our gratitude. Thank you, this just so happened to be what we're searching for. So, the mysterious thing that you mentioned just now was actually this. A noble princess bringing along only 2 dragon generals with her for a walk in the forest. It seems that this situation is far more complicated than what I anticipated. Pwah, I have never drank such a sweet and fragrant fruit wine before. I'm glad that you like it. Thank you for bringing us along with you. In fact, this is my first time riding in such a luxurious carriage. The carriage isn't shaky at all. But since we've already gone down the mountain, you should probably let us down before the carriage enters the city. Are you guys still not willing to have an audience with the King of Mao and take a rest within the palace for the time being? Although we greatly respect the King of Mao for his adeptness at governing his kingdom, looking at our current status, it wouldn't be a good idea to bring inconvenience to the Kingdom of Mao. The King of Mao is an extremely talented and virtuous individual. Since the two of you saved the life of the princess, you will definitely be granted asylum by the King of Mao. Duan Chunlu is right. I, as the princess, can guarantee your safety and protection. Long Mian, what do you think? I once heard that even Queen Juya admired how the King of Mao governed his kingdom. I too want to go and take a look. Moreover, I can even ask Yao to teach me some methods of ascension. All right. In that case, we'll gladly accept your offer. Hee, please take care of us. We've arrived. Welcome to the capital of the Kingdom of Mao, Yingchun. The city of Yingchun, located amidst a floodplain. Constructed beside the rivers, a city that lies alongside the stream. Its importance to the Zhou dynasty lies in its existence as a hub for river transport. Swarmed with customers and merchants of the like, a bustling city constantly overflowing with traffic. Thus, it has always had a reputation of the most prosperous region in the south, the gateway to all 10 kingdoms, and a great deal of other fames. The Kingdom of Mao really is flourishing. I have never seen such wide streets and lively shops before. However, I didn't think that we would be able to enter the city with such ease. I was even worried about being recognized by the city guards as a fugitive. Of course, you were sitting in the carriage of the princess after all. How would the city guards dare to block our path? Speaking of which, the drawing on the wanted poster doesn't remotely resemble that of you. Without such great discerning eyes like mine, it would be impossible for anyone to recognize you. Eh? How beautiful. What kind of dance are they performing? The Day of Blessings is approaching. They're preparing the dance for the Dragon God sacrificial ritual. The Day of Blessings. 13 years ago, after the Yanchuan Rebellion, the Kingdom of Mao also experienced a disastrous flood, which made life impossible for the people. Only after receiving the blessings of the sacred dragon did the Kingdom of Mao manage to recover from the crisis. Thus, my father, the king, established the day of the Kingdom of Mao's rebirth as the Day of Blessings. The day is celebrated by the entire kingdom to commemorate the blessing from the emperor and the sacred dragon. It turns out that the Yanchuan rebellion that Xianxia previously spoke of actually had such a follow-up. Every single year, before and after the Day of Blessings, the amount of incense burning in the Dragon Temple would be at its highest. Thus, if you happen to see the masses offering sacrifices to the dragon god, the dragon generals would usually cast a spell as an act of encouragement. Wow, all the flowers have blossomed. It's the blessing of the dragon god. O mighty dragon god! Thy who blesses the boundless lands. Ah, there. They're simply expressing their gratitude towards the dragon general. In the Kingdom of Mao, the masses believe that the dragon generals are emissaries of the dragon god on earth. In the presence of the dragon generals, the people would always kneel down to pay their respects. Thereby, they would pray to the dragon god to continue blessing our kingdom with its protection for prosperity and stability. So, that's what it is. From the looks of it, the people of the Kingdom of Mao appear to revere the dragon god more than their king. If the Kingdom of Ba was still standing, it would have definitely prospered the same way. So bitter. Yes, one day. Definitely. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Dai somewhere in the northern desert. Brother Long Yan, Nan is hungry. I want to eat a roasted cave scorpion cooked by you. All right. the Dark Dragon, has already arrived in Yingchun. Eh? It's nothing, let's prepare our dinner. Yay! Next morning at dawn, the royal palace of Mao Qingxian Palace. Princess. Lady Long, Prince Su. Did the two of you sleep well in the palace? Extremely well, it's been such a long time since I've slept so soundly. The bed was also extremely spacious and soft. Yes, I slept rather well, thank you so much. There's no need to be so polite, anyways, follow me to seek an audience with my father, the king. All right. This is one of the side chambers of the royal palace. Since my father has something else to attend to later, I could only arrange so much time for the meeting. I hope you don't mind. It's fine, it's fine. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. There's no need for such formalities. I heard that the princess was lucky enough to be saved by the both of you in the forest yesterday after she fell into a dangerous situation. I am extremely grateful. The kingdom of Mao just so happens to be in need of such capable individuals like yourselves. I was wondering whether the two of you are willing to remain in the kingdom of Mao to serve under me. I shall bestow upon you the title of lieutenant and a monthly salary of 180 dose of grain, and as for gold coins. King of Mao, please hold on. Chief Generals, for what reason did the two of you interrupt me? The King of Mao has certainly been in urgent need of talented individuals. Who are you looking to hire this time? Oh, turns out it's actually the younger brother of the emperor, Su Qianxia. How unfortunate for you to have bumped into me. Give me your life. He's the younger brother of the emperor. Qianxia, I'll help. Little girl, don't make any rash moves. Let's not interrupt them, just patiently wait for the outcome. You. How strong, to be able to anchor my whole body to the ground with just one hand. You dare get distracted, die. Sister Caro, it's been a while since we last met. Your martial arts skills seem to have declined again. Oomph. You're truly worthy of the title, #1 swordsman, within the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers. Again. Stop for a moment, listen to me. Alright, time out. Don't glare at me like that, I really did nothing to your dragon. What does the King of Mao want to say? Since you're within my palace hall, you shouldn't need to solve the issue with violence. These two individuals saved the life of my only daughter. Since they've entered the royal palace, they're my highly esteemed guests. Of course, you two inspectors have also traveled a long way from the imperial capital. Henceforth, you will still have to inspect the construction site, a rather exhausting task. Aside from the 100 boxes of treasures that I've given to you two inspectors, I will also add in 10 stones of gold flower stone essence. I only hope that the two of you will be more lenient with them during their stay in the kingdom of Mao. How benevolent of the King of Mao. We've only been given the order to supervise the sacred weir of the primordial dragon's construction process. We indeed have no spare time to carry out the imperial kill order. Nor have we ever come across the younger brother of the emperor and the ominous dark dragon. To think that the situation can be handled in such a manner. Excellent. Inspecting Generals, allow me to formally introduce you to the Princess of Mao, my dear daughter. I am Yun Pianran, it's a pleasure to meet you. The Princess of Mao is indeed as beautiful and elegant as the rumors describe. You flatter me. Although Qianxia's combat capabilities were on par with that of the inspector, I, on the other hand, was not a match for her consort. Had the King of Mao not stepped forth and bestowed them a large amount of riches, I'm afraid we would have lingering fear. However, the fact that the King of Mao is willing to defy the imperial kill order sent out by the emperor just because we saved the princess is a bit. For a king to go against the emperor, it's far too dangerous. I had always heard that the King of Mao is a wise and charismatic king, with strong statesmanship capabilities. Upon our meeting today, I certainly see that you are indeed worthy of such reputation. I really don't deserve such high praises. I've been through many trials and tribulations with the former emperor. Thus I'll refer to you as my nephew. The palace isn't too far away from the sacred weir of the primordial dragon, since I'll be inspecting its undertaking with the inspectors. Why don't you follow us? All right. Follow me. Before noon, construction site of the sacred weir of the primordial dragon. The king of Mao has arrived. Long live the king. You may rise. I've brought my esteemed guests over to take a look around. It was a last-minute decision, there's no need to panic. Please lead the way. Yes, Your Majesty. Sister in Yao. Your Majesty, General Gui isn't present today. Thus, allow me, Duan Qinlu, to lead the way. My king and esteemed guests, this way please. The sacred weir extends all the way across the top of the Empyrean Dragon Waterfall, a grand project rarely seen throughout the world. Although the schedule for the project may be a bit tight, the workers spared no time to waste. And will definitely be able to complete the project before the Day of Blessings. Long live the king. As the kingdom of Mao would consistently be struck by floods. My king called for the entire effort of the kingdom to establish this project, to prevent floods and store water. It will ultimately benefit both the kingdom and its citizens. Pains for the moment, gains for the millennia. That's right. Furthermore, by praying for favorable weather upon the earth, both the country and its people shall prosper in peace. Wow. The weir is built according to the sacred physiognomy of the dragon god. It is both an offering to the dragon god and for all people to pray and worship. It is truly a colossal standing 10,000 feet between the heavens and earth. The holy statue of the primordial dragon was chiseled and carved out on the cliff of the mountain. In order to bring out the elegance of the sacred dragon as much as possible. His Majesty, the King of Mao, paid no regards to the cost of the construction and focused solely on the success of the project. The interior of the weir was also built by the best craftsmen, constantly pushing their boundaries to produce the best results. Wow, looking at it from this angle, the construction appears even more imposing and unfathomable. Yes. Xianxia, look at them. The work looks extremely strenuous. Don't speak more than necessary. But. Sister in Yao. I'm sorry for accidentally bumping into you, Lady Long. No worries, Sister in Yao, are you okay? You don't look so well. It's nothing. By the way. This is a specialty of the Kingdom of Mao, Dragon Horn Puff. It tastes pretty good, try it. Wow, how cute, thank you so much Sister in Yao. You're welcome, you're looking radiant today, it seems that you've fully recovered. That's all thanks to the hospitality shown to us by the Kingdom of Mao. The King of Mao is indeed, as everyone described him to be, wise and charitable. How could I possibly pay attention to my appearance while I was on the run throughout my entire journey? I heard that the King of Mao had welcomed a son to the family yesterday. I initially wanted to congratulate him just now. Who knew that the King of Mao only stopped by at the entrance of the weir for a bit before going back to rest due to fatigue? With the debility of the king and the young age of the princess appears to be carrying quite a heavy burden on her shoulders. I appreciate the inspecting general's concern for my father and younger brother. I'll continue accompanying the two of you with the inspection of this project. There's no need, the two of us enjoy roaming around by ourselves. The princess should be taking care of her guests. Besides, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back if I keep seeing someone. How heartless of you, Sister Karu. In that case, please allow me to be your personal guides. Please do not refuse. After all, in the Kingdom of Mao, it's an obligation for the host to set up proper arrangements for their guests. I will definitely do my best. All right. Follow us then. Yes, sir. Surely, nothing will happen to Sister in Yao. Sir Su, Lady Long, when I insisted on inviting you into the palace yesterday, I didn't expect the Empire to dispatch their dragon generals to the Kingdom of Mao, nearly causing harm for the both of you. I feel really guilty. You shouldn't need to feel concerned. We Get up now. Ah. Some honored guests have come to observe the construction today. Nobody is allowed to slack off. I beg of you, stop whipping him, my father is just extremely tired. These ignorant bastards. Get up now, go back to work. Ah, father, are you okay? My father, he stopped breathing. Ah, murder. Oh dragon god. We haven't slept for the past 3 days. You're simply working us to death. What are you guys doing? Do you intend to rebel? That old man was beaten to death. Princess, please wait for a moment, I will deal with the dispute immediately. All of you, stop. Ah. Right there. We won't do it again. General, we beg you. Retract your spell. Please spare us. These golden spikes are. General Gue, General Ning. Gue Tianzhao, 30 years old. Left-hand Dragon General of the Kingdom of Mao out of Dragon Consort. Xiaoning, 21 years old. Right-hand Dragon General of the Kingdom of Mao out of Serpent Dragon. Useless good for nothing, what is going on here? Speak. He's the Chief Dragon General of the Kingdom of Mao, Gue Tianzhao. Hey, it was clearly the soldier who beat the worker to death. But instead, you killed the workers. For the development of the kingdom. Everyone must understand their own place and duty. A weak commoner ought to obey the orders of the leaders and double their efforts. If they can't even do something as simple as that, then their life doesn't have a single meaning. Of course, I wouldn't expect a mere Ophidia dragon to understand such principles either. You, General Gue, your words are one of fallacy. The cruel policies in governance is like a cart being drawn by a wild horse, it will crush everyone, including the person attempting to control it, in this case, you. Pass on the order quickly, send the vessels below out to rescue the ones who've fallen into the water. Dispatch doctors to treat the wounded. From today onwards, allow the workers to rest whenever they're extremely exhausted. Yes, Your Highness. Incarcerate the soldier responsible for the death of the worker, to await his judgment. That's great, the princess is standing on my side as expected. Sister. There's also that bastard. He must definitely be punished. Oof, although I really didn't know how to refute you. But since you injured so many people, the princess will definitely not let you off lightly. Lady Long. Sure enough. All commoners are ignorant idiots, they will never learn their lesson without spilling blood. It is my exact duty to let them know their place. Dragons are supposed to protect the masses, how could you willingly slaughter the innocent? You've gone too far. Long Mian, calm down. Princess, General, Long Mian was originally born a commoner. She's unfamiliar with such affairs and tends to act recklessly. I hope that you will be magnanimous enough to forgive her. Why should we apologize to him? If you are not helping me, does it mean that you agree with those words of his? Listen. It is not the time to be debating such topics. Despite witnessing the sufferings of the innocent, it still isn't the time to enact justice. Despite coming across someone abusing the dragon power, it still isn't the time to lay down punishments. It's simply because I'm a foolish and weak dragon that we will never be able to find the right time. Princess, I do not wish to stay here any longer, is there anywhere I can go to brighten up my mood? Yes, the most well-known commercial district lays at the eastern pier of the city of Incheon, why don't you go there and take a stroll? Long Mian. All right. Never mind, it seems that she still won't be able to adapt to such occasions. Perhaps it might be a better idea for her to roam around and relax a bit. What I need to do now is to think of a method to ascertain the background of this General Gue. Princess, allow me to escort you back to the palace. All right. Urgently recruiting porters, only 5 required. Hurry on over. Boss, I'm really strong. This old man can still work for 2 more years. the ship has docked, quickly come over and unload the cargo. Coming. Don't miss out on this. Newly arrived brocades from the Kingdom of Su. Give me 3 sets of perfume by the dancers from the Kingdom of Dai. I'll pay a high price. It's sold out. The last basket of Camellia sinensis is sold out. Please make it a bit cheaper. Sigh, I ran out all by myself in a moment of frustration. Come to think of it, the princess seemed to be quite afraid of that General Gue. So, when Xianxia held me back, was he really swallowing his anger, or did he have some kind of plan? Ah, what a headache. Young lady, is this your first time in Yingchun? Take a look at the specialty of our store, the 5-colored gem. These 5-colored gems are of the highest quality, shining brightly with 5 vivid hues. It's the best gift for one's partner. Should I apologize to him? Although Xianxia taught me to always think twice before taking action, at that moment, I really couldn't. The 5-colored gem is extremely strong. It represents the relationship of 2 individuals being unwavering. Swallow back my anger. My gems, you. Ah, I'm so sorry. How much is it? Let me compensate you. You're a dragon. Yes. No, no, no. You don't have to compensate, Dragon General. If you find these to your liking, I'll give them to you as a gift. It's fine. Place down 1 gold coin, unsure whether or not it's enough. The people here are so afraid of dragons. Speaking of which, that Xiaoning only seemed to be a serpentine dragon. Xianxia was clearly not even afraid of the Empyrean dragons from the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers, so why? Right, I wouldn't even be able to hold my ground against a serpentine dragon. I'm far too weak. Sigh. Ah. Stop right there. Over in this direction. Keep chasing, don't let that group of laborers get away. Laborers. That was a mere child, yet he's required to serve as a laborer. Should I go and check it out? Ha, that group of fools. In this old alley, Xiaoqi can lead them around in circles. Our boss is the smartest, he successfully led us to escape from the weir. This strategy really is effective at creating a diversion, leading our pursuers astray by diverting their attention. Enough dilly-dallying, let's get out of here first. All right. That young boy just now purposely drew the soldiers away for them. From what they said, it doesn't seem to be that difficult to throw those soldiers off. Are these people the workers who ran away from the weir? I shall follow them and take a look. Wait, you're a dragon. They even dispatched a dragon to come after us. Brothers, let's fight to the end. Fight to the end. To think they're on such high alert, they've even surrounded me. However, these few people certainly can't defeat me. If I really were to fight back, I might accidentally injure them. I'm a traveler from the kingdom of Ba, I do not have any ill intentions towards you. Stop. Boss. This young lady. You're the dragon who saved me in the labor group back at the riverside the day before. I almost couldn't recognize you after you changed your clothes. Ah, it's you. My mother is severely ill, I only want to go back and see her one last time. I, Ji Ping, am really grateful to my savior. No need to be so polite, just call me Long Mian. During my visit to the weir, I witnessed just how unfairly the workers were being treated over there. I just so happened to come across one of your fellow escapees getting chased by a group of soldiers. Out of curiosity, I followed you here. So you're one of us. This is a misunderstanding. It's fate that brought us together. If Dragon Lady doesn't mind, why don't you follow us back and check out our headquarters? Sure. Follow me. By the way, Ji Ping, I remembered that you only wanted to escape because your mother had fallen seriously ill. How is she now? My mother has already passed away. I'm sorry, I and my entire family originally lived in a small village on the outskirts of Yingchun. Although we may have lived in poverty, we nevertheless lived happily in peace. A year ago, my father and I were both drafted into the compulsory labor service. Not even half a year later, my father died at the construction site from exhaustion. After that, my neighbor who had also been drafted into the labor service told me that my mother had caught a serious illness and didn't have much time to live. I begged my boss over and over again, yet he would not allow me to go back and visit her. Thus, I had no choice but to brave death and attempt my escape. But even when I finally managed to get back, it was already too late. My mother and newborn brother are also. This entire thing made me realize that only by resisting and fighting back can we change our destiny. Thus, all of us escapees decided to form a rebellion group known as the Peacekeepers. A rebellion group, a resistance. That's right, we're willing to construct a statue in order to pray to the dragon god. However, that dragon general, xianxia, forces us to work ourselves to our deaths under the false pretense that it was the will of the dragon god. In that case, we'll have to resist by paving our own path of survival. That's right. This exact scene, these expressions, how familiar. It's just like the time when we pledged to take revenge against the kingdom of Yong. This is completely opposite to the feeling of helplessness that I felt when facing xianxia. I can feel the blood boiling within my body. That's right, resistance is the right answer. Yes. Boss, you guys have returned. Ah, we've arrived. This place is Zuji Alley. Oh. The group is back. Ever since the beginning of the construction of the sacred weir, the labor has been getting harsher by the day. Many workers started to fall ill due to overworking, and the amount of people who ended up crippled or dead is uncountable. Even if the workers have only little strength or worth left, the foreman will still fully exploit them. Boss, this brother had just been rescued back by Lao Tse. I'm going to send him over to Dr. Sun. Alright, be sure to keep him alive. We, peacekeepers, specialize in rescuing our fellow workers and providing them with a place to stay. Although our numbers might be constantly increasing, the authority has also been sending more soldiers after us. This Zuji Alley serves as the optimal location for us to take refuge and hide in. Zuji Alley is located in the southern corner of Ingchun, next to the lawless eastern dock. In the past, many workers who made pickled vegetables lived in Zuji Alley, thus its name. Only later on did it turn into the piece of land in Ingchun with the largest number of poor people. Due to the foul stench of the pickled vegetables, the soldiers from the government would rarely visit this place. Thus, this area served as an ideal location for our headquarters. So, are you able to endure this stench? Yes. This is the kingdom of Mao, the most affluent and prosperous kingdom in the Zhou dynasty. Yet, it's also the poorest and cruelest kingdom. Come over quickly. Sister sent over some food. Boss. These few carts of food will last us for quite some time. Move them all to the warehouse first. Yes, sir. Why did you come here? I came here to pay respects to my mother, and decided to visit you along the way. Sister in Yao. Sister in Yao. Lady Long. Why are you here? Don't worry, Lady Long isn't a bad person. I know, she's my savior. It's just that it was all thanks to her that I managed to escape from the weir alive. Since I coincidentally bumped into her again today, I decided to invite her over to take a look. Lady Long is a kind-hearted person. She would never expose the things happening here. That's right, you won't have to worry. I see, it seems that I misunderstood. Lady Long, I hope you won't mind. After all, the affairs of the peacekeepers must never be leaked. No problem. It appears that we really have been brought together by fate. It's just that I never would have guessed that Sister in Yao would have connections with the peacekeepers. Speaking of connections, then it runs deep. The name, Peacekeepers, was precisely chosen from parts of our name. Ji Ping and In Yao. The two of us are actually childhood lovers. Ah. You guys. Does that mean that dragons are allowed to love someone else other than their dragon consorts? Of course. Duan Chunlu had long since gotten married while I've already gotten engaged to Brother Ping. I see, congratulations. It turns out that dragons and their dragon consorts aren't necessarily fated to be together. I thought. On the day of our wedding, we will definitely be honored to have Lady Longovering join us in the wedding feast. It already getting dark, come in. Ah, that sounds great. All right. We hope that Lady Long doesn't mind the plain and simple food. Of course not, I rather like it. By the way, wasn't Sister Yao supposed to escort the inspectors from the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers to inspect the project? Not long after I escorted them, they asked me to bring over some old blacksmiths for some questions. However, by the time I came back, they had already disappeared. Thus, I had no choice but to act alone. They were obviously trying to lose you. The dragon generals dispatched by the Empire certainly aren't simple. That's right, and now I lost them, I'm going to be scolded by Duan Chenglu again. It's alright, I often get myself into trouble too, but Xianxia would never actually get mad at me. Lady Long, since you saved both of our lives, I won't hide it from you any longer. I was forced by Duan Chenglu into pledging the oath of consorts with him. What, but? Although it's said that the fates of a dragon and its consort are intertwined, I'm nevertheless not on equal standings with Duan Chenglu. That vile bastard who only knows how to take advantage of others. He only sees Yao as some sort of tool for him to be promoted. I hate myself for not being able to do a single thing about it. I had even nearly gotten you involved in my Brother Ping. Those things are already in the past. What's most important is the present. Why did things turn out this way? I had always thought that dragons and their consorts would always be on good terms with each other. The dragons and their consorts that I've seen back in the kingdom of Ba would always have a good relationship with one another. Such situations are common with the dragon generals in the kingdom of Mao. While the masses may treat us with utmost respect, seeing us as the girls chosen by the dragon god. From the perspectives of the nobles, however, that certainly isn't the case. The large majority of dragons in the kingdom of Mao are born commoners. The Dragon Bureau. When signs of their dragonic awakening appear, they will be sent to the Dragon Bureau to wait for a dragon consort to pledge the oath of consorts with them. Furthermore, the dragon consorts of the kingdom of Mao must be that of royal or noble descent. The order in which they select their dragons would also depend on their family background and standing within the palace. Not only that, but as the dragon gets stronger, its dragon consort would also have more control over them. Social classes. Commoners and nobles. Control. Ever since pledging the oath of consorts with Xianxia, I've never even considered such problems. Nor was I even aware of the large gap between the two of us. Lady Long, welcome back. The princess had specially told us to leave the gate open for you. Alright, thank you. We trusted and relied on each other as if it was only natural for us to do so. I've only ever thought about getting stronger quickly. However, Yao, you should hurry up and ascend. As long as you ascend to the stage of the primordial dragon, you'll be able to devour Duan Chenglu. Eat him, what do you mean? Didn't you know? For an archdragon to ascend to the stage of the primordial dragon, one would need to eat her dragon consort. One day, I will become a primordial dragon and avenge Queen Juya and all the deceased. How naive. Do you even know what it takes to become a primordial? Xianxia has never told me anything regarding the matter of eating one's dragon consort. What is he thinking? No, I ought to ask him and clear things up. Tales of the Dragon Consort. To be continued. Prince Su, since you came from the kingdom of Ba, have you seen Queen Juya before? Is she truly what the rumors describe her to be, someone who is deeply loved and respected by her people? That's the voice of the princess. It's already so late at night, yet she's still chatting with Xianxia. They seem to have mentioned something about Queen Juya. I've only ever seen the Queen of Ba once, although it may have been from a far distance away. The queen is valorous and she loved her people as if they were her children, thus, I admire her deeply. It's just a pity that the kingdom of Ba was not only the smallest amongst the 10 kingdoms, but it was also the sole kingdom being ruled by a succession of queens. To be able to continue their rule to this day despite their lands being coveted by the other kingdoms must surely be linked to the succession of queens from the Zhou family. Indeed, since ancient times, the Zhou family had always advocated for the idea of mutuality and universal love throughout their rule. This was especially the case for Queen Zhu Li, the 7th queen of the kingdom of Ba, for she had innovated the old systems, constructed the mining sites, ruled with the stick and carrot. Female administrations do indeed bring about its own unique advantages such as meticulousness. Their conversation is far too profound, I'm unable to understand a single thing they're talking about. Oh well, I shall look for Qianni after they finish their conversation. Prince Su, not only do you possess extensive knowledge, but many of your political views are similar to mine. It certainly makes me regret not having met you earlier. I truly hope to be partnered with a like-minded person like you. However, my father seems to intend to betroth me to General Gue Tianzhao. Gue Tianzhao is definitely not good enough for the princess. It would be great if Qianni could think of a way to help her. As the chief dragon general of the kingdom of Mao, Gue Tianzhao possesses a bright future ahead of him. The king of Mao must take in many things into consideration for him to have set up such arrangements. It is extremely difficult for a dragon general to ascend. Prince Su must be more familiar with such matters than me. Gue Tianzhao has been cultivating diligently for 10 whole years, yet he is unable to ascend past the stage of the serpentine dragon. Furthermore, Gue Tianzhao treats Xiao Zhu in an extremely vile manner, which says a lot about his character. You've witnessed our conflict with one another today, I'm afraid that in the future he will. Yes. Each dragon and its consort will naturally have different ways of interacting with one another. As for me, I believe in mutual respect. Yes, Qianni does indeed act in such a way. Perhaps the reason why he didn't tell me about that matter regarding one's ascension into a primordial dragon was that he didn't want to shatter my dream. By running over here to question him in such a haste, it seems that I may have been making too big of a fuss over such minor issues. I should probably take my leave first. I too agree with the prince's words. Such open discussions make me feel a deep familiarity towards Prince Su. In my humble opinion, based on today's circumstances, why don't Prince Su remain in the kingdom of Mao? With my father's support along with mine, your abilities will be fully developed and you'll definitely be able to achieve great deeds. You're flattering me. I understand you have your own misgivings. Ever since the Great Zhou dynasty experienced the Dragon Rebellion, a decree had been passed that prevents dragon consorts from inheriting the throne. However, the taboo certainly doesn't apply for the position of kings. What is Sister Princess trying to do here? Is Prince Su willing? Who's there? And this is Long Mian's doing. Long Mian, come out. He, Qianni, how did you know it was me? It really is you. Quickly apologize to the princess. I thought the princess wanted to bite your ear, so I only wanted to scare her a bit. Long Mian, stop with the nonsense. Ah. Even the princess didn't blame me, so why are you being so fierce? When he held me back from going against Gue Tianzhao, I was only a little mad. However, why does it feel this painful when he chided me cause of the princess? That's right, Lady Long didn't have any evil intentions, nor did I get hurt. How could I blame her over such a small matter? It's already late into the night, I'll be taking my leave now. Prince Su, Lady Long, please get some rest early. Princess, I heard a scream. It's fine now. I'll be seeing the princess off. Look at yourself. Such a rude and impetuous temperament, always causing trouble for others. Ah, you clearly said how I was. Brave and tenacious. They were only polite remarks that I said to encourage you to keep practicing and working hard, yet you actually took it seriously. No matter what you say. I was having a serious discussion with the princess just now. Not only were you eavesdropping on our conversation, but you even used your techniques to tease the princess. That's far too discourteous of you. Furthermore, regardless of the king's old age, it's extremely probable for the princess to inherit the throne as the queen. Disregarding the fact that we're currently living in a foreign royal palace, we still ought to treat her courteously since she took great care of us. Yes. By the way, when you bump into General Gui from today onwards, try to tone down that bad temper of yours. He is an important figure in the kingdom of Mao and has amassed a great amount of power and authority, so much so that even the princess would have to yield to him to a certain degree. What, Gui Tianzhao? He had long since aroused the fury of the masses. The peacekeepers will definitely overthrow him. The peacekeepers. The rebel party in the kingdom of Mao. How did you know about them? I happened to come across them this afternoon. I've also heard about this rebel party. They escaped from the compulsory labor service, turned into a group of bandits. They will never be able to achieve anything major. By resorting to such rash actions, I'm afraid they could sway the livelihoods of the citizens and sow chaos within the kingdom. You are too innocent and doesn't know when someone might be using you. Avoid coming into contact with them from today onwards. They're simply a group of unfortunate individuals who were placed in a tight spot. Their leader, Ji Ping, is a virtuous and upright person. They will never be the same as the likes of you nobles and aristocrats, who aren't the least bit concerned about the miserable conditions of the commoners. Long Mian, listen. It's none of your business. I will definitely help them. Long Mian. The dragon revolves around the consort. Thou shalt adhere to my command. Long Mian, stop. What's going on? I can't move. It feels as if the blood within my body has been frozen. My body won't budge. This strange sense of powerlessness. Although it's said that the fates of a dragon and its consort are intertwined, our standings are not equal. Depending on the stage of the dragon, its dragon consort would also have more control over them. Don't tell me this is the absolute control that a dragon consort possesses over his dragon. Oh no. I acted too rashly. Release. Long Mian. I initially thought we're different from the others. Though I may be a commoner while you're a prince. Though I may not understand what you're thinking while you disapprove of my ways of doing things. We would nevertheless trust and rely on each other. I never expected you to also treat me in such a manner. Long Mian. I'm sorry, I was being far too impulsive just now. I shouldn't have used the Dragon Seal incantation on you. What's the Dragon Seal incantation? It's a type of spell used by a dragon consort to restrict the movements of his dragon. The activation of the spell consumes an enormous amount of dragon mana from the dragon consort. I have always believed that both parties involved in the oath consorts should have mutual respect for each other. This secret technique should never have existed in the first place, so I've never told you about it. This time, I was just worried that you'll get yourself involved in something dangerous. What do you mean by worried about me? It's because you're really naive. By recklessly getting into contact with the rebel party, you may be easily manipulated by others. Long Mian. We got to know each other through a calamity. Only managing to stay alive by assisting each other. However, the path towards the imperial throne is treacherous. It already pains me to have dragged you into this cruel dispute. Thus, I'm extremely grateful for all the help you've given me. And I hope to spare no effort into protecting you. Shinny is still not willing to tell me the truth. Although he's certainly not lying to me, he's not willing to tell me. Alright, we'll leave it at this today. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Long Mian. She is much too reliant, like a fledgling, too sensitive and weak. I understand that you are able to put your absolute trust in me. However, if you want me to not hold anything back from you. I'm sorry, but I'm still unable to do so. A few days later, late in the morning, Jade Pavilion. Long Mian, it's already been so many days, yet you're still sulking. Apart from training, you've been avoiding me the entire time. Today's the day the King of Mao invited us to attend the dinner banquet. Have you prepared yourself? I'm changing my clothes. Yes, you should wear the set of clothes that the princess prepared for you. The dress is a bit too long, I'm not quite used to it. It looks pretty nice. Ah, it's getting really late, let's hurry up and go. There'll be many occasions in the future when you'll have to dress formally, you should get used to wearing a long dress. I'm not going anymore. Hey, why are you throwing a tantrum again? I'm not. Oh well. In that case, just stay here and keep practicing the core dragon ascension technique, don't wander around. Try to master the second level of the core technique, the tempering slash, as quickly as possible. Okay. Oomph, Jenny is such a big idiot. To actually be this easily fooled by me, yet he still dares to look down on me. I too, am quite the scheming person. I would definitely not want to attend a boring banquet at such a good time. Furthermore, tempering slash. I have long since mastered it. I want to do something more interesting. This should be the Dragon Spring Halls, the residence of the Dragon Generals and the Kingdom of Mao, right? I heard that Sister Inyao was given some time off today. I shall invite her over to Zuji Alley together. Eh? Stop insisting on doing so, you will not be able to achieve anything. We should already be content with our current circumstances. With your status as a Dragon General, at the very least, you won't have to worry about your basic necessities anymore. Moreover, you've already done everything you could, there really aren't any other alternatives. Just give it up. Yes. Sister Inyao. What are you guys talking about giving up on? Lady Long. She's an honored guest of the king and princess, right? Lady Long, greetings. Nice to meet all of you. Sister Inyao. It's really nothing too serious. We were just talking about giving up on Brother Ping's and my engagement. What? Why? Didn't you say how you'll be inviting me to your wedding banquet a few days ago? And how that was also the final request of Ji Ping's late mother? That's right. That was the one thing she was most concerned about when she was at death's door. When I was 7 years old, my entire hometown was struck with a disastrous flood, resulting in the death of my parents. I fled away all alone to the village where the Ji family resided in. It was Brother Ping's family who graciously took me in and raised me into who I am today. Both Mom and Dad treated me as if I was their own daughter. Although we lived a poor and simple life, they would make sure to never let me feel hungry or cold. Having grown up as childhood friends together, Brother Ping and I developed feelings for each other. Mom had always hoped for the two of us to one day get married when we grow up. However, we might never be able to get married. Don't tell me that this is my fate. Why did things turn out this way? It's all because Duan Chenglu wouldn't approve of Inyao's marriage. Lady Long, we've only just barely persuaded Sister Inyao to give up on this unrealistic dream of hers, so stop questioning her about it. Sister Inyao had gone through a lot just to establish herself in the Dragon Bureau and rise up to the position of the right-hand Dragon Lieutenant. She can't simply disobey the orders of her own dragon consort for a mere commoner. Although her dragon consort isn't any good. That's right, the matter may further escalate towards if General Gue gets involved and starts investigating. Even if I refuse to accept my fate, what can I even do? All the marriages of the dragon generals in the Kingdom of Mao must be approved by General Gue anyways. Duan Chenglu has no intentions of notifying General Gue regarding the matters of my marriage. Furthermore, with my current status, I doubt General Gue would even bother to see me. Duan Chenglu wouldn't approve accepting one's fate. If I had accepted my fate, on that day when the Kingdom of Ba was destroyed, I would have long since died. Sister Inyao, if you and Ji Ping really do accept your fates, then the peacekeepers would never have existed in the first place. Listen to me, you ought to trust yourself more than fate itself. We'll just have to ask Gue Tianzhao for permission, right? Let's go, I'll go with you. At noon, the royal palace of Mao Clear auspicious pavilion. The construction of the sacred war is almost complete and I'll be welcoming a son into the family. This is truly a cause for celebration. Today, everyone shall drink to their heart's content and enjoy themselves thoroughly, recall fondly the blessings of the dragon god. Pray for the prosperity of the great Zhou dynasty, for the safety and burgeoning of the kingdom of Mao. Many thanks to the King of Mao for presenting us with such magnificent hospitality. Such joyous celebrations and peaceful festivities are certainly better to be experienced in person than to be heard from the words of others. It's just that I've recently been hearing news about a group rebels, who claim to be the peacekeepers, causing trouble within the city. The King of Mao should probably keep a lookout. With the nearing completion of the sacred war of the primordial dragon, it would not be ideal for there to be any trouble on the day of the blessing ceremony. Inspector, you can certainly be rest assured. The kingdom of Mao has raised the most dragon generals amongst all the kingdoms. We have no reason to fear these mere bandits. Come, drink, drink. The king of Mao is mighty and the nation is prosperous. According to the written accounts, during the rule of the former king of Mao, Mao Hengdong, he merged the government and army of the nation, reduced the taxes, and increased the kingdom's population, establishing the foundation of the kingdom of Mao which lead to its prosperity. If the king were to follow the actions and customs of his predecessors, decrease the taxes for the masses and rule with both kindness and austerity, it will inevitably lead to the prosperity of the country and peace amongst its citizens, flourishing incessantly. Such clever and wonderful words. Prince Su does indeed possess extensive scholarly knowledge. Prince Su, I've learned a lot from listening to what you said. I respect you for such. You flatter me. Seeing your congenial personalities, I am really pleased. Does you have any plans for marriage? What do you think of Pianran? The princess is beautiful and dignified, brilliant and outstanding. Though both my parents have already passed, my elder brother is still well and alive. Marriage is a big deal, and I still require the permission of my eldest brother. The princess is such an outstanding person, yet you intentionally evade the question. How rude of you. What do you even mean by needing the permission of your elder brother? That's but a mere excuse. The king even invited both you and your dragon to attend the banquet together, yet you ended up coming by yourself. Are you purposely being irreverent to the king, or are you just unable to control your dragon? Oh, this is gonna be very interesting. Although I do want to see Su Qianni being pushed into a corner, but I'm not very fond of that arrogant bastard either. Long Mian is ill today. I had already expressed my regrets to the king. Yes, that's right. Besides, I see my elder brother as a father and dragon consort as a companion. From the sounds of General's words, you seem to be discontent with such principal ethics and refuse to comply with the teachings of the dragon god. Umph, you certainly do have quite the sharp tongue. Who's sneaking around? You better come out. Oh. Long Mian. Long Mian, how bold of you. Not only did you lie about falling sick and shirked off the king's invitation, but you also hid yourself in the pond and eavesdropped on us. Just what exactly do you intend on doing? What are you plotting on? Speak. General, I, the left-hand dragon lieutenant, and Yao, have something to report to you. I would absolutely not dare to interrupt the dinner banquet. Everything was really an accident. I'll accept all punishments. Lady Long is an honored guest of my king. She was only dragged into this situation by me. Thus, I hope the general will be magnanimous enough to forgive her. Sister in Yao. I was indeed feeling unwell this morning. However, I had no intentions of betraying the king's kindness either. Therefore, I rushed over as soon as I felt better. She's able to speak her way around her problems now. She's making progress. However, the guards standing at the main entrance told us that the banquet had already started and wouldn't let us in no matter what. Seeing the clear auspicious pavilion is surrounded by water, I had no choice but to infiltrate the place through the water system. Since Sister Inyao just so happened to be looking for Jiralgue, I decided to bring her in with me. We had originally intended to find a place to sneak out of the water quietly, but who knew we would be discovered before then? This matter was entirely my fault, and Sister Inyao had nothing to do with it. Oomph, you still want to argue? Lady Long thereupon accepted the invitation and came here. While her method of entrance may be unique, it nevertheless did no harm. General Gue, you do not need to investigate any further, please take a seat. Yes, sir. Release. That's great, we managed to avoid any trouble this time. Alright, Lieutenant N. What urgent matter brought you here to find General Gue? Feel free to speak your mind. This. The King of Mao is reasonable, forgiving and intelligent, so he will definitely uphold justice. Furthermore, he treats Qianni with respect. Perhaps it will be better for me to be the one to voice out the matter. O brilliant King of Mao, Sister Inyao wishes to marry her childhood sweetheart, yet Duan Chenglu would repeatedly prevent her from doing so and refuses to report it to his superiors. Thus, she had no choice but to look for General Gue in person. I hope the King of Mao will help Sister Inyao out. Oh, there's actually such a matter. General Gue, what do you think? In the entire history of the Kingdom of Mao, it is common for dragon consorts to take female commoners as their wives. On the other hand, there hadn't been a single case where dragons would marry someone other than their dragon consorts. In fact, even if the dragons don't end up marrying anyone throughout their entire lifetime, their dragon consorts would treat them properly nonetheless. Thus, I believe that this marriage would be inappropriate. Yes. King of Mao, I've done some research on the history of dragon consorts of the various kingdoms. According to the records of Zhou, a famous dragon general from the kingdom of Rong, Han Yan, ended up marrying a famous doctor. The two of them would continue doing good works throughout their entire lifetime, which ended up becoming a great legacy. This story shows that dragons don't necessarily have to marry their dragon consorts. Father, what Prince Su said is true. According to my knowledge and understanding of Lieutenant N, her marriage was desired by her parents. She and her fiancé seems also to be a lovely couple. Although there weren't any past cases in the Kingdom of Mao, it isn't unreasonable for the king to be generous and establish such a precedent. Yes, it seems to make sense. That's great, this looks promising. My king. Then, what do the other senior ministers think about this matter? While such precedents do exist in other kingdoms, from my perspective, if the man that Lieutenant N marries ends up being someone higher ranked than her dragon consort, I'm afraid it would cause problems within the palace ranks. That will not be a problem, for he is a commoner. That's even more inappropriate. Lieutenant N, as a chosen individual of the dragon god, you possess such a respectable status, so how could you possibly marry a mere peasant of a lower status? Her husband can't have too low or too high a status. Just what exactly do you demand of her? King of Mao, while Lieutenant N may be a dragon, she had originally been born as a commoner. Thus, her case of getting married to another commoner shouldn't be considered as marrying someone of a lower standing. Moreover, that's enough. When the dragon gods selected their envoys, they certainly did not disparage between the social rankings of the nobles and commoners. How could you determine the fate of a dragon on the basis of one's origin and social status? Even Qianni approves of such outrageous views. How extremely frustrating. I'm only trying to help you. How could you undermine the plans of your own ally? Long Mian, how preposterous of you, you're simply courting death by speaking in such a rude manner. Enough, everyone may leave now. I'm tired, let's continue this discussion some other time. I'm getting a headache from all this shouting. My king. How interesting. The people of Mao fears yet scorns the existence of dragons. What twisted views. This is far too amusing. Young lady, although you may be a criminal of the empire, I certainly do admire you. To actually be brave enough to speak out for justice on the behalf of your friend, to spit out the truth with such valor and persistence. You certainly are smart and courageous. Furthermore, I'm so happy to be able to witness a certain someone yield their own stance. Why don't you allow me to speak of some words of justice? King of Mao, according to the right and rules of the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers, as long as they don't violate the common principles and ethics, dragons may decide who to marry, and no one will be allowed to meddle in their affairs whatsoever. Thus, regarding the marriage of this right-hand dragon lieutenant, why don't the king just allow it to happen? The inspector's words does sound reasonable, and I agree to it. General Gue, pass the order down to Duan Shenlu, tell him that he isn't allowed to meddle with Dragon and Yao's marriage. Yes, my king. The king is wise. That's great, many thanks to the king of Mao. Thank you, my king. Long live the king. In the afternoon on the same day Yingchun Zuji Alley. Making the bed and laying the beddings, to be blessed with countless descendants. Blessed with good fortune, forever auspicious. The beautiful world of the Jin household, the merging of two stars within the Milky Way. The customs for marriage in the kingdom of Mao sure is interesting. This is known as blessing the bed, to cast good fortune onto the bed of the married couple. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you for helping me achieve my dream. We really had no choice but to persuade Yao into giving up last time. Who would be willing to give up if they can achieve what they desired? I understand, with everything solved now, you don't have to bring it up anymore. Yes, to be able to attend Yao's wedding banquet, all of us are certainly happy for her from the bottom of our hearts. With the spark of the firecrackers, everyone will get wedding sweets. The bride and groom have both arrived. The groom takes the hand of the bride, the bloom illuminates the bridal room. Quick, let's go attend the ceremony. The ideal couple turns into a happy married couple, forging a deeper bond between the pair. The newlywed brings about a new form of happiness and atmosphere. Blessed with the joy for years to come. Sister and Yao looks so beautiful today. Lady Long. You will forever have our gratitudes. Not only have you saved our lives, but you had also turned our dream into reality. Please, be the distinguished guest of our marriage ceremony. Ah, there is no need to be so polite, we're all friends here. That's right, we're friends. So, please accept this gift of ours. I did nothing, so how could possibly I accept this gift of yours? Lady Long, please accept it. These are actually the passion flower cakes handmade by Brother Ping and I. According to the customs in the kingdom of Mao, to receive the passion flower cakes handmade by newly married couples means to receive their most beautiful and sincere blessings. We wish for you to also find your significant other. Ah, so that's what it means. I will carefully savor every single one. I too wish for you to be together and deeply love each other forever. Thank you. Yao and I, as childhood sweethearts, will accept each other in marriage according to the will of our parents. With all the twists and turns revolving around this marriage, we had to arrange things in quite a hurry. At this moment, we only have 4 bare walls as our home, and it certainly wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that we're so poor that we couldn't even afford a single thing. But thanks to the assistance of our fellow neighbors, the two of us are able to fulfill our dreams. I, Ji Ping, can't thank all of you enough. And Yao is such a fine young lady, she had never forgotten about us even after transforming into a dragon. Ji Ping, you better take good care of her from today onwards. Having just persuaded the king to allow the marriage, she immediately came back and invited all of us to attend her wedding. You lucky brat. She was definitely in a hurry to marry you. Knowing how the two of you had no time for preparation, the entire neighborhood thus gathered up everything we could find to get you some necessities, so you better not be disappointed. How could we possibly, thank you, Auntie Wang? Why are you being so polite with me? I have seen the two of you grow up and had long since been expecting this moment to come. That's right, you're both good kids. The auspicious hour has arrived, onwards with the wedding ceremony. That's great, Sister and Yao and Brother Ji Ping have finally achieved their dreams. The two lovers have finally taken each other as husband and wife. Firstly, pray to the dragon god overlooking the heaven and earth. Secondly, pray towards our forefathers and ancestors. The husband and wife bow towards each other. Brother Ping. Ah Yao. This is the 5-colored stone ornament passed down through the generations of my family, which I had personally engraved our names onto. This ornament exists as proof of our marriage sealed upon this day, of our eternal connection as a family. The red thread of fate has been knotted, we will live a happy life together forever. Yes. End of ceremony. Although there wasn't any exquisite clothing and the ceremony was simple. This was certainly the most sincere and touching wedding ceremony I've ever seen. To serve as one of their witnesses is truly a blessing. At night, the royal palace of Mao Jade Pavilion. Here, this is for you. What is this? Passion flower cake. Although the words you uttered during the banquet wasn't very pleasant to hear, you had nevertheless played a part in helping Yao get permission for her marriage. So, I will give you one of the wedding cakes gifted to me by Yao and Ji Ping. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been willing to do so. Ji Ping. The Peacekeepers. Yao also has connections with the Peacekeepers. Ah, what are you talking about? I didn't say a single thing. So I'm right. The name of the group is far too obvious. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have helped you. You were trying to pry information out of me. So what about the Peacekeepers? Why can't we help them? The Peacekeepers are currently causing great anxiety and disturbance within the city of Yingchun. Further aggravating the conflict will only result in an irredeemable situation. Furthermore, there are currently people working hard advising the King of Mao about this matter. For example, the princess and a few other officials are constantly advocating for a gentler treatment of the commoners. I too am thinking of a way. As long as they endure for a bit longer. Endure. They have to endure not having enough to fill their stomachs, to endure having their arms and legs broken. To even endure having their entire life in ruins. The king may be generous and amiable, yet he's allowing Gue Tianzhao to do whatever he wants disregarding ethics and morals. If the advice of the officials really was useful, how could Gue Tianzhao still be left unbridled? That's why, only through rebelling can they find the opportunity to keep on living. Have you ever thought about the numerous dragon generals the kingdom of Mao has? The commoners simply don't have any chances of opposing them. If they rebel, they will only end up in a worse situation. However, a large number of dragons are born as commoners. Sister and Yao and the others have all stated how they would stand on the sides of the peacekeepers. That would only result in the division between the dragons and the dragon consorts. If you knew about the truth about the Dragon Bureau, you'd definitely understand. Their division has been inevitable in the first place. Continuing the argument like this will simply lead us nowhere. Long Mian, calm down for a moment. Believe in me, okay? You're not accustomed to the undercurrents of the royal family, nor do you understand the struggle for power and authority within the kingdom. So, please continue to have confidence in my judgment. I promise to settle this matter with a good conclusion. Trust in your judgment. Yes, just like in the past. Jenny's sincere tone and upright gaze is just like that of the past. I know. Long Mian. You've repeatedly asked me to believe in you. When, in fact, you're the one who has never put your confidence in me ever since the beginning. We have already come to an agreement that I would help you inherit the throne while you would help me become a primordial dragon. Yet, you've always hidden from me the fact that a dragon would need to eat its consort in order to become a primordial dragon. And now, you're even repeatedly preventing me from helping the peacekeepers to rebel against the tyrannical rule. How ridiculous of me to have only realized this just now. That the completely obedient kind of dragon was the one you sought after the whole time? So, it turns out that this entire time, you've only been deceiving and taking advantage of me. You've been deceiving and taking advantage of me. Long Mian, never have I ever thought to take advantage of you. Let alone hurt you whatsoever. Then, you. As for the matter regarding one's ascension to the stage of the primordial dragon, I indeed do not wish to be eaten by you, but I've also never intended to hide it from you forever. I just didn't think it was necessary to tell you at such an early time. I thought that we could avoid any sort of misunderstanding by doing so, but it appears that I may have overreached myself. I apologize. Those were all lies. I will never believe you ever again. You. Long Mian, do you understand what you're? Prince Su. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. Is something the matter? The princess has important matters to discuss with you, so could Prince Su please follow me over for a while? Alright, please wait a moment. Perhaps it would be a good idea to use this opportunity to part and cool down for a bit. Long Mian, I'll be away for a while. Since we're currently in a rather difficult situation, you need to remain calm. I'm extremely calm, as long as you promise to keep Ji Ping's secret. I will. Important matters to discuss with the princess. That's right, she's actually the one who lives in the same world as you. As for me, I will prove that I'm the one who's in the right. At night Yingchun eastern part of the city. It's on fire. Someone, help. This is the place where they detain the laborers. Where did the guards go? Look over there. Who's that? Brothers, charge. Kill them. It's the rebels, catch all of them. Kill all those who resist. Brothers, charge forth. Late at night the royal palace of Mao the princess study room. Prince Su, I've called you over so late at night to discuss some important matters. Take a look at this map. On the day we met each other, I have been investigating this matter. I've finally managed to make some progress today. Yes. I have also suspected. Princess, a large fire has erupted at the eastern gate of Yingchun. What? The place where the laborers are detained has been set aflame by the rebel party. They're even engaging in combat with our soldiers. His Majesty has already sent someone to inform General Gue. In the evening today, the workers at the site of the sacred were instigating trouble. General Gue had to bring all the dragon generals available to deal with the situation. For the rebel party to show up as soon as an opening appears within the city is far too great of a coincidence. This is definitely not a coincidence. The situation isn't looking too good. I hope it's not what I think it is. Only through rebelling can they find the opportunity to keep on living. Prince Su, the dragon generals should be able to reach there soon. Let's head over to the pagoda within the royal palace now. We'll be able to see the situation in the city from there. All right. Who? Lady Long. Ji Ping. I heard you guys have already started the rebellion. Lady Long, come in. Okay. Fellow brothers. The place where they detain the other laborers is now under our control. We have already rescued all our brothers locked up within. In the evening today, we've made arrangements for our fellow brothers to instigate chaos at the Sacred Weir and have successfully drawn the attention of all the dragon generals over there. Now, listen up. Wang will lead a squad to quickly infiltrate and take control of the armory. This mission has to be completed within 30 minutes. Yao and Zhang will then lay ambushes in these few locations in order to prevent the soldiers from grouping up. Meanwhile, Yao and the other dragons will be trying their best to delay the dragon generals' return to the city. The moment Gue Tianzhao falls into our trap, it will be the endgame. The endgame. Take Gue Tianzhao down. We will prevail. Are all the dragon generals not in the city? With the city defenses crippled, the peacekeepers are in high spirits, for this plan to be arranged in such a meticulous way. All my fellow brothers from the village of Yao, follow my lead. Set forth. It surely must not have been put together at the very last minute, it's just that. Lady Long, why did you come here? Ji Ping. I happened to notice the flames soaring into the sky when I walked out of the palace. I was worried. Wasn't tonight supposed to be the night of your marriage with Sister Inyao? Why did you suddenly instigate the rebellion? The peasants living within the Zuji Alley are all working as coolies in the city of Ingchun and thus were not drafted into the labor force. But nowadays, even the peasants living in Zuji Alley would be drafted by force into the labor group. Not long after you left today, soldiers from the compulsory labor service suddenly charged in and forcefully took a large number of people away, including the women, the children, and the elderlies. In an attempt to save everyone, Si revealed his identity in a moment of desperation. At that point, our fellow brothers gathered together furiously and decided to spark an uprising. What? Don't worry, the neighborhood is all right. Those soldiers have also been dealt with. There's no need to wait for another day. For this one day, we have already spent much time in preparation. Since we've already been pushed into a corner with a slim chance of survival, it would be better to risk our lives and put all our efforts into this one fight for a chance to live tomorrow. Kill them. Charge. Hold them off. Split into groups of 3 and cover each other. Keep up the formation, end the battle quickly. My fellow brothers, charge forth with me. Take control of the armory in one go. Charge. Having attempted to take down the armory for a long time but to no avail, Ji Ping has personally took lead in an assault. Since one can easily get injured in battle, I will have to look out for Ji Ping. It's just that Xianxia is still in the palace, so I can't cause trouble for him by exposing my identity. My only choice is to keep watch in the darkness. However, not only does Ji Ping have a high level of martial art, but he is also courageous and artful. It seems that I won't have to worry too much. Ji Ping is clearly 10,000 times better than Duanshenglu. If Ji Ping were to become Sister Inyao's dragon consort, wouldn't that be great? Something's wrong. I had done an extensive scouting beforehand. But the number of troops guarding the armory tonight seems to have risen by 1/3 of the usual amount. This mission is crucial to the next step of our plan, so if we aren't able to take control of the armory, I'm afraid. Boss, we have bad news. Yao has fallen back here with his men. What? Third brother, didn't I order you to lay an ambush in order to prevent the soldiers from gathering up? Why have you fallen back? Boss, there are just too many soldiers gathering up towards here. We simply aren't able to block them. Fourth brother is all ready. I was just barely able to lead our remaining brothers back here. Boss, the soldiers have surrounded us from the back. What should we do? It seems that we have received false intelligence. Don't panic, carry out the backup plan. Ah, Yao. Phew, thank goodness I managed to rush back in time. Everything's fine as long as Brother Ping doesn't get injured. And Yao, hurry up and capture all those rebels. Although our soldiers alone are enough to deal with these peasants, capturing the leader of the rebels alive is definitely a huge accomplishment. Yes. Brother Ping, what should we do? I was worried about the situation here and originally intended to rush over by myself, yet Duanshenglu managed to catch up. And Yao, don't worry. My fellow brothers, the other dragon general should be returning soon. Hurry up and break through the soldiers' encirclement. Yes, sir. Why did Sister Inyao come back so quickly from the sacred weir? Since she won't be able to openly defy Duanshenglu's commands, I should secretly parry her techniques. The dragon general has come to help us. Charge, kill all those rebels. Kill them. Fellow brothers, charge through. Sister Inyao is so smart. Making it look as if she's using her vines to restrict the peacekeepers when she's actually assisting them in dodging fatal attacks. And Yao, what are you doing? I order you to. Don't move. It's you. What are you thinking of doing? You bloody rebel, quickly let go of the lieutenant. Left-hand dragon lieutenant. Order the soldiers to retreat and let my men go. Boss. Ji Ping, you wouldn't dare to kill me. If I die, and Yao will also die. General Gue will be arriving soon. And Yao, you surely wouldn't wish for General Gue to find out that your newly wedded Huzaband is actually the leader of the rebels. Why don't you listen to me? Oomph. Don't even think about playing any tricks, otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Hurry up and do as I say. You. Let them go, stand back. Boss. Don't worry, you guys go on ahead. Execute the backup plan. Opportunity. For the dragon heeds the will of the consort, thou shalt adhere to my command. And Yao, constrict. Ah Yao. Oh, no. It's the dragon seal incantation. Duan Chenglu, shut your mouth now. My life-saving talisman, Pyroblast Guard, has been activated. Pyroblast Guard, a rare dragon artifact created using the scales of a fire element archdragon, capable of causing astonishingly large explosion. Furthermore, it instantly depletes the dragon mana of the dragon or dragon consort struck by it. Blowing out an accomplice of the rebels, it was worth it. Lady Long, by handing you in to General Gue, I'll at least be able to rise up 3 whole ranks this time. I really do thank you for this. To think Duan Chenglu would possess such a powerful talisman. Damn it, I'm so severely injured that I'm unable to get up. My dragon mana seems to have also been drained out of my body in an instant. As for you, a mere peasant and a bandit, you actually dared to hold me hostage. Oomph. Ji Ping. And Yao, adhere to my commands. Kill Ji Ping. This is bad. Ji Ping is severely injured and has lost consciousness. My dragon mana seems to have been drained completely, now I can't even get up. And with Sister and Yao under the influence of the dragon seal incantation, what should I do now? And Yao, heed to my commands, kill Ji Ping. Kill Brother Ping. No, absolutely not. You filthy, stupid woman. Hurry up. Ah. I may be a weak person who came from a poor, humble family. However, I am not a puppet to be manipulated in yours hands. I have my soul, dignity, conviction, and love. I will definitely not be manipulated by you. And Yao, have you gone mad? You actually dare to turn against me? In that case, have a taste of the highest level of the dragon seal incantation. Ah, the dragon generals lost their minds. Help me. Ah. Ah Yao. If Sister and Yao continues to resist the dragon seal incantation, she will eventually die from exhaustion. I have exhausted the last bit of dragon mana remaining. What should I do? Long Mian, hurry up and think of a plan. I must save them. Someone come and save them. Brother Ping. Ah Yao, don't be foolish. My injuries are too severe, there's no way I can survive. Kill me. No. No. Brother Ping. Ha. Damn it. And Yao, I had long since cultivated the highest level of the dragon seal incantation. It is impossible for you to break free. The more you struggle and resist, the stronger the dragon seal incantation will become. This is precisely the absolute control that a dragon consort has over his dragon. And Yao, just do it. All the soldiers who witnessed the event had all been killed by you. If you kill Ji Ping before General Gue shows up, no one will ever find out that your husband was actually the head of the rebels. I will also promise to keep your secret, assuring your safety. And Yao, just do it. I'm willing to die by your hands. I understand. I will listen. Brother Ping, you once said, if there was a beloved pair of eyes, willing to cry for you, It will be worth it for this reason alone, to sacrifice all of one's life. That's right, and Yao. Come. Yes. Brother Ping, you were right. It really was worth it, ha? Woo. Ah. Brother Ping. Brother Ping, promise me. Live well. Woo. Ah Yao. Ah Yao, no. Sister in Yao. You're healing us with your dragon mana. You will die. Cough. How could you? Ah Yao, ah Yao. Ah Yao, no. No. You can't do this to me. Yao. Sister in Yao. Ah Yao. Sister in Yao. Ah Yao, wait for me. Brother Ping shall come and stay by your side. Ji Ping, stop. How did things turn out like this? The two of them had just gotten married this afternoon. But not even half a day later. They are separated by life and death. Why did things turn out this way? What should I do? That's right, I must not allow Ji Ping to die. I'll have to at the very least fulfill Sister in Yao's last wishes. I have to. Someone's approaching. Let's hide ourselves first. To think that those rebels could cause such a disaster, it seems I may have underestimated them. General, things were as you anticipated them to be. This group of rebels had indeed been forced by your tactic to show their hands earlier than they planned, leading to their futile attempt at seizing the armory while we have long since strengthened the security in the area. The troops you secretly deployed within Yingchun had also acted accordingly to force the rebels into your trap and surrounded them. What, this entire situation had been set up by Gue Tianzhao all along. He actually had the peacekeepers' actions entirely under control. However, according to my basic investigation, our soldiers had been wiped out completely. On the other hand, there almost wasn't a single trace of the rebels. Something is definitely wrong. There's no need for further investigations. I can already tell with a single glance that this was entirely in Yao's masterpiece. Duan Chenglu, you worthless piece trash. I intentionally let him arrive first, yet not only did he fail to control his own dragon, but he even ended up losing his life. What an idiot. This is Duan Chenglu. Sir, you are trying to say that En Yao was also part of the rebellion. Duan Chenglu is dead. Then, En Yao. He knows everything. Sister En Yao's death was also part of his plan. Gue, Tian, Zhao. I will definitely make you pay with your life. Oh. It seems that there is still a powerless rat hidden. Oof. Who? How dangerous, he nearly discovered us. Who? I never expected Gue Tianzhao to come up with such a treacherous plan. As for me, I can only run. Damn it. Since they have already escaped. Let's go and deal with internal affairs. I will give you guys one last chance. Go after the fleeing rebels and eliminate all of them. If you do so, I will no longer investigate the filthy matters regarding your previous association with the rebels any further. You had already known. What? You had also been part of the rebellion. That's enough, you group of foolish dragon consorts, stop spouting nonsense. I purposely delayed our return in order to expose the true nature of these traitors. Now, make your decision. Even En Yao, who had always been gentle, laid down her life in order to fight. How could we continue to live on cowardly? Kill him. You've gone crazy. Bind. Come back here. General, we've already gotten them under control. We. 3rd Squadron, stand guard at this alley. Arrest anyone approaching this area. Yes, sir. The rest of you will follow me and search in this direction. Don't let anyone suspicious slip away. We would rather arrest someone by mistake than to let the culprit slip away. Yes, sir. The soldiers are now arresting the peacekeepers all around the city. I can only keep running, damn it. I thought even when we were trudging through a path of thorns, that we were still walking down the right path. The situation appears to be more serious than expected. We can't wait until the day of blessings any longer, we must make our moves now. I thought even when we were shrouded in the midst of darkness, dawn would still be upon us. Oomph, you fools. You dragons from mere commoner backgrounds sure enough only deserve to be ordered about. Stop struggling, for it'll only be futile. If I fail to achieve anything, I'd rather die. However, each and every life will eventually wither away. Each and every fate had long since been inscribed. He who has much to proclaim one day, stays silently much immersed within himself. He who has to kindle the lightning one day, must for a long time be a cloud. Like winged insects. Like moths. Throwing oneself into the raging flames. One shall not turn back. One's resolve unwavered. Early in the morning on the next day, the royal palace of Mao profound jade pavilion. Pacing back and forth. Long Mian. You finally returned. Where did you run off to last night? Shani. Just what happened exactly? Don't cry. Wu, I was wrong, it's all my fault. Gue Tianzhao had set up a treacherous trap, resulting in the defeat of the Peacekeepers' rebellion. So many fellow brothers from the Peacekeepers sacrificed their lives in vain. Sister Yao is also dead. So you did take part in the rebellion last night. Did anyone catch sight of you? No, everyone who saw me were dead. Yes, I just received information. The dragon generals of the kingdom of Mao suffered huge losses due to the rebellion. Several dragons had committed suicide, and as of now, there are only 7 dragon general squadrons left. What? They're Sister Yao's friends. If I hadn't assisted in turning the wedding of Sister Yao and Ji Ping into reality. Or if I hadn't come to the kingdom of Mao and meet them. If I hadn't been born into this world in the first place. Perhaps none of these things would have happened. I am indeed the cursed dark dragon that will only bring about disasters. It's all my fault. To be honest, I've once had the exact same thoughts. However, someone told me afterwards. The fortunes and disasters of the world is controlled by the heavens, not by me. My own life is controlled by me, not by the heavens. Only then did I truly understand that there's not a single person who shouldn't have been born into this world. Whether it is fortuitous or disastrous is never determined by others, you are the one that makes the decision. Besides, it takes more than a day for a river to be frozen more than 3 inches. They themselves made this decision. It is also the necessary cost of defying fate and can even be considered as achieving what they sought after. You aren't at all to blame. But, Sister Yao gave up her life to rid herself of her dragon consort's control, so much so that she exhausted all her dragon mana and became a withered vine. Ji Ping was hit so hard by her death that he wholeheartedly sought after his own death. They had just gotten married. A person's life isn't entirely defined by the duration of their mortal existence. You may think that the love between Ji Ping and Yao was short-lived. But in reality, Yao had already eternally remained at that instant when they loved each other most. Is that really how love works? At that moment, how great it would have been if I could comfort Ji Ping like this. Ji Ping, listen to me. Stop seeking your own death, you must not die. If you die, then what will be of Sister Yao's sacrifice? Right. I must definitely not let Yao down. That's right. You have once promised Sister Yao that you would put an end to the cruel laboring imposed on the commoners in the kingdom of Mao. The most important task you ought to do now is to gather the remaining peacekeepers and continue the struggle. However, we've already done everything we could, yet we still ended up suffering a crushing defeat. Perhaps this might be an impossible path to pursue. No, there's still another way. What? Xianxia once told me that some officials are constantly advocating for the fair treatment of the commoners to the King of Mao. There are currently people working hard advising the King of Mao about this matter. For example, the princess and a few other officials are constantly advocating for a more gentle treatment of the commoners. I too am thinking of a way. A top-down approach. If it is possible to let the king realize the true nature of Gui Tianzhao, perhaps it might just work. That's right. Xianxia, please help Ji Ping. This is our realm of sense. And also the dragon and its consorts. Origin of thoughts. This glowing orb is Xianxia. It seems extremely delicate and transparent, feels as if it would break with a single touch. I can clearly feel that Xianxia's state of mind is currently full of apologies. He is promising that from now onwards he would never force me into doing anything. Hoping that he would be able to obtain my trust. What does Ji Ping plan to do from now on? When I rescued him yesterday, he spoke to me in the following manner. Letting the king see the true colors of Gui Tianzhao. Actually, there was once someone in the kingdom of Mao who also loved the citizens like his children. The soldiers who saw me at the armory last night should all be dead. How did the king find out? Could he be trying to bluff me? Your Majesty, you mean? Last night's rebellion resulted in huge losses, a complete disaster. Furthermore, there's still a large number of rebels on the run that we have to eliminate as soon as possible. I was wondering whether my virtuous nephew would be willing to cooperate with General Gui and assist me with pacifying the riots. As a guest in the kingdom of Mao, I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate for me to get involved hastily. I've heard news that you've been rather close with Pianran lately, which makes me feel rather happy. So, why should my virtuous nephew still be treated as a mere guest? Is the king trying to act as a matchmaker for Xianxia and the princess? Those gossips must be taken seriously, please do understand, Your Majesty. Oh, could it be that you aren't fond of Pianran? Of course not. I'm well aware of your great ambitions of seizing the imperial throne. Your Majesty, please speak with caution. No need to be flustered. The small kingdom of Mao would naturally not be able to restrict you. This exact moment serves as an opportunity for you to display your talents. As long as you assist me in dealing with this crisis, I will definitely pay back the favor by helping you achieve your goal. The king is saying that, if Xianxia assists Gui Tianzhao in eliminating the rest of the peacekeepers, he would be willing to support Xianxia with seizing the imperial throne through marriage. Receive the support of the kingdom of Mao would definitely be extremely advantageous for Xianxia, but would Xianxia really use the thousands of lives of the peacekeepers to accomplish his own ambition? You're not wrong, as I do indeed require power and authority. In order to achieve that, I would also need allies. And in order to gain allies, I would inevitably have to exchange interests even if I was reluctant to reach a compromise. This is the political path. Yes, well said. However, in a relationship maintained through mutual interests, one may pledge to be allies on one day but enemies on another. I, Xianxia, do not wish to become that sharp blade in your hands. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty can see, if you continue treating the commoners in such a severe fashion, that you would only lose the trust and reverence of your people. The water can allow the movement of a boat, but it can also submerge the boat entirely. I hope Your Majesty will keep that in consideration. How bold of you! At the end of the day, my virtuous nephew is still young. You may appear calm and experienced, but in reality, you're actually incredibly arrogant and obstinate. Alas, I will give you one last chance. With the current chaotic situation, you shouldn't wander outside anymore. Remain in the profound Jade Pavilion and carefully think over my proposal once more. Otherwise, the Emperor will immediately receive word of your disloyal thoughts. Stand guard at the profound jade pavilion. No one shall enter or leave the area without my permission. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank goodness, as expected, Jenny didn't accept his proposal. However, the king placed us under house arrest. And even possesses information that can be used against you. What should we do? Don't worry, the princess and I have already come up with a plan. We will attempt to make the king understand the current situation clearly. Let's go look for Ji Ping now. Then, how should we get out? I have a way. All right. Give me your hand. We're outside the courtyard of the profound jade pavilion. Hee, Xianxia, you're so amazing. First, you used the shapeshifting stratagem to leave behind afterimages of ourselves. Then, you activated your earthen escape to dig a secret tunnel out with no one ever finding out. What escape? What kind of strange name did you come up with this time? PFFTT. Interesting indeed. Who would have foreseen that the magnificent younger brother of the Emperor, the genius swordsman among the Imperial Department of Dragon Seekers, would end up stooping so low to the point that he would escape by crawling out of a dog hole? Ah, what is Inspector Yen saying? A walk. We only came out for a walk. Yes, we'll do just that. However, His Majesty had just given out the order informing us that you aren't allowed to go anywhere. Of course, if you really can't control your own legs, then I'll just have to help you dispose of them. Bai Xin, you're clearly a dragon general from the Imperial Department of the Dragon Seekers. For you to be complying with the orders of the King of Mao, it seems that an extremely important piece of information must have been held against you. Oomph, a fugitive like you has no right to criticize how we do things, since you already have the Imperial kill order on your head. We might as well kill you. Damn. This time, she's being serious. The disparity in strength between an Empyrean dragon and an Ophidia dragon is sure enough this great. Ha! Xianxia. Oh, no. Xianxia doesn't seem to be a match for her at all. I need to think of a way to escape quickly. Inspector, previously during the banquet, you had given Sister Inya your help, but now, she's already been hounded to death. Surely, you're someone who seeks to help change the fate of a dragon, right? But why are you being an enemy now? Go. I'll disperse the mist and use it to interfere with the rhythm of the opponent's attacks, assisting Xianxia with his escape. I have practiced this move with Xianxia countless times. It needs to work. Ha! The two of you are pretty well coordinated. To think that she is able to slightly affect my movements in the midst of our high-speed, intense battle. However, it's still useless. I keep getting suppressed at the corner of the rockery. After all, I too have a dragon consort. This is Bai Xin's lethal attack. By using all my dragon mana, perhaps I can block this one strike. Xianxia. We've fallen into their trap. Oh, no. Long Mian won't be able to dodge Yin Karu's attack. Between the two of us, only one can be saved. Xianxia. Are you okay? I'm fine, I managed to avoid the dead spot. It's just that, my dragon mana has been exhausted. When only one will get out unscathed. To think that Xianxia would prioritize his dragon. How boring. Defeated after only 2 moves. Since there are too weak to fight, let's send them on their way earlier. Sure. Don't come near. I will not allow you to hurt Xianxia again. I'll have to fight with all I have. But if I die, Xianxia will also lose his life. What should I do? This is the heavenly jade of the 5 dragons. It's an extraordinary treasure given to me by Queen Juya of the Kingdom of Ba. With the power of 5 archdragons sealed within, it's capable of wiping out the entire royal palace in an instant. If you dare to come any closer, I will immediately break the seal and release the power. If worst comes to worst, I'll just have to take you down with me. Isn't that simply a 5-colored marble? Xianxia must have taught you how to bluff, right? How interesting. You really want to test its strength. Actually, I learned this move from Queen Juya. But it doesn't seem to be effective. Don't waste your time, just be obedient and accept your fate. Ha! Oh no. What could it actually be? It's actually real. Could this be the manifestation of the Queen? Oops, we seem to have been defeated. In the presence of lightning, moves with the affinity for the metal element should be more cautious when used. Give me your hand. Oomph, it was just an accident, cough. To think that it would be raining fist-sized hail at the start of the spring season. Strange things have been happening more frequently as of late. It seems that our predictions were right on the mark. Where did that quick-witted one go? Oomph, they slipped away pretty fast. Night-timing Chunzuji Alley. Boss, our remaining brothers have all settled down in safe places. They will stay hidden as they rest and reorganize within the city. Good. Both the strong gale and large hail have been going on for the whole hour now. All the elderlies are saying how they've never witnessed such an unusual occurrence before. In my opinion, Gui Tianzhao's outrageous acts must definitely have provoked the wrath of the dragon god. Yes, Gui Tianzhao has already sealed off the city gates and imposed martial law to hunt down our fellow brothers, but this strange event just so happened to obstruct his operations. This is also a good opportunity for us to. Who's there? Ji Ping, Xianxia isn't going to hold on for much longer. You have to save him quickly. Lady Long. Brother, Ji, I'll have to trouble you. Xianxia. Dr. Sun, how's Xianxia's injuries? I've already stopped his bleeding and treated his wounds. His injuries may look severe, but it didn't strike any of his vital organs. Furthermore, dragon consorts possess great self-recovery abilities, so it shouldn't take long before his external wounds recover completely. Don't worry, Dr. Sun is the best doctor throughout the entire kingdom of Mao. However, when Elder Bai met with a mishap, he, as Elder Bai's best friend, was involved in the incident and was forced to live in seclusion on the eastern part of the city. If Dr. Sun says that he can be saved, then everything will definitely be fine. Phew, that's great. Xianxia exhausted his entire supply of dragon mana to save me, yet he was inflicted with a serious wound himself. Thank goodness his situation doesn't seem to be too serious. Lady Long, how did your dragon consort suffer such an injury? Could it be that you were discovered to be helping the peacekeepers? No. Since Xianxia refused to help the king suppress the rebellion, we were confined within the royal palace. When we escaped from the profound jade pavilion, we came across the dragon generals from the empire. Xianxia. Xianxia, what's going on? Dr. Sun, Mr. Su seems to be in a bad condition. Alas, I am going to tell you that. This young man was inflicted by some kind of strange poison. What? The moment it triggers. Ah. Not only will the victim suffer incredible amounts of pain, but he would even turn into a monster. I believe in Xianxia. I initially thought that those inspectors sent by the Empire weren't bad people. I didn't think they would use such a wicked poison. That's not it. What? The arrow struck my chest. If there really was poison on Bai Zhen's arrow, it wouldn't have taken such a long time after our escape to take effect. What did you say? Obtain the whole of China. Long Mian might not have told you. I was born into the imperial family, and the current emperor is my eldest brother. Right now, our current statuses are that of wanted fugitives. Since I was young, my father taught me to rule a country with kindness and become a person of virtue. Although he has already passed away for a few years, I did not dare to forget his words. 3 years ago, I set forth on a journey from the capital, traveling around the various kingdoms and living among the masses. Having witnessed the miserable lives of the commoners in every part of the nation, I strive to make a change. From my observations, the king of Mao is already of old age while his newborn son is still an infant. With the officials possessing great power and authority, the seemingly prosperous kingdom leaves the commoners with no way to make a living. What the kingdom of Mao needs right now is a complete top-down reform that hits the nail on its head, not an uprising that turns everything on its head. As for me, I too require a stable, rich and powerful kingdom to act as a starting point for me to enter the imperial court. Xianxia had actually considered so many things. Thus, I opted to cooperate with you and the princess. And, you want the peacekeepers to fight for you as a form of repayment later on. After this, all of you will be going back to your hometown to live and work in peace. There would be no more peacekeepers. Don't worry, what I need is an ally, not a sword. The prince is righteous. Brother Ji, there's no need to act in such a manner. Early morning, the royal palace of Mao Qingyuan Palace. Princess, you cannot go. Nanny, why are you stopping me? As of now, they have been hunting down the rebels in the city without restraint, causing panic everywhere even with the slightest movements. It's far too dangerous for you to sneak out of the palace at this timing. To restore the peace of the ages and to better lives of the commoners. That is the one task entrusted to me by my teacher, Jinghua. That year, my grandmaster, Elder Baiyu, was wronged and sentenced to death. As one of Elder Bai's disciples, my teacher was also framed 2 years ago and forced to resign from his position, leaving him no choice but to return to his hometown. These years, my teacher suffered and endured countless hardships. However, I, Pian Ran, did not dare forget the teachings passed down to me. Allowing the peacekeepers to continue running about within the city of Ingchun will only trigger even more conflicts. When that happens, they will really become actual bandits. If I could get them to serve as my own subordinates and allow them to speak for the good of the commoners and benefit the kingdom of Mao, then, they'll become the future cornerstone of the kingdom of Mao. If this meeting were to be discovered by someone, then all the hardships you've gone through over the past years would. That's right, there'll be risks. But what would all the time I spent keeping a low profile over these years be for? Wasn't it precisely to expose the injustice that befell my grandmaster, to allow my teacher to one day make his return to the royal court? To prevent the commoners from ever having to suffer such hardships and allow the kingdom of Mao to prosper as a rich and formidable kingdom. If I was presented with the opportunity to accomplish everything at once today, how could I possibly back down? His Majesty has given the order. Your Highness, please stay within the Qingyuan Palace till your marriage. Early morning, Zuji Alley. It goes like this. The political ideologies of the princess are derived from that of her teacher. Her teacher was one of the first disciples of Elder Bai, meaning Elder Bai was her grandmaster. I see. Since Ji Ping respects Elder Bai so much, he should be quite reassured to hear that Elder Bai was actually Sister Princess's grandmaster. This is the sparrow that we used to send a message to Sister Princess before we left the palace. Indeed. It's a message sent over by the princess. She has been placed under house arrest in the Qingyuan Palace by the king and is currently thinking of a way to get out, thus, she would like to postpone her meeting with Ji Ping. Why did Sister Princess get placed under house arrest just when we escaped from the royal palace? Could it be that the king is already aware of our plan? That's not good. Since the princess has no way of escaping the palace, we'll have to enter the palace and meet her. Brother Ji, what do you think? Yes, that could work. Let's set out after I settle the matters here. But Qianxia, your body. Yes, although the poison has already been suppressed, I still need more time to recuperate. I will only be a burden if I tag along. Long Mian, you will have to escort Ji Ping into the palace alone. Won't it be dangerous for you to stay here on your own? Long Mian, listen to me. Ever since you assisted the peacekeepers and I started discussing politics within the royal court with the princess, we've already thrown ourselves into the dispute within the kingdom of Mao. It's already impossible for us to stay out of it. Furthermore, if we manage to help the kingdom of Mao pass this crisis, we would obtain a formidable ally. That would mean a lot to our great undertaking. Thus, I hope you will facilitate the cooperation between the princes and Brother Ji. At all costs. Can you do that? I can. To be continued. The security at corner gate of the royal palace has also clearly heightened. Fortunately, the influence of the peacekeepers had reached the royal palace. Getting into the royal palace in a supply carriage went smoother than I initially expected. The servants within the palace are all commoners, so it really wasn't difficult to send some of the peacekeepers in. We initially did so in order to obtain information from within the palace, but I never expected it to come in handy for us to infiltrate the royal palace today. Yes, the palace that Sister Princess resides in is right in front. Let's get off quickly. The security over at this entrance is even tighter, so much so that even the servants coming in and out would be interrogated strictly. We shouldn't go any closer. Qingyuan Palace. Then, we'll just have to enter through the water system. This is. By surrounding ourselves with a water membrane, we'll be able to breathe freely within. Don't worry, since I sneaked into the palace banquet last time, I discovered that the aqueducts within the royal palace are open from all directions. That was how Qianni and I managed to escape. Follow me. The royal palace of Mao Lishan Pavilion. Your Majesty, Su Qianni and his dragon have escaped from the palace. I've already sent my men to track them down. There's no need, I've already made arrangements. This time, I will no longer be merciful and lenient. It should be here, let's climb up and check it out. All right. As soon as we capture Su Qianni and Long Mian, I'll hand them over to the Emperor. Oh no, it seems that we came out of the wrong exit. By the way, how's the situation with the remaining dragon generals? Your Majesty, there are only 6 squads remaining of the dragon generals, 2 of which are of noble descent and will stay loyal to you. As for the other 4 dragons, while their family background may be that of commoners, they showed no signs of disloyalty. But just in case, I have locked them all up in prison. Good. I recall that, your dragon was also born into a family of commoners. Yes. His Majesty is perceptive. I believe that only the weak will suffer betrayals. As for my dragon, she has long since been tamed by me. Isn't that right? Xiao Ning. Of course, General. I, Xiao Ning, am willing to do anything for you. Although I'm nothing worth mentioning, I'm nevertheless willing to display my utmost wholehearted loyalty and become your servant. I only hope that your feet shall forever step on pure, dustless land. What, in the world did Gue Tianjiao do to her, for Xiao Ning to actually fear him to such a degree? Good, not bad. Alright, you may stand up. Yes. Your Majesty, things have been rather odd lately, and rumors have been springing up from the masses. Based on my investigations, these rumors were all spread from the stronghold of the rebels Zhuji Alley. Hence, I shall personally gather a team and destroy Zhuji Alley. I will not leave a single person alive. We'll make an example out of the blood of the lowly commoners and put an end to the slanders against the monarch. That despicable bastard. Who's there? Come out. How impressive of the princess. Xiao. Princess, I've came here to pass His Majesty's order. Stay in the Qingyuan Palace and quietly wait for the day of blessings. When the time comes, I will choose Gue Tianzhao as your husband. What? Congratulations, Princess. I have also brought along generous gifts from General Gue. Please head back to the palace and wait patiently at ease. Absolutely not. Xiao, you've been next to Gue Tianzhao for so many years as a subject of his oppression. I have witnessed everything with my own eyes, yet I did not have the power to do anything. But this time, I sincerely request for you to help me. Perhaps, this might just be an opportunity for you to be free. Xiao, I do not wish to marry him, let me go and see my father. You're not willing to marry General Gue. But his orders determine my fate. Princess, please go back. Xiao. In that case, we'll have to treat each other as enemies. Princess, please behave properly, please do not be unable to tell good from bad. Nothing at all. What is it? Your Majesty. One of the bricks in the well just fell down, nothing much. He couldn't see us. Phew. This is the meowing mint, it can turn one invisible when placed in their mouth. But you can't leave it inside for long or else it will give you a stomachache. This area is heavily guarded, General Gue, you don't need to be too worried and on guard at all times. The Gue family has protected the kingdom of Mao and its kings for many generations, always doing things with extreme caution. While I leave the palace to suppress the rebels, I would like to ask the king to take a seat in the gallant palace. Sure. Only the general serves me with wholehearted loyalty. Go, I'll be waiting for the general to sweep out the rebels and then I shall. Bethroth Pian ran to you. 1. Thank your Majesty for your kindness. It will take time for Gue Tianzhao to gather up the troops. We must hurry back to Zhujiali and arrange for an evacuation. Wait. We haven't found Sister Princess yet. Furthermore, she still doesn't know about the king's decision to betroth her to Gue Tianzhao. But don't worry, I'll let Qianni know about the situation here first. Before we left, I passed the command token of the peacekeepers over to Prince Su just in case anything unexpected happens. However, Gue Tianzhao is rather treacherous while Prince Su has never interacted with the other peacekeepers before. What if? Ji Ping. Qianni replied, asking us to keep looking for Sister Princess. As for the situation back at Zhujiali, he said he'll make the arrangements. Actually, even if we rush back right now, we might not even make it on time. Furthermore, Qianni will definitely not go back on what he promised and will make sure that they are done. I believe in him. Besides, the cooperation between the peacekeepers and Sister Princess must be accomplished by you. I was indeed being too worried and did not think properly. You're right, let's look for the princess. All right. Meanwhile, Zhujiali. Time is of essence, I'll have to come up with a thorough plan. Was I indeed overexerting myself? But let's hope that everything goes smoothly. Noon, the royal palace of Mao Qingyuan Palace. Move aside. You claim to be acting under orders, yet you aren't able to show any official paperwork of such instructions. Saying how my father is ordering me to get ready to be married off, yet obstructing me from seeing him. To think you'd dare to compel the Grand Princess of the Kingdom of Mao with your blades. What are your intentions of doing so? Could it be that you're plotting a rebellion against the king? We do not dare. Then move aside immediately, I only want to meet my father, I won't cause you any trouble. Well. Send Her Royal Highness back to the palace. Yes, ma'am. It's her. This way, quick. Lady Long. Sister Princess, we're here to rescue you. Follow me. Oomph, pesky tricks. Moments later, the royal palace of Mao, the corner gate at Xianxia Palace. Who? So, you're the head of the peacekeepers. Nice to meet you. I didn't think we would meet under such circumstances. Forgive me for being unable to greet you politely. Leave the pleasantries for later. Sister Princess once said, as long as we get past this gate, we'd be able to escape. Xiaoning. It's impossible for you to escape. How did you know this? There is only a single aqueduct within Qingyuan Palace. If you're planning to escape, you'll have to go through this gate. Do you still intend to attempt one last struggle? I'll try to stall her. Look for an opportunity to escape. All right. How amusing, did you think you still stood a chance? This is Xiaoning's female Lancer Squad. We're in trouble now. Female Lancer Squad, Xiaoning's group of private guards, consisting of 20 women who had undergone meticulous training and was specially equipped with golden spikes provided by Xiaoning herself. Ji Ping, Sister Princess. You ought to take care of yourself first. I will certainly not hold myself back against you. With Sister Princess here, the female Lancer Squad will surely not make any reckless moves. Xiaoning, I've never understood you. Gui Tianzhao had always oppressed you in all aspects, yet you still remain loyal to him. Could it be that you actually like him? Stop spouting nonsense. He's the head of the dragon generals who possesses the strongest martial prowess within the kingdom of Mao. I'm most willing to obey the strong. That's all. Besides, it's not up to you to question me. Oh no. I knew something was wrong since a while back. I can't detect any sources of water within 70 feet around me. Seeing how Xiaoning is constantly maintaining a distance between us as she attacks, she must be aware of my current circumstances. I can't simply keep dodging like this. Wait a minute, there's still some water remaining in the bucket behind Xiaoning. However, there's only enough water left for a single move. Do you only know how to dodge? Pushing on without a plan is no different from suicide. What should I do? Should I run away? Let's see just where else you can hide. I'll be ending it here. Reign of the Acheron Thorns. Lady Long. Oomph, to think you'd actually abandon your comrades and flee by yourself, seeing how you're willing to be such a shameless person. How can I allow you to survive? Don't underestimate me. Oh, so, you weren't trying to run. You feigned your escape and drew me in to destroy the corridor, but in actuality, you planned to use the debris to launch a surprise attack on me. Unfortunately. How did this? When did you? A water bucket, no wonder she dashed in so recklessly just now. It turns out that her killing blow was a single burst of water that she sneakily shot from behind. Your decision to create a diversion certainly deserves one's praise. However, such sneaky tactics will absolutely not be able to bridge the gap in strength between an Ophidia dragon and a serpentine dragon. Just admit defeat. Otherwise, you leave me no choice but to kill you. I've failed. Even after doing my best, I still failed. How tiring. I can't even move my fingers anymore. How can I die at such a place? Am I going to die? I have yet to avenge everyone. How can I die at such a place? Not good. Lady Long seems to have exhausted her strength. Lady Long, you've already done enough. Your life is more important. Xiaoning, as long as you spare her life, we'll be willing to follow you back to the palace. Your Highness, don't you think it's already a bit too late to be saying such things? Ophidia Dragon, what's your response? Should I surrender? But I can't afford to lose. Can you do it? I can. I promised Xianxia. What? I must definitely save the princess. No matter the cost. How could this be, you actually? Ha! Lady Long. Although Lady Long's injuries are quite severe, she's still breathing, she must have just lost consciousness. Quick, let me carry her, we'll pick up where we left off after leaving this place. General. All the suffering in this world stems from one's lack of power. One's so-called fate and fortune are but mere excuses of the weak. The blades of the strong must be brandished in all endeavors. Since you have become my dragon, you must enter the realm of the strong. From now on, even if your limbs are crippled or your teeth snapped, even if your scales are destroyed or your armor broken, you must never fail the tasks you are capable of accomplishing. General. I'm sorry. At night, Zuji Alley. Sir, there's no one to be seen in Zuji Alley. Furthermore, a large number of fishing boats have departed from the eastern port. Someone had indeed informed them ahead of time. Have you investigated the whereabouts of those fishing boats? Yes, I have already done thorough investigations. After the fishing boats left the port, most of them docked at the opposite bank of the Ying River outside the city. According to the reports of the soldiers standing guard at the port, each one of the fishing boats departed normally. They didn't discover a single suspicious person among the boats. There's something fishy about this. Don't tell me the rebels fled the city with the fishing boats. With how heavily guarded the port is, how did the rebels manage to slip past the security? There appears to be an imposter among the guards. Forget it, now's not the time to be pondering about this. The abrupt palpitation I felt just now must be indicating that something happened to Xiaoning. Prepare for a thorough search within the city and around its outskirts. We shall eradicate the roots of the rebels. Zhou Liao, bring a squad with you and continue the search within Zuji Alley. Zhou Ji, go across the river with a squad. Once you find the rebels, don't hesitate to kill them. Yes, sir. The rest will hurry back to the palace with me. At night, the eastern port. Prince Su, you're amazing. By telling our men to dock the fishing boats at the opposite bank of the Ying River, it drew away a large number of soldiers from the city. Gue Tianzhao has also hurried back to the palace, leaving only a single squad behind at Zuji Alley. How about we seize the opportunity to head back and catch them off guard? That's right, let's exterminate them. No, the soldiers there are still being led by dragon generals. We must not act blindly without thinking. Besides, we still need to protect the women and children from Zuji Alley. If we end up fighting back, it'll be difficult to keep them safe. You should first escort everyone and evacuate towards the southern part of the city. I'll stay behind and give support. That's way too dangerous, Prince Su, you should escape with us. No. I'm still occupied with an important matter. This is the current situation. We're hoping to be able to discuss matters of vital importance with Your Highness. Right now, Lady Long has suffered severe wounds and lost consciousness. The situation over at Zuji Alley remains unclear and Your Highness ran away alone. At this time, the security within the palace is extremely tight. We can't stay in the servants' abandoned room for long either. The current circumstances are quite unfavorable towards us. In that case, what do you have in mind? Seeing how we're in such a precarious situation, it would be better to withdraw from the palace and treat Lady Long's injuries before. You can't, cough. Lady Long, you've awoken. Now is the perfect time to meet and talk to the King of Mao. We can't afford to miss this opportunity just because of me. How are you feeling? Sister Princess, don't worry, these are but mere insignificant scratches. Cough, I only fainted just now due to excessive blood loss. Although I still feel rather sluggish, I'll be able to recover fully in no time. That's good. However, I really did not expect Lady Long to be able to defeat a serpentine dragon. perhaps it was only a fluke. I had attempted to manipulate my own blood before but failed every single time. But there was a single moment just now, when I could feel my dragon mana and blood resonating with one another. A part of my strength surging unceasingly within my body. Thus, I had instinctively turned my blood into a weapon. I really think that wasn't a mere fluke. The instant you launched your vigorous counterattack, even I could feel the intense fighting spirit trembling within you. My teacher once told me, on the verge of one's distress, one would persevere without fear, possibly turning a dangerous situation into an opportunity. Therefore, it must be the proof that your abilities have improved. Moreover, Lady Long certainly does not fear any hardships. Seeing how you helped me escape from my predicament, I, Pianran, am truly grateful to you. I was only doing my best, hee hee. Besides, I also had a goal to accomplish previously. That's right, we have to take advantage of the opportunity when Gue Tianzhao is absent from the palace and when Xiao Ning is severely injured, to quickly meet and admonish the king. Be that as it may, there will surely be countless soldiers standing guard within the palace now, with only the three of us, I'm afraid. Your Highness, what do you think? I do agree with Lady Long. However, we do indeed still need more manpower in order to meet my father. While I do have the support of many officials within the court, their men are currently scattered all over the city of Yingchun. If we wait for them to gather, I'm afraid we would have already lost our opportunity. At this moment, there are no dragon generals within the palace, barely leaving behind 6 banners of the Radiant Tiger Squad standing guard at each of the palace gates. Aside from the soldiers patrolling the vicinity and the ones in pursuit of us. Each banner consists of 500 soldiers. There should be 500 soldiers at most standing guard at the Imperial City Watchtower, with no more than 100 guarding the side entrance. In order to prevent ourselves from getting pincered in both directions by the reinforcements, we must break through the defense quickly. So, we'll require at least 100 elite troops. Leave the matter regarding manpower to me. Alright, very good. Qianni sent over a dragon scale letter. Meanwhile, Zuji Ali. All the members of the peacekeepers have already evacuated. You should make your move quickly. I will gather up all the officials generals and reinforce you as soon as possible. The dragon scale letter has already been sent out. The only thing left to do is to set off the fireworks and signal the assembly. This will emit a clear and loud high-pitched sound. Use it as a signal. This is known as the flare of the soaring dragon. All the officials who pledged their allegiance to me will lead their men towards the northern gate of the royal palace and partake in the great undertaking. The path ahead is dangerous, so be sure to tread carefully. Search carefully. Search the area carefully, don't miss a single corner. Zhou Liao, 27 years old, left-hand dragon lieutenant out of Dragon Consort. Song Ji, 21 years old, right-hand dragon lieutenant out of Serpentine Dragon. Yes, sir. Very good, that pair of dragon generals is indeed nearby. The moment I set off the fireworks, it will definitely attract the attention of the soldiers. With the curb of the soldiers, I will then be able to guarantee the smooth evacuation of the peacekeepers. Furthermore, the complex terrain of the Zuji Alley will also greatly increase my chances of escape. Long Mian, wait for me. Nighttime, the royal palace of Mao, side entrance of the Imperial City Watchtower. Stop right there, who are you? Lieutenant Liu, it's me. I've prepared some gifts as a pleasant surprise for my father. You don't need to send a report in, just quickly clear the way. I pay my respects to Her Highness. General Gue has given us the order that without his permission, no one will be able to enter. Not good. It seems that we still have to resort to force, but my dragon mana has barely recovered 1/10 of its capacity. No need to tense up. Lieutenant Liu, allow me to make things less difficult for you. My fellow brothers, attack. Yes, sir. Charge. Attack in groups of 3, cover each other. Keep your distance. Sure enough, we can only resort to a surprise attack, but the difference between our strength and the opponent's is too large, making it difficult to gauge the outcome of the battle. Your Highness, to think you'd actually lead a group of servants to invade the place His Majesty is currently at. Could it be that you're rebelling? Since that's the case, Radiant Tiger Squad, heed to my commands. Execute the clash and restrain stratagem, don't hesitate to kill the enemies. Yes, sir. Clash and restrain stratagem, a defense formation frequently used during ancient times. With the disposition of troops in an X formation, they will be able to face the enemy from 3 sides. Ever since I was a child, I have studied and memorized various military strategies and tactics. Although I have never actually led any troops into combat before, I can nevertheless tell that Ji Ping possesses outstanding talent for commanding his troops. We have taken the lead and are controlling the overall situation. Although we possess the advantage in numbers and gained the initiative by striking first. These servants have just lifted their swords for the first time under the command of the Ji Ping. Despite that, they have been gradually forcing the elite troops of the Radiant Tiger Squad back. To think that these seemingly ordinary individuals could actually burst forth with such tremendous power. At that time, I never really anticipated for Ji Ping's method to involve gathering the servants within the royal palace. That's right. By normally working hard and enduring many hardships during the day, their bodies must have been conditioned extremely well. Besides, each and every one of them are members of the Peacekeepers with undivided loyalty and aren't afraid of risking their lives. We use this 5-colored marble whistle to communicate with each other via secret signals. This whistle is capable of producing long yet beautiful sounds similar to that emitted by long-tailed bushtit. Ordinary people wouldn't pay much attention to such sounds. 5-colored marble whistle, a whistle created using a planar 5-colored marble. To think that I was completely unaware of just how deep the Peacekeepers had infiltrated the royal palace. The orders of the lieutenant. Your Highness, watch out behind you. Sister Princess. I won't hesitate to kill. That was close. To think that Sister Princess's swordsmanship would be so amazing. How is that possible, that worthless piece of trash? An opening. Sir. Sir Lieutenant. Brothers, the enemy general has fallen, follow my charge. Charge. Kill them. This place should be far enough, I mustn't delay things any longer. Not good. Why did it have to trigger at this time? Does it hurt? Stop resisting. Only blood and massacre will be able to satisfy you. Ha ha ha. Ah ah ah. Over there. Sir Lieutenant, we found someone alive. This is the criminal, Su Qianni. What a fortunate coincidence. His head alone is easily worth the head of thousands of enemies. Reporting, the gate has been broken and all the guards have been wiped out. Good, all troops, listen to my command, infiltrate the palace hall now and make sure to take precautions doing so. What is going on? Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Lady Long. Are you okay? Is there something wrong with your injuries? Ah, it's nothing. That's good. Since the reinforcements backing up the Radiant Tiger Squad have yet to arrive, we must quickly make our way into the palace hall. All right. Under the commands of His Majesty. Before the Day of Blessings, he will not meet with anyone who has the audacity to take another step closer to the entrance shell. Die. Gue Tianzhao. In the end, you still managed to return. However, I have long since come to understand that you and I will have to face each other in battle. I never expected that on the day His Majesty bestowed marriage between us, we would be pointing our blades against one another. Even more, I never thought that we would come to the point where we would have to fight until one's last breath. Ah Ran. Relax the qi in your dantian, retract your technique. Gui Tianzhao, 16 years old. Brother Gui, what do you think of my swordsmanship? Yunpian Ran, 4 years old. Your techniques are clean, efficient and unbeatable. I can see that Ran has been putting a lot of effort into her training. It's because Brother Gui has taught me well. That's right, in order to practice swordsmanship, Ran forgot to copy down the assigned characters. Brother Gui will have to help Ran plea Master Jing for leniency. All right. The blessings of the Dragon God, calming all disasters and stopping all chaos, the entire kingdom shall rejoice, beholding the salutes of the soldiers. Step forward, distinguished ones. Gui Tianzhao, 21 years old. Ah. Brigade Commander Zhou, he pays his respects to Her Highness. You may dispense with curtsying. Yunpian Ran, 9 years old. Brother Gui. Sergeant Gui Tianzhao. Pays his respects to Her Highness. Stop. You. Risking your life for this, to think Her Highness would do something to such a degree. If I hadn't pulled back my attack in time just now, you would have already been dead. Just back down, Your Highness. It should already be about time for your farce with this mob to end. The one who emerges victorious has yet to be confirmed. Even if the path ahead is filled with hardships and perils, I will not cease until I die. Well said. When one's means of retreat has been cut off, keep on fighting without any second thoughts. Which enemy would not be devastated by this? I have come to give Her Highness a helping hand. Reinforcements have arrived. It's Qianxia, that's great. I really have underestimated you lot. We, officials, have led our 1,000 of elite troops over to back you up. The reinforcements have arrived late. I hope Her Highness will forgive us. Elders, you need not be so polite. How's the situation outside the palace? The soldiers outside the palace have already been captured thanks to the martial prowess of Prince Su. All the fire beacons around the city of Yingchun are also under the control of my troops. I, Xianxia, have fortunately not brought disgrace upon my name. Prince Su has gone through a lot of trouble. I, Pianran, cannot thank you enough. Her Highness is exaggerating. Xianxia. Yes. Long Mian, how are your injuries? Are you all right? I'm fine. What about your? How's the poison? All of this is my doing. What happened after the poison was triggered? I can't actually remember anything. Don't worry, the poison is already under my control. Just protect the princess, leave the rest to me. All right. Absolutely shameless. My kind took the risk and offered you shelter, sincerely treating you as honored guests. Yet you dare cause disturbances within the kingdom's politics, and even cooperated in the rebellion. Your wild ambitions must be eradicated. As the younger brother of the emperor, I have traveled around various kingdoms and possessed the right to inspect and give direct criticism. The matter regarding my status as a wanted criminal is merely used to fool people. And according to what I have seen and experienced within the kingdom of Mao, General Gui has been forcefully imposing taxes upon its citizens and establishing an oppressive rule over its people to the extent of seething discontent amongst the masses. How naive. His Majesty is the one who gives out orders. As his subordinate, I follow his orders with great devotion, and so shall the masses. As such, the masses shall follow the orders of anyone above them. You must have not witnessed firsthand the ignorance of the commoners for you to criticize the right and wrong of this case without grounds. Yet, I had always felt deeply and dared not to forget the calamity that fell upon us on that day. 13 years ago, when the disastrous flood fell upon the kingdom of Mao. Elder Bai, in order to save the commoners, planned to compel the nobles and rich merchants to fund them. In the end, he was charged as a criminal and beheaded by the corrupt individuals. Then, the commoners he had rescued actually believed that Elder Bai embezzled the funds used to save them and thus resented him unfairly. Furthermore, on the night of his execution, the residence of Elder Bai was also deliberately engulfed in flames. His wife, children, and servants who were still in his residence were all burned alive. The burn marks on my forehead still remain from that day. These burn marks serve as a constant reminder for me to absolutely never allow another one of that incident to erupt amongst the ignorant masses. To think, he actually has such ulterior motives. On the day of the calamity, the nobles would naturally have the responsibility of distributing food and assisting the commoners. If they responded appropriately, how could such events have happened in the first place? General Gui's hatred towards the commoners, deriving from that of the refugees' evil deeds, is simply biased. During the early years, a conflagration erupted unceasingly at the border of the kingdom of Mao, leading to a serious drought over the next successive years. With the treasury of the kingdom sucked dry, even if the nobles did distribute food, it would have only been a temporary solution that would have made matters worse over time. Had His Majesty not strived to make the kingdom strong and prosperous later on, and suppressing the turmoil of the refugees, how could the kingdom of Mao have become this rich and powerful today? And these ignorant commoners actually want to bite the hand of the ones who feed them and disrespect their superiors, just like what happened that time. Thus, we must not show any mercy when dealing with them. Only by doing so can they bring about even the tiniest of significance in their worth. In fact, don't your words also allude to such? You don't actually care about what happens to the commoners, rather, it feels like you only care about taking advantage of them. Supporting you in your effort to become the next emperor, everything was only to satisfy your personal interests. Since the general feels this way, then, we'll just have to battle it out. Come. How grudging, I'm completely unable to intervene with their battle. Fellow soldiers, now that reinforcements have arrived, giving us the advantage in numbers, we must nevertheless not lower our guards as we're still in the middle of a war. All soldiers, listen to my commands, both armies shall merge as one and follow the commands of Jiping. Yes, ma'am. Your Highness, this person. Your Highness. Elder Liu, don't worry, Jiping, as the leader of the peacekeepers, possesses great courage and excellent martial prowess. He definitely has what it takes to manage this position. Jiping, I'll be leaving this to you. Although I may not be able to personally avenge Yao. Right now is the crucial moment for us to break through the guards. I must look down upon oneself. I need to be able to uphold the confidence that Her Highness has in me. I, Jiping, accept your order. All soldiers, heed to my commands. Get into the wedge formation and close in on the enemies on both sides with haste. Gui Tianzhao is certainly worthy of his reputation, seeing how proficient indeed he is with the spear. Attacking with his spear while manipulating the earth beneath, there doesn't seem to be any weak points in his fighting style whatsoever. Whether it's real combat experience or the control of one's dragon mana, he's superior to me in every aspect. He's blocked off all my escape paths. How naive, by leaping into the air, you won't be able to dodge anywhere. What? To think you'd actually be able to counter my earth techniques. Could that sword actually be an Archdragon artifact? Since you've just entered the stage of the Ophidia dragon, you shouldn't be able to refine a dragon artifact yet. I'm guessing that sword is most likely a treasure obtained from the Department of Dragon Seekers. However, using an artifact that surpasses the your dragon stage is considered a taboo among dragon consorts. A person with no sense of honor like you will certainly not be given a good ending. But with your current level, you shouldn't be able to activate more than 2/10 of the dragon artifact's true power. It's still not too late for you to stop right now, but if you persist stubbornly in going about things the wrong way, I will have no choice but to use my utmost strength to liberate you in order to prevent any sort of trouble in the future. Don't bother doing that, General Gue. The mountains shall tremble as the rivers shall overflow. Very well. Possessing the body of an Ophidia dragon, yet controlling the dragon artifact of an archdragon. Suqiani, I will remember your name. You're the very first person who managed to withstand the full power of my fatal blow. General Gue is overpraising me. Head, don't be too full of yourself. As long as I'm still standing, I'll never let you. Take even. Half a step forward. Xiao Ning. We can't let Gue Tianzhao escape into the main hall. Seize them. Brother Ji, Xiao Ning seems to be injured. Who did it? It was Lady Long. She inflicted serious damage when she helped us escape from the palace just now. I didn't think she'd recover so quickly. To defeat someone a whole stage above you, not bad. It seems that many things have happened unbeknownst to me. Compared to you, it wasn't much. Shani actually defeated Gue Tianzhao. That's amazing. That's right, your injuries. It's fine. With Gue Tianzhao now retreating after suffering a defeat, the 4 pairs of dragon generals who were imprisoned in the Dragon Bureau rescued. And the guards of the palace hall suppressed. Everyone, step forward together with me too. Face the King of Mao. The royal chancellor leads his troops to attack the royal palace. The younger brother of the emperor. Listed as a wanted criminal. The leader of the rebels. Colluding with one another to do evil. Very well. I have long since sniffed out this scathing, murderous spirit. Pian Ran. Do you intend to kill your own father? I, your daughter, do not dare. I step forward and brave death today, all in order to request father to listen to my brief remarks. Speak. With the royal court ministers conspiring against the kingdom and refugees emerging all around the region, an inevitable crisis approaches our kingdom. Father, please give the order to administer justice against Gue Tianzhao and eradicate all his assistants. This, don't tell me you're still not satisfied even after injuring General Gue to such a degree. General Gue has strived to his utmost efforts for the sake of the kingdom of Mao. By raising so many pairs of dragon generals, he has contributed a great amount to keeping our borders safe, free of bandits and criminals. Moreover, he had even organized a compulsory labor force to clear out the river channels, opening up various trade routes throughout our kingdom. His invaluable deeds have led to the prosperous kingdom we see today. Behind the prosperity that you speak of is the countless blood and sweat shed by the commoners. With the excuse of prosperity, Gue Tianzhao increased taxes. In order to create the river channels, he worsened the treatment of the compulsory labor groups. Furthermore, he even dealt with shady businesses in the dark. While the nobles have been bathing in their surplus of wealth, the commoners have been struggling to even put enough food on their tables. Such matters have actually been taking place. Why had no one reported it to me? Gue Tianzhao has been preventing the remarks of the commoners from getting to the ears of His Majesty. I hope your Majesty will perceive this matter clearly. I will order the Minister of Criminal Justice to investigate this matter thoroughly. If Gue Tianzhao is discovered to have deceived me and circumvented, he shall be punished severely. We succeeded. All hail the wise and brilliant king. Long live the king. Gue Tianzhao will suffer the consequences of his evil deeds. No one will pity him even if he dies. Long live. And Yao, are you seeing this? We did it. I can't believe things actually went so smoothly. Your courage to step forth today certainly deserves great praise. I shall reward each one of you handsomely. Tomorrow is the day of blessings. When the ceremony comes to an end, I will. Father, please wait for a moment. There's something else I hope you can approve. There's no harm in speaking your mind. Father, I hope for you to enact a new law immediately, lowering taxes and exempting compulsory labor. And rehabilitate Bai Yu, Jinghua, and the other loyal ministers who was unfairly persecuted by Gui Tianzhao. Furthermore, I hope for you to bestow me the position of Grand Chancellor in order for me to supervise the government decree. Ridiculous. Amongst the hundreds of government officials, each of them draw government pay. Your repeated assertions to reduce taxes and exempt compulsory labor makes you nothing but mere hypocrites. Pianran, you're a woman, yet you possess a voracious desire for power and authority. By assisting the rebels within the kingdom, you're going against the interest of the kingdom in all respects. This alone is enough to show that you are not capable of governing the kingdom. To think you'd actually see things this way. What's happening? His Majesty's manner of speech is no different from Gui Tianzhao's, could it be? If I may ask, Your Majesty, have you truly been unaware of the conducts and deeds committed by Gui Tianzhao? Or could it be that Gui Tianzhao has been acting as your puppet this entire time? He stood as the target of condemnation and assisted the monarch with imposing despotic rule. But as soon as something happens, he would be discarded to settle down the grievances and complaints of the commoners. The leader of the rebels wasn't as simple as he may appear to be. Not bad. As the sole ruler of the kingdom, what I sought after was absolute power and rule, so how can I possibly allow anyone to usurp authority? Since you've already seen through me, I no longer need to put up this act. For everything you've done today, you won't be able to shirk off the consequences of the faults of your thinkings, even after dying 10,000 times. As an advisor looking from the perspective of justice, why does Father wish for the meaningless slaughter of so many innocents? Justice. One's claim of justice that lacks just can only result in meaningless deaths. On the other hand, slaughter for a just cause is truly considered just. Justice. Brother. That's right. For the sake of the empire. For the sake of the kingdom of Mao. I shall become justice. I shall become justice. The game between the kingdoms abides by one single rule. If you fail to become the hunter, you will end up as the hunted. Regardless of whether you're a powerful dragon general or a mere weak commoner, if you don't want to be torn apart into shreds during war, you must do everything you can and give your utmost efforts. To use one's talent to the fullest and encouraging the people to give their best efforts, that's exactly what makes a powerful government. Shinny doesn't look too well. Are your injuries serious? I'm fine. Only those nations with smaller territories will proclaim benevolence and love, all in order to conceal their weak appearance. That's wrong. Queen Juya had once said that nations are our common homes. In order to protect our nation, we shall undergo all kinds of trials and tribulations in the face of life and death. One shall not hesitate even if they have to sacrifice their own life. Even if our enemies put our nation through times of chaos, we would never give up or surrender to them, for the day will come when we rebuild our homeland from scratch. These beliefs derived precisely from the benevolence and love shown to us by Queen Juya. She treats everyone equally regardless of their status and makes sure that her people get to eat their fill and wear warm clothes, thus everyone lived in peace and worked happily. Even a mere orphan like me was able to grow into the healthy individual you see now. Neither would there be anyone who would cast me aside just because of my young age, nor would there be anyone who would bully me just because I was weak. Ever since my childhood days, I had always dreamt of becoming a dragon general. All in order to protect this sense of happiness. The reason is that the kingdom of Ba had never developed through oppressing their people and asserting fear in their minds, but rather their firm beliefs. Our beliefs enabled us to move as one as the kingdom of Ba. Long Mian. How foolish. What did you think led to the demise of the kingdom of Ba? The kingdom of Ba is located in a region filled with barren hills and wild rivers, yet its queen still insisted on ruling with benevolence. How hypocritical of her. The kingdom of Ba was blessed with courtierite mines. If they had extracted the mines with their full power and used the courtierite ores to cultivate their dragon generals, Would the military of the Kingdom of Ba have been defeated so easily? Due to the poor terrains of the Kingdom of Ba, Queen Juya would have undoubtedly found it difficult to extract and transport the courtierite ores, by treating her people with love and being lenient towards them. The dragon generals of the Kingdom of Ba barely made any sort of progress in their cultivation after decades. As a result of her leniency and lack of initiative, the entire Kingdom of Ba was razed to the ground as she ended up getting killed. Wouldn't the number of deaths caused by the destruction of their kingdom be multiple times greater than the number of deaths resulting from overworking? Father, the cause of the Kingdom of Ba's destruction seems to be rather complicated. Under abnormally difficult circumstances, the Shu family nevertheless managed to maintain their several hundred years of prosperity. Furthermore, the gradual strengthening of their kingdom goes to show that their method of governing was indeed correct. On the other hand, the Kingdom of Mao surpasses the Kingdom of Ba in population by 100-fold. And even remains in a neutral position amongst the struggles between the other kingdoms. Yet, it practices despotic rule, wastes the manpower and resources, engages in war of aggression at will, and even invades and harasses outside nations at times. Things have escalated to the point where its people are no longer able to make a living. This will undoubtedly lead the kingdom down a path of disaster. These are signs indicating the fall of the kingdom. How impertinent! What do you know? The ambassadors of the empire should have received my message by now. The moment they arrive here, each one of you will certainly die. As expected, Her Highness has quite a sharp tongue. Unfortunately, everything will have to come to an end here. Chief Generals, you've arrived at the perfect moment. Quickly arrest those criminals, and I'll bestow you with handsome rewards. I'll also give a word to the Emperor for you. It'll definitely help you rise up in the ranks. Thank you for your good intentions, King of Mao. I will humbly decline your offer. Please wait for a moment. Chief Generals, you originally came here to supervise the construction of the sacred weir. According to my investigations, the sacred weir of the primordial dragon is definitely not as simple as a mere weir. I hope you will continue to look through this matter thoroughly. If you investigate and ascertain this matter, it will not be difficult for you to be promoted to nobility. Her Highness is surely joking. We've stayed here for quite a few days now, but we've never found anything strange about the sacred weir. If you don't want us to take action, why don't you surrender at once? I believe His Majesty cares for you very much and will definitely be willing to spare your life. Not good. Both Xianxia and I have yet to recover from our serious injuries. I'm afraid that the combined strength of everyone present won't be enough to defeat those two either. Furthermore, the water supply here is also. Xianxia. Stay calm, don't act blindly without thinking. Enough, hurry up and take action. You mere rebel, to actually have the impertinence to sneak an attack on me, the king. You don't deserve to rule over this kingdom. Today, I shall take your life. Help me, Chief Generals, quickly help me. You violent rebel, how audacious of you, hurry up and release the king. Ah. Chief General, what is the meaning of this? Don't forget, insubordination is a serious and punishable offense. I certainly still remember how you used the wuxia dragon crest that the Kingdom of Mao originally paid tribute to the Emperor. Your Majesty, calm down. Now that we've obtained the key, we don't have to put on an act any longer. It's rather tiring having to keep up our act for so long. What? Since your Majesty has such a habit of making threats and promises in order to grasp one's strengths and weaknesses, we figured we might as well push the boat along the current and take the initiative to deliver. This wuxia dragon crest was personally bestowed to me by the Emperor as a reward for breaking the array. We've only altered the records of the Tribute Reserve Department slightly. Tribute Reserve Department, the institution that manages and stores the tributes from the various states of the Great Zhou dynasty. Although this really isn't my style of doing things. If it weren't for the fact that our investigation was obstructed every way possible, we would never have resorted to such lengths simply to catch you off guard. However, young brother Jiping, I would advise against you taking reckless actions, for I will not allow you to harm the King of Mao. So are they our friends or foes? Chief Generals, what's this all about? That's a long story. During our investigation of the sacred weir, we just so happened to obtain a certain silken tip by chance. According to its written records, 2 years ago, the King of Mao appointed a certain nobleman to lead all the skilled workers of the kingdom to design and construct the sacred weir. However, no one expected that the sacred weir, which was supposedly constructed to control the water levels and further serve as a pilgrimage to the dragon god, actually held a huge secret within. Upon becoming aware of this matter, the nobleman attempted to advise the king, but to no avail. Instead, he was threatened and blackmailed with the life of his family. A labyrinth filled with secret passageways was then built within the sacred weir to conceal the truth behind it. The workers and nobility who knew about the secret passageways naturally became the biggest threats against the construction of the sacred weir. Just when the main body of the sacred weir was about to be completed, the King of Mao ordered his men to execute each and every one of them. The nobleman who had long foreseen this outcome led the workers to fight all the way. And he would later on escape using the hidden door that he left behind during the construction of the secret passageway. Good. Very good. It's no wonder I still couldn't find any clues of his whereabouts even after rummaging through the entire kingdom. So it turns out that it has already fallen into the hands of the chief generals. Not just that. A few days ago, when we were exploring the secret passageways, we discovered the hidden door by chance, only to come across the skeletons of the deceased. There were multiple slash wounds on their bones. They must have been inflicted with serious injuries during their attempt to escape. Though they successfully escaped through the hidden door, they still passed away after running out of air and energy. However, they managed to preserve the documents that explained the situation from beginning to end and even the silken diagram asterisk of the sacred weir. Asterisk silken diagram, an item made out of silk with words written or pictures drawn on it. Only after reading through the documents did we learn of the truth behind the sacred weir. Wait a minute. If the corpses had already decayed into nothing but bones, how are the silken diagrams still in good condition? Could it be that this is the Song River silk innovated by my teacher, Jinghua? Chief General, please let me take a look at it. Go ahead. This is my teacher's handwriting and official seal. Could this perhaps mean? Wasn't the princess teacher dismissed from the court and sent back to his hometown? Why would his letter show up within the secret passageways? My teacher brimmed with great talent, possessed profound scholarly knowledge and studied various kinds of fields and techniques. When my teacher was originally framed and dismissed from the court 2 years ago, I thought he'd separated himself from society and decided to live in seclusion within the forest mountains, seeing how our communication had suddenly been cut off. But I never expected that he was actually forced to escape into the sacred weir by Father before experiencing a tragic death within. Father, what did you actually intend to do by constructing the sacred weir? The sacred weir of the primordial dragon is in fact the powerful and unparalleled heavenly thunder array. Extending throughout the river channels in the shape of a dragon, it draws power from the dragon's veins directly through the flow of water that passes through the dam. The power would then converge towards the sky and condense into the 10,000-layer heavenly thunder. And on the next day, during the so-called Day of Blessings, the power of the dragon's veins would have reached its peak. Once the heavenly thunder descends, the imperial capital would be disintegrate into smoke and dust in a matter of seconds. Am I correct? King of Mao. What? Wouldn't the world fall into chaos then? How could this be? Sure enough, my speculations were correct. Whether it was the golden-threaded felines going berserk or the hailstorm occurring during the season of spring, such strange phenomenons happening recently prove that the dragon's veins are indeed moving. No need to panic, although the undertaking of the sacred weir was indeed shocking. We've already obtained the most important key to this project, thus, the sacred weir can no longer be activated. The sword is the key. That's right, we've kept a low profile until today in order to locate this key. Since the key marked on the documents was merely a pattern. We have been struggling to find the key, therefore, we had no choice but to keep an eye on the king's whereabouts. We figured that the king would definitely head over to the sacred weir today and the key would appear. Sure enough, the pattern on the hilt of the sword looked exactly the same as the pattern drawn on the documents. This meant it was undoubtedly the key. As such, everything should be over now. King of Mao, follow us back to the imperial capital to wait for the emperor's judgment. Truly brilliant. Not good. The king of Mao wants to escape. How could this be? Gui Tianzhao. As long as I'm still breathing, don't even think about harming His Majesty. Oomph, you're but a mere arrow at the end of its flight. How persistent. It certainly is a great fortune for the kingdom of Mao to have General Gui. This is my treasured spirit pill, take it quickly. Your Majesty, thank you for bestowing me with such a pill. Not only can the pill heal your injuries in an instant, but it can also catalyze the poison of the zygomatic infection and boost my strength drastically by several folds. The poison of the zygomatic infection. Gui Tianzhao was also inflicted with that poison. Could it be that the king of Mao was the one responsible for inflicting Qinny with that poison? You realized. Yes, I had long since been aware that His Majesty was using this method to control my actions. On the day I was appointed as the great General Kama, His Majesty handed me a cup of imperial wine that contained such poison. Everyone throughout the generations of the Gui family is willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of protecting the king of Mao. How can such trifling poison obscure my will? General, I shall accept your loyalty and sacrifice. Go, kill them all. What overwhelming power! That poison actually had such strange effects. That poison is created using the corpse of a pseudo-dragon filled with hatred, though it increases one's strength for a moment. It will soon exhaust all his life essence star. Life essence, this is essentially one's life force, while ordinary people can only spend it passively throughout their lifetime. Dragons and their consorts can convert it into dragon mana, however, the cost of doing so is extremely high as it will shorten one's lifespan considerably. Gui Tianzhao has already lost his mind, leaving only his thoughts of killing behind. It appears that I will be no different when the poison in my body triggers. Damn it, I simply have no way of intervening in such a fierce battle. General. Ah. Gui Tianzhao has gone completely crazy, he truly doesn't care about his life. How unfortunate for him to have pledged his loyalty to such a deranged, incapable ruler. Didn't I already tell you, one must make the best use of everything and employ their talent to the fullest. General Gui will be remembered for his utmost dedication to the birth of the new empire. I'm going to bring chaos into this world. We've been had. The true key is actually the jade sword fastener asterisk of his scabbard. Asterisk jade sword fastener, an item made out of jade in ancient China that fastens one's scabbard onto the belt around their waist. I told you this method wasn't reliable. We'll handle Gui Tianzhao, you guys go and stop the king. If you don't make it in time, just destroy the array core located within the heart of the sacred weir. Alright. Quick! Sacred weir of the primordial dragon within the secret passageway. This is the mark that I left behind just now. This path, didn't we just walk through here? To think we'd actually get lost. Moreover, we can't find the king's tracks at all. This is the passageway constructed by my teacher, to think it's actually this complex. Yeah, Sir Jing is truly a talented genius. We've already tested out the most common method of solving mazes, yet we still ended up in the same spot. It can clearly be seen that this labyrinth isn't set in stone. I can vaguely perceive the movements of the 5 elements in 8 directions, but we won't be able to decipher it within such a short period. But if we keep going on like this, the sacred war is going to. Wait a minute. I can detect Baijin's dragon mana in the air. He must have attached it to the king's body when he seized the sword. However, the water vapor in this cave is quite dense, making it difficult to sense the mana. I can only draw up a rough estimate of the direction. It should be that way. You're already able to detect such subtle changes, not bad. Yep. Lady Lone, lead the way, let's get going. Alright, this way. The trail of mist cuts off here, there should be some sort of mechanism. Alright, let's take a look around. What's going on? The entire cave is shaking. Ah. Oomph, to think you'd actually find your way through the labyrinth. How outstanding indeed. Stop right there, King of Mao. Don't even think of running away again. Father, just stop. What nonsense are you speaking? The array has already been activated. Even if you get your hands on the scabbard now, you won't be able to stop it. In the end, you won't be able to change anything. Do you feel it, the tremors within the earth? Caused by the condensation of the dragon mana. Ignites a conflagration, bringing out raging waves of absolute chaos. The day of blessings. The death of the primordial dragon. The destruction of the imperial capital. I shall become the king ruling over the entire world. What nonsense! Oomph! The dragon mana has yet to envelope the entire sky. As long as we destroy the dragon core, we'll still have a chance to turn things around. Long Mian, Baijin should have left some clues behind. Quickly find the location of the array plate. Alright. If the array gets destroyed, the sacred war will collapse with it. When that happens, everyone here will die. My virtuous nephew, if you possess the desire to take over the world, then why do you still wish to interfere with my plans? When I destroy the imperial capital and kill the emperor, you'd be the only person left who possesses the blood of the imperial family. The kingdom of Mao has countless individuals of outstanding talents. Furthermore, my power does not simply extend to this one sacred war. When the imperial capital falls, I'll be able to wipe out and take over the remaining kingdoms with ease. As long as you're willing to join hands with me, after everything is settled, I shall bestow you the title Lord of Heaven. Asterisk Lord of Heaven, one who has been accepted to rule over the entire world, commonly known as Son of Heaven or Emperor. Lord of Heaven. This freak who threw away his own life is certainly one tough bastard. I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Is your attack ready yet? That mere serpentine dragon, what astonishing dragon mana! General. The general's life essence will soon be entirely deplete. Even my dragon mana will soon be exhausted. If this goes on, he will die. Not good, I must stop him. General, stop at once. Come back to your senses. We still have other ways to deal with them. Damn it, the poison from the zygomatic infection is gradually starting to infect my body through the channel of dragon mana. I beg of you. Wake up. Quickly wake up. It's on fire, the guards have already fled. I'll get all of you out of here. Cough. Madam. The flame is too intense, it's already too late to extinguish. How many people are still inside? The sound of cries. Hugh. 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 Where? Where are you? The cries are getting. It's no use, you can't save me. You can't save anyone. I can't save the evil refugees, nor my master who was in distress. Even the innocent women and children. He. Then, all these years I spent learning ways to save the people and serve the country. What use was it all for? What use am I? General, where are you? Where is this? Why is everything pitch black? No way, I've lost my vision. The girl was born blind and was abandoned by her parents. She doesn't even have a name. Who knows how much she suffered while wandering the streets? How pitiful. Fortunately, the madam showed mercy and gave consent to bring her back to the residence. That's right, I had been blind since the day I was born. And was picked up by Madame Lin from the streets. Let's tidy up before going over to greet the Lord and Madam. Lord, Madam. Good girl, come over. Susher, 47 years old, Madam of the Bai household. Thank you for saving me. What a clever girl. From today onwards, you'll be called Xiaoning. Why don't you stay here in the Bai household? Xiaoning. Thank you, Madam. Madam. Cough, cough, how suffocating. The place has caught fire. That sound just now was from the beams collapsing. Madam, we need to leave this place quickly. Ah, what's going on? Come on, wake up. I beg of you, please wake up. What was going on with me just now? The cry for help is coming from that direction. It's so hot, what should I do? I can't push it away. I must protect Madam. Need power. Power. Serves the light that splits apart the darkness. Woo. You're the very first light I saw with my own eyes. Hold out your hand. You've finally woken up. General Xiaoning. I'm sorry. I originally wanted to save you, but it appears that I've messed everything up. Dragon Bureau of the Kingdom of Mao Training Ground. Xiaoning, 11 years old, dragon candidate commoner. It's still no good. Ever since I was rescued from the fire that night, I was able to see out of one eye. However, my actions and movements are far better than before. During my time spent at the Bai residence, despite being blind in both eyes, I could nevertheless perform my tasks pretty well. I would even be praised by Madam. But now, both Madam and everyone else. I'll just keep on practicing. All commoners are indeed trash. To think she can't even hit a still target. Heh, that one-eyed freak naturally deserves to only stay at the bottom. You guys. You lowly peasant, who gave you permission to stare at me with such eyes? Yang Yan, 15 years old, dragon candidate nobility. Song Ji, 12 years old, dragon candidate nobility. Oh, to think that this one-eyed freak would also possess a 5-colored horn emblem star. Anyone could tell with a single glance that this high-quality horn emblem belongs to the nobility. I wonder where you stole this from. Asterisk horn emblem. In ancient China, the nobility, scholars, warriors, and such would wear this accessory around their waist to signify their identity or status. Give it back. That's something that Madame Bai bestowed upon me. Give it back, that Madame Bai who was punished and had her possessions confiscated. Heh, since you're somehow related to that criminal, even if I killed you right now, no one would bother investigate. You may struggle as much as you want. Forget it, the day for pledging the oath of consorts will soon arrive. Since no one will want to choose a third-rate dragon like her, I reckon she won't be able to survive for more than half a year. On the other hand, the two of us have already been selected by our dragon consorts. Elder sister, there's no need for you to dirty your hands here now. I'm in a rather good mood today. Let's go. Cough. Is my arm broken? It hurts. That's. No. Don't go. My light. In the end, it turns out that I can't escape from the darkness. as the darkness is also a part of me. Final evaluation, first class. 3 months later, public square of the Imperial Martial Hall. Next up. Yes, sir. How could this be? The one-eyed freak had actually become this strong. How is she so lucky? Damn it, to think the freak at the bottom would actually come out on top. As expected, I can only do my utmost with my eyes closed. The darkness brings me peace. I don't need the light. The evaluation of the new dragons have come to an end. Dragon consorts, you may now select your dragon. Yes. If I'm unable to pledge the oath of consorts today and channel the dragon mana within my body, even if I continue taking the medicine given to me by the Dragon Bureau, I won't be able to live long. But since I was evaluated as a first-class dragon, there shouldn't be any problems. It's just who was standing before me. This is the incantation used to pledge the oath of consorts. No. Wait. The oath of consorts has been pledged. This voice belongs to my dragon. It's you. Gui Tianzhao, 20 years old. Left-hand dragon officer out of Dragon Consort. Xiao Ning, 11 years old. Right-hand dragon officer out of Ophidia Dragon. Does this belong to you? Yes. Keep it well. Yes. It's you, the shining light which brightened up my world. 1 year later, with the invasion of the barbarians along the frontier, we were ordered to take part in battle. We attacked the enemy camp by ourselves, battling side by side against the enemies, and sweeping away everything before us. After 6 years of continuous battles, we finally returned home victorious. Congratulations to General Gui for returning victorious. Almighty General, long live the Kingdom of Mao. Dozens of generals were sent on expeditions to the western frontier battle, yet General Gui was the only one who returned victorious, capturing tens of thousands of prisoners of war. It is truly a great honor for our kingdom. We ask for General Gui to come to the royal palace to receive his reward as the great general. Sir, thank you for going through the trouble of passing the message to me. I shall head into the palace to meet His Majesty at once. Gui Tianzhao, 27 years old. Left-hand Dragon General of the West Garrison out of Dragon Consort. During our 6 whole years of battle, I had already forgotten the sight of the bustling streets in Yingchun. Xiao Ning, 18 years old. Right-hand Dragon General of the West Garrison out of Serpentine Dragon. General, please accept our gifts. Congratulations on your triumphant return. The blessings of the Dragon God, bringing good fortune upon our land. Xiao Ning, is something the matter? I, Xiao Ning, would like to express my gratitude for the general. Why the sudden gratitude? The general has assisted me in mastering my control over the metal element, taught me how to train my female lancer squad, and even guided me down the path of the strong. If not for the general's benevolence, I would not be standing here today. The weak would have long since rotted into nothing but bones in the muddy waters, forgotten by everyone. Only the strong can stand like this, embracing the support of the people. I was fortunate enough to be chosen as your dragon. May I follow you for eternity? In that case, come along. Yes. Sigh, another one of those dreams. Xiao Ning, 20 years old, right-hand dragon lieutenant out of Serpentine Dragon. Those days at the frontier. The days we fought alongside one another in the battlefield were the times I felt most free. Over these past 2 years after returning to Yingchun, the power and influence of us generals have gradually increased day by day. The pressure from various fields have also grown with each passing day. Never mind these thoughts, for today is the blooming day of the peach blossoms. I will not cower again. No matter what, I must give it to him. Phew, let's go. General, are you there? It's open. General. Gui Tianzhao, 20 years old, left-hand dragon lieutenant out of Dragon Consort. That's right, I've reached the highest official position and become the Dragon Lieutenant of the Kingdom of Mao. I can protect everyone. I can protect our kingdom from the invasion of those barbarians. I can protect the subjects from being slaughtered by the foreigners. I can protect teacher Jinghua from being relegated from the court and beheaded. However, General, you. Ah Ran. Is that you? General, you're drunk. Let me bring you over for some rest. What exactly happened when you attended the banquet alone yesterday? Why did you indulge in wine throughout the whole night? You're asking me why. Then why did you reject me? Ah Ran. I'm not wrong, I didn't do anything wrong. But why can't we ever go back again? Ah Ran. General. General, do you still remember this? I do. Cough. General, I'm sorry. I'm going to die soon. This is my final chance. This 5-colored horn emblem is known as the Eternal Full Moon. It is said that by giving it to a loved one, those two will never be separated. Xianxia, I know, but I cough. No, I too know that the general's heart had long since belonged to someone else. In fact, the moment you pledged the oath of consorts with me, I had already gotten everything I could ask for. I shouldn't be asking for any more unreasonable demands, but... General, you once said how? The dragon generals of the Kingdom of Mao shouldn't be afraid of death. Yet, I'm scared to death right now. I'm scared that I can never stand by the general's side again. So please, I beseech you to accept this. If there is an afterlife, let me use this keepsake to find you again. Give me direction within the darkness. Xiao Ning. Let us continue to be bound together, whether through good or bad. Whether through life or death. Those who tread according to the will of the world shall live, while those who oppose it shall perish. Since my virtuous nephew is already aware of the might of the sacred weir, as long as you're willing to cooperate with me, the imperial throne shall be within reach. Shut up, you sinister old man. Do you intend to once again oppress the masses and recreate the tragedy that happened 13 years ago? You rebel. Shani. I found the path that leads to the array. This way. What? Brother Ji, Princess, take the King of Mao away from the sacred war first. If we're going to break the array, this place won't be safe either. Hurry up and evacuate. All right. Oomph. Prince Su. Be careful. This is the core of the sacred weir. What a sight to behold. Yeah. So the mana of the dragon's vein circulates and converges through this pillar of light, right? This pillar of light isn't its actual body, but rather, the defense mechanism of the array. As for how we can break it, even I have a hard time determining the solution. Try attacking it first. All right. Leave it to me. Ah. Are you okay? It appears to be the Yin array reflection. It's capable of reflecting twice the strength of one's attacks. Luckily you held back, otherwise, the repercussions would have been much worse. How forbidding, then, how are we supposed to break it? The core of a Yin array is hidden deep within. However, it's not insurmountable. As long as we can detect the subtle motion of the stone inscriptions, then we'll be able to pull it out by its roots. That's great, Chinny. Sure enough, there's nothing capable of stumping you. Its external defense mechanism should have been destroyed. Concealed within should be the heaven thunder array of the sacred weir of the primordial dragon. This is the base pillar forged using golden marble stone. So that's how it was. The Kingdom of Mao wasn't extracting large amounts of golden marble stone to nurture their dragon generals. Rather, it was used to link the dragon's veins to the array core. It's connected to the dragon's veins underneath, what a bottomless abyss. That thing on top is the array core. As long as we destroy it, this entire matter will come to an end. Yeah. Wait. That is. This cannot be. Impossible. The sacred war is starting to tremble. They actually found a way to break the defense mechanism of the array. Ah. Father, it has already half an hour before dawn, we must leave this place quickly. Hurry up and lead the way, otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. Oomph. You. The exit has already been blocked off by these rocks, we can no longer get out. Pian Ran, I'm not lying, there's only one way out of this labyrinth. If you don't want to die in this place, you must. Go back and stop Su Qianni from destroying the array immediately. Qianni, what's wrong? I should have known. A single array can only absorb so much of the mana of the dragon's veins, so how could the King of Mao be so confident in killing the primordial dragon? It turns out that the real core of this array is actually this secret treasure. It increases the amount of the dragon mana capable of being stored in the array by several times, as well as the power. The King of Mao really wasn't bluffing. If we destroy the array core, the mana of the dragon's vein will burst in an instant. We would undoubtedly die along with it. We'll have to get away the instant before the array unleashes. That's our only chance of escaping this place alive. Our only chance to escape alive. If the imperial capital gets destroyed, the body of the primordial dragon will perish as well. Chaos will erupt all over the world, leaving the masses in terrible situations. This is the fate of the masses. When the kingdom of Ba was destroyed, there was nothing I could do about it. But this time, I might be able to save everyone. I must not run away. Qianni. I'm sorry. Long Mian. Long Mian. Long Mian. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and stop her. This is the best opportunity for you to get rid of both the Emperor and the primordial dragon. It's also the perfect chance for you to rise up to the peak of this world. Just a little bit further, damn it. Oh no. It's absorbing my dragon mana. Ah. Qianni. Ah. The poison of the zygomatic infection. Damn it, even I have also. Just give in. Otherwise, you'll perish here, and all that you've done would be in vain. The truth will forever be hidden under the royal throne. The blood and shame will forever be engraved in the history books. And the darkness and madness will forever run in the blood of your people. Qianni. Do you wish to resign yourself to that? How cold. I feel as if my body is soaked in cold water. I feel so tired and sleepy. Keep enduring. We'll be able to leave this place soon. As long as we reach the pure and holy land, we'll no longer suffer any pain or sorrow. It'll be just like before. When you can't defeat your opponent, you'll just have to avoid them for the time being before trying again. Just like the time when the kingdom of Ba collapsed and when the queen died. The time when we were being chased by Long Yan and separated from the citizens of Ba. Or the time when the peacekeepers lost of the rebellion and when Sister Inya was forced to sacrifice herself. Just like every other time in the past. When we turned around and ran away. Oh, we're simply repeating our actions of the past. But why does my heart feel so empty? This bone-chilling cold, why does it feel so familiar? It's just like my first memory. Which family does this child belong to? Were you abandoned? How pitiful. Why don't you follow Granny from now on? However, it's because I have felt. Mian Mian, this is called a sprout candy, why don't you get it a taste, it's very sweet. Those rough yet warm hands. Mian Mian, it's the new year, here, wear this newly made cotton jacket. That glittering and bright smiling expression. Mian, Uncle Bo will bring you into the mountains to hunt for some deers. Those sincere, caring words. I've felt the warmth of this world. What? So, this time, I won't run away. For I must protect this warmth. You. How foolish. If we die here, even if we do end up saving the world, what would it mean to us? Both Sister Du and Uncle Ming sacrificed themselves in order to save the kingdom of Ba. Do their deaths not mean anything? If we were to turn a blind eye to the chaos that would befall the entire country as the masses suffer as a result, even if we do end up coming out of this alive, what sort of meaning could our actions possibly have? Enough. You merely seek to use my life to accomplish your goals. That's right, I'm indeed ashamed to face Xianxia and fully understand that it's useless no matter how I apologize. You can resent or blame me. But this decision was not made by me alone. For it too was Xianxia's decision. What nonsense are you speaking? Xianxia, you once have told me that you were pursuing and searching for your own path, not simply a mere result. The destruction of the imperial capital might perhaps allow you to attain the throne and become the emperor without a hitch. However, that's not what you truly desire. Your hesitation and struggle are solid evidence of that. That's a bunch of nonsense. Xianxia. You can recall that sense of warmth, right? Do you, truly, desire to destroy the imperial capital? I remember. Reporting. An urgent report from the front lines. Elder brother. It's fine. Don't worry. I remember the warmth of my elder brother's hand. Xianxia. I remember the warmth of my mother's tears. I remember. If I can become the emperor, I will make the entire empire flourish and prosper just like the kingdom of Mao. It also has to be like the kingdom of Ba where everyone lives happily in peace. That's right. Ah, what's going on? The realm of sense is collapsing. Wah. Not good. The mana within the core is getting stronger and stronger. I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Xianxia. You're awake. Yes. The dragon mana within the array is already filled to the brim. We can only inject our dragon mana and perhaps sacrifice ourselves for a greater cause. All right. I never thought that I would ever put my life on the line for the sake of others. However, Long Mian was correct. I don't simply want to achieve the outcome of becoming emperor. Rather, I want to make a change in this chaotic world. Pian Ran, from the moment you disobeyed me, your failure was already certain. However, I will not kill you. In order to achieve the grand ambitions of the kingdom of Mao, I will nonetheless have to make allies. I will marry you to the eldest son of the kingdom of Yong and form a deep relationship with them. That won't happen. You should be well aware of your own daughter's temperament. Even if I suffer a complete defeat today, I will nevertheless fight until the end. How stubborn of you. Since that's the case, when this whole matter comes to an end, I will have countless methods of bringing you to your knees. What? That's the core of the sacred weir. What? Isn't that where the core is located? Have Prince Su and Lady Long succeeded? Oh no, the sacred weir is starting to collapse, but the two of them are still inside. Don't worry, since they chose to destroy the array, they must have found a way to escape from within. Princess. Prince Su, Lady Long, the two of you better stay safe. We ought to finish what we've started as well. Yeah. He actually destroyed the core. Su Qianxia, does he not want to live anymore? Father, everything is over now. Before this situation gets any more serious, you'd better do as we say. No. I will not admit defeat. I've already ordered the senior officials from 10 different regions to rush over to Yingchun. With the treasures accumulated over the past century in the kingdom of Mao, it'll be more than enough to deal with those two lackeys of the Empire. I can also. No one will be coming. What? Why is the emergency order feather asterisk in your hands? Asterisk emergency order feather. According to the documents related to the silver-throated lark, this feather is used to send out urgent orders. Since I've decided to face father, how I could not make any preparations beforehand. What's more, when it comes to the field of the spirit order transmissions, Gui Tianzhao certainly falls short of me. Moreover, even if the senior officials do arrive, I'm afraid that father won't be able to get what he wants either. For I had long since moved everything from the treasury shared amongst the 10 regions away. You unfilial daughter. Do you know how long the Empire has had their eyes on the kingdom of Mao? Nowadays, they're even trying to uphold justice in our kingdom. If their threat doesn't get dealt with now, it will naturally result in a never-ending series of troubles. I'm already 50 years old, but my son is still young. Before I die, I must quickly establish 1,000 years of dominant rule. However, because of you meddlesome fools, all the painstaking effort that I'd put into this plan has come crumbling down. Sigh. I ask father to hand over the royal seal, repent for your sins and abdicate from the throne. I, Pian Ran, will make sure that the Empire stops pursuing and investigating this matter. Impossible, you don't have what it takes to become the queen of the kingdom of Mao. Even in this situation, father still refuses to acknowledge his daughter. That's right. Your decision to cooperate with those rebels in order to obstruct my grand plans shows just how short-sighted and incompetent of a person you really are. Princess, you don't have to waste time arguing with him. If he insists against handing over the royal seal, I'll take action immediately. Very well. If you dare take another step closer, I will toss the royal seal into the violent, raging waves. I had long since given the order to pass the throne down to my son. If the royal seal were to be lost, even if you, Yun Pian Ran, succeed the throne, you will not be the rightful ruler of the kingdom. When the time comes, all our vassal states will definitely stir up trouble and tear apart the entire country. I've done everything I possibly could within my abilities to be acknowledged by father. In terms of one's insights and talents, mine far exceeds everyone else's. Yet, father would rather pass the throne down to a newborn son than to give the royal seal to Pian Ran. You calling me short-sighted and incompetent is but a mere excuse. For the real reason is, I, Pian Ran, was born a woman. Your current appearance is indeed just like that of the Queen of Ba from back then. Xianxia simply doesn't know how to obey men. She would always insist on going against the trends and was bent on having her way. Only then did I give the kingdom of Yong a helping hand to make her realize the consequences for going against me. Though the Queen of Ba may have passed away, the people of her kingdom nevertheless respect and love her. Father, you've always praised yourself as a wise and brilliant individual. But how many people are willing to stand by your side today? Stop, don't come any closer. What I really wanted was never power, but rather to be recognized by father as your daughter. I wanted to let father have a change of heart about women ruling over the kingdom and to make you understand that a daughter isn't a mere tool used for marriage. Father, if I had been born as your son, would you have been willing to listen to my words? If so, everything would not have ended up as it is today. Father. Oh no. The royal seal. Princess, be careful. Father. It's dangerous, you can't go over there anymore. Pian Ran. No. Father. Dad. Ranner also wants to. I have shed countless blood, sweat and tears for more than 20 years for the kingdom of Mao. I no longer have any regrets. I only lament that the throne, which has been passed down through the family for so many generations, would actually end up in the hands of a woman. My end has finally come. Why couldn't you have been born a man? Father. Pian Ran. Something's not right. The fluctuations emitted from the sacred ware are extremely unusual. It appears that something happened. The sacred ware is collapsing. Quickly, run. It's a punishment for our sins. This must be the wrath of the dragon god. Run towards the mountains, don't shove each other. Hurry, keep up. Your Highness. Are you okay? Yeah, don't worry about me. Get the laborers to evacuate immediately. Yes. Help, save us. Your Highness, where are you going? Save us. Help. Auntie. Ah. Cough, cough. Your Highness, be careful, hand the child over to me. Ji Ping. Quick, follow me. The entire sacred ware is collapsing. Hurry up and swim. Why? This is. It's the dragon god. Thank goodness we arrived on time. Prince Su, Lady Long. It's great to see that you're both okay. Things got pretty dangerous back there, we nearly. Let's deal with the flood first, save the chit-chat for later. All right. The water is receding. The ground is rising. We're saved. It's the blessing of the dragon god. Hoorah! Long live the dragon god. Prince Su, Lady Long, we're all indebted to the two of you for saving our kingdom. I don't know how I can return the favor. Her Highness is exaggerating. However, the success this time was all thanks to Long Mion's persistence. Chani. I didn't actually do anything. In fact, I nearly killed you. If not for the dragon mana within the core being reabsorbed by the golden flower stone pillar. If not for the lower section of the stone pillar being connected to the dragon's veins. If not for Qiani risking his life to protect me. I would have long since died. What's with all the ifs? This is simply the inevitable result of your genuinity. If we were to come across the same situation, you would have still made the same decision, no? Yeah, that's right. Sister, thank you for saving me. I picked this stone up from the riverbank. It looks very pretty, so I'll give it to you. The royal seal. It's actually the royal seal. Thank you. It suits sister very much. Meanwhile, upstream of the sacred weir. Have you finished? Yeah, the water collected within the reservoir of the sacred weir has been sent in all directions. It will no longer rush down to the plains downstream. The flood downstream has also been obstructed by the two of them. Sure enough, that little girl is quite interesting. Our spotlight has been snatched away. I don't care. Sometime later, Royal Palace of the Kingdom of Mao, Rising Dragon Palace Hall. On the 3rd month of this year, the late King Yunlang has passed. We have followed the legacy of our predecessors and sworn our utmost loyalty to the king till the day of his passing. With the restless commotion of the mountains and rivers, my younger brother is still not ready to handle such affairs. I, the eldest daughter, Yun Pianran, by the order of the late king and in possession of the royal seal, shall succeed the royal throne of the Kingdom of Mao and seize the altar of the Yun clan. We shall follow the legacy of the late king. The new queen possesses both virtue and talent, and even sincerely cares about her people. This is truly a blessing to the Kingdom of Mao. All hail the Queen of Mao. The Kingdom of Mao shall live on for the next 1,000 years. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the sacred weir. Quick, send the last of the injured back. Keep searching to see if anyone's still missing. Yes, sir. We should be almost done. The area outside of town, a public place filled with numerous people. Long Mian. I'm tired to death. Let me lie down for a while longer. Xianxia, look. It's daybreak. Your Majesty, we're making good progress with the new policies. I've already looked through it. Up till yesterday, we've already eliminated 13 projects with compulsory labor, more than 20,000 laborers have been released and millions of packs of rice have been compensated to them. Regarding the agriculture and farming industry, we've reduced the taxes by 70%. Though the effect is remarkable, many of the conservative nobles instigated by Guibushing are still refusing to cooperate. Yes, I've already been informed by Sig Star. I summoned Royal Censorate G** over precisely to hear your opinions. Sig, the Grand Chancellor who serves the King and is in charge of supervising the other officials. Royal Censorate, one of the positions who supervises the other officials. In my opinion, in order for the new policies to be implemented, the first ones who go against the order shall all be beheaded. Absolutely not. Order within the kingdom has yet to be achieved, and with countless other tasks to accomplish, how can we lay down the death penalty so rashly? Moreover, Guibushing is a renowned noble figure who has dealings with many other noble families. If we take a look at the major changes in various kingdoms throughout history, resistance and bloodshed were both inevitable. If we refrain from shooting at the rats out of fear of breaking the vases now, all that we have achieved so far would simply go down the drain. I hope that your Majesty understands. Lord Ji must only be so determined because Guibushing is the nephew of Gue Tianzhao. He's definitely using this as a pretext to eliminate the remnants of the Gue clan once and for all. How can the changes and innovations to the laws be used for personal vendettas when it serves as a major tool of the kingdom? Before, I did brood to a certain extent over how I wasn't able to avenge Yao's death by killing Gue Tianzhao with my own hands. However, I already understand that I should not deliberately seek revenge out of momentary anger. Rather, I ought to make the kingdom of Mao into a better place so that past tragedies do not repeat themselves. That was in Yao's lifelong wish. And also the sole reason for me to live alone during my time in this world. Now that the new policies have already begun to bear fruit, and the praises of the masses fill the streets, now is the time. The words of Royal Censorate G are exactly what I wanted to hear. The nobles' exploitations of the masses within the kingdom of Mao did not exactly happen overnight. As for the Guibushing who was thought highly of by the former king, he's now forming a clique of his own and taking arbitrary actions while treating me like nothing. If we don't punish him now as an example, how are we going to punish the ones before and prevent the ones after? In any case, the changes and innovations to the new laws must be carried out to the end. Yes. Late in the morning on that same day. Zhonghua Palace. Sister Princess. Long Mian, you ought to change how you address her. But to call her sister Queen of Mao, it sounds rather strange. Greetings to the Queen of Mao. Prince Su, you don't have to act so politely. Lady Long, you're here too. We're here to bid you farewell, we'll be leaving Yingchun today. Today, why are you leaving so suddenly? Indeed, since the two chief inspectors have just gone back to the imperial capital, we ought to take our leave before they finish making their report on the completion of the mission. We've been inconveniencing you over the past few days. The unique methods for cultivating dragon generals of the Department of Dragon Seekers are recorded within this silk scroll. Please regard this as my form of gratitude. Prince, much thanks. I originally wanted to take the two of you for a stroll around the new Zuji Alley. But it seems I won't have the opportunity to do so anymore. Ji Ping, if you say it like that, it'll make it even harder for me to leave. Xianxia, why don't we? Let's wait until we break free from the imperial execution order before coming back to Yingchun for a visit again. If we stay here any longer before clearing that up, we'd only be causing more trouble for them. All right. Queen of Mao, Brother Ji, we will be taking our leave now. Remember to take good care of yourselves. You too. Your Majesty. Sister Princess, what's wrong? I'm fine. Just the thought of you two leaving here makes me sad, unwilling to part with you. Sister Princess. Lady Long. Prince Su. If you need any help in the future, I, Pianran, will definitely be more than willing to give you a helping hand. When we meet each other again, the two of us will have accomplished our promises. Your journey is extremely dangerous, so make sure to take good care of yourself. Thank you, Queen of Mao, we'll do our best. Your Majesty. Yes. Are you perhaps interested in Prince Su? Yes. Then, why did your Majesty not confess to Prince Su? If you could convince him to stay. Prince Su has always treated me with courtesy, like an outsider. On the other hand, he treats Lady Long with natural affection. How could I confess if I knew it wouldn't work out? Besides, the current number of dragon generals within the Kingdom of Mao have plummeted drastically, with both internal and external strifes alike arising. Although Prince Su may have left behind the method to cultivate dragon generals, we'll nevertheless need to tread with great caution from beginning to end. We'll also need to figure out how to nurture them with love. For the sake of both our families and kingdom. We ought to strive for it. Yes. Xianxia, where are we heading towards? The Kingdom of Yun. It is located south of the mainland. Even though it borders the Kingdom of Mao, it's separated by natural terrains, causing them to be beyond the reach of the Empire. After the incident of the Sacred Weir, the Empire and the other kingdoms will definitely make their move. We must quickly rush to the Kingdom of Yun before they impose martial law. Oh, then let's hurry on up. Surely, the abundance of heavenly treasures there will assist me in ascending the stages, right? I've even heard how the beauties in the Kingdom of Yun are renowned throughout the world. Who's there? What's wrong? Why the sudden fluster? I sensed a killing intent directed towards us just now. Perhaps I might have mistaken. What a sunny day we have today. Sweetie. Xianxia. Don't make any reckless moves, sweetie. Damn it, we clearly cooperated with one another back in the Kingdom of Mao, but to think that she's still unwilling to let us go. However, seeing how she's not going for the killing blow, she's definitely trying to capture us alive. If I can help Xianxia get out of her grasp, perhaps we might stand a chance. It's just that Baijin has yet to show himself. With my current abelites to manipulate water, I'm simply not his opponent. It seems that I'm forced to use that move again. All right. Sister Karu, enough playing around. Have you gotten the habit of acting? You're still as boring as ever. What a killjoy. That's right, I haven't even played my part yet. Wait a minute. What's going on? Ahem, this. I was just going to explain to you. Xianxia had once saved your lives. So when we first arrived in the Kingdom of Mao, Xianxia had already contacted you in secret. And your previous acts of hostility were all a scheme planned out by Xianxia. Yeah, that's right. My acting skills weren't half bad, right, Xianxia? Just how much did you keep a secret from her? That secretive personality of yours really is still the same as ever. No wonder they purposely showed themselves back then. If they were really our enemies, they wouldn't have given us the chance to even react before. But since you were only putting up an act, why did you deal such a heavy blow to him? That's because when we were fighting each other back then, the King of Mao had sent out a spy to monitor us in the shadows. And in order to gain the trust of the king, we needed to make the act as real as possible. We already avoided his vital spots on purpose. It's just that we never expected the spy to take advantage of the instant we made our move. To inflict Xianxia with the zygomatic poison. So that's when it happened. But what should we do about the poison now? The poison no longer poses any problems, so you won't have to worry about it anymore. It's just that the rewards we agreed on can't be any less. Here. This special dispatch order of the Department of Dragon Seekers. Losing it is already a serious crime, let alone giving it to someone else. How do you guys intend to report back to Longyan? You don't have to worry about that. All you need to know is as long as you have it in your possession that you'll be able to avoid the pursuit of the Dragon Seekers and the inspection of the city guards. However, here's a friendly reminder. By helping you this time around, we've already returned the favor that we owed you before. If you're still a wanted criminal of the Empire by the time we meet again, I definitely won't show any mercy. So you better hurry up and get stronger. Alright. Sister Kara should also practice her swordsmanship to avoid getting embarrassed in the future. Heh, you stinking brat, you better be careful of your thick skin from getting exposed. They also have such a good relationship with one another. Even I have never seen Chinny smiling so comfortably. Perhaps it's because Chinny received a lot of care from Kara back when he was still in the Department of Dragon Seekers. Oh. As for what happened to him in the past, I'll leave that to him to explain to you. We also have a secret technique dealing with water manipulation. Would you like to learn it? Of course, Brother Baijin, please teach me. Alright, listen carefully. Water lacks both flow and form. By flow, do you perhaps refer to its movement? But all water flowing through the great rivers and streams will eventually lead back to the sea. How can water not be constantly moving? Although I have indeed created a water screen in a situation where I couldn't detect any water source, it had never occurred to me where such water came from. Without any roots or source, appearing out of thin air. Rain, mist, vapor, dews. Ah, I did it. Why did I never think of using the moisture and vapor floating within the air? Water does indeed lack flow. To think she'd actually comprehend it so quickly. But what does being formless mean? Does that mean one can manipulate the form of water according to their will? Round bullets, sharp needles, daggers, spears. That's not right. Water is originally formless, so why make it take the form of something? Dripping water penetrates stone, meaning that the water capable of doing so is formless. The power of the water droplets really did increase after rotating it at high speed. Moreover, it took much less water than trying to make it take the form of something. It even saves quite a bit of dragon mana. She got the hang of it after a few pointers. Chinny, take a look at my new technique, it's called Swirling Thunderclap. You have quite a good eye. Yeah. What an interesting name. Alright, we better head off now. Farewell, young ones. You better not get yourselves killed before we meet again. See ya. Ajin, Sister Karu, take care. Bye. How envious, when'll I be able to fly? I'm beat. Long Mian, are you okay? Learning a new technique actually consumes so much dragon mana. Then, let's take a break before setting off. Yeah. Chinny, if you have anything you want to tell me, then use this opportunity to do so. Ahem, I would like to apologize for hiding certain things from you before. I actually wanted to explain all these things to you, but problems just kept arising one after another. Oh. Chinny, do you think Sister Yen will be able to become a dragon? What's with the sudden question? It's because I think. The problem between us is that I'll have to eat you up if I want to become a primordial dragon. Are you scared? It's still too early for you to think of such things. Chinny, don't try to avoid my question. If we can't even face the problems that we'd eventually have to face, then how are we going to achieve our goals together? So please give me an answer. Together. Let's find a way for dragons to become a primordial dragon without having to eat up their dragon consorts. How can you have such unrealistic? It's because you'll become a good emperor. Although you and I have very different methods of doing things, we nevertheless share the same heart. Whether it was helping Ji Ping get in touch with Sister Princess, or risking your life to destroy the core in order to save the Empire, you were actually always taking the masses into consideration. Really? The daily lives of the commoners are filled with all kinds of hardships. In order to simply survive, they have to put in their utmost effort every single day. Even then, they'd still have to pray to be free from illness and disease. To pray for the benevolence and wisdom of their king. To pray for the protection of the dragon generals and good weather for the crops. After hearing about history from you, according to my experience in the kingdom of Mao, I'm now even more convinced that capable rulers are rare to come by. So, for the sake of the future dynasty, I must definitely not devour you. I'm afraid I'll have to give up on becoming a primordial dragon. Long Mian. All right. I'll just wait and see. Yep. I still owe you an apology for what happened back then. Having underestimated your strength and determination, I ended up trying to take everything into my own hands. Your behavior and attitude back at the sacred were fully demonstrated that you're indeed capable of taking care of things properly. So, regardless of what I have planned in the future, I'll always discuss it honestly with you. All right. It's a deal. Xianxia, it's really difficult. Although this method of travel may be quick, I have to maintain an even distribution of my dragon mana, while keeping balance at the same time. How tiring. Who was the one who said they wanted to become the first ever primordial dragon who didn't have to eat their dragon consort? Besides, we haven't even started the real training. The Department of Dragon Seekers have recorded no less than 108 different kinds of harsh training methods. What? This is already my 58th time falling into the water, continuously exhausting my dragon mana. Is extremely tiring. It feels as if my entire body has been sucked dry. I do want to get stronger, but I can't help but wonder why I still haven't ascended to the next stage. I clearly felt a sudden burst in strength for a moment during my previous battle with Xiaoning. However, after receiving the shock from the core of the sacred weir, that feeling suddenly vanished. It can't be that something went wrong with my body, right? Since you've already showed signs of ascension, you should be ascending to the next stage very soon. After receiving the shock from the core of the sacred weir, I'm also unable to feel the poison in my body. It seems that the core must have affected something within our bodies. Ah, then what should we do? No need to worry, it appears that our dragon veins must have been temporarily suppressed. Let's first make our way to the kingdom of Yun as planned. As long as we find the fitting medicinal ingredients, I can guarantee you'll be able to ascend in no time. Really? Yes. Then what are we still waiting for? Let's go. At the northern glaciers in a camp within a cave. Those two brats actually had the impertinence to act without permission. I even kept telling them to report back to me after investigating the matter properly. The dark dragon was even dragged into the situation by coincidence. If what was hidden within the sacred weir was truly that comma, things might get rather troublesome. Yen, is the situation that serious? You actually knitted your brows. It's nothing. Really? Yeah, it must have been your imagination. Ahem, it's already getting late. What do you want for dinner tonight? Ah, dinner. We're having this. Alright, how well done would you like it to be? Let me think for a second. Kill them. Die. Everyone firmly believes that what is seen in one's dream is what exists in one's heart. Guard this place with your life, for it stands as the final line of defense. Don't let the traitors step foot into the Grand Hall. Put your life on the line to protect the King of Dai. If that really was the case. Soldiers of the great kingdom of Feng, heed my orders. The first person who reaches the Grand Hall shall receive 3 promotions. Kill them all. Die. Why do the unbearable nightmares of the past? Princess Asterisk, quickly, run. Asterisk Princess, daughter of the king. Continue to linger persistently within one's dreams. Ah. Mother. Year 760 of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Autumn Kingdom of Yen, Royal Palace. Mother, did you have another nightmare? Your Highness. Dai Jiang, 28 years old, princess of the kingdom of Dai, royal consort. Your Highness, though you possess the blood of the Su family, you have to keep in mind that Mother is a noble from the kingdom of Dai. You must help Mother get revenge for the kingdom of Dai. Yes, I wouldn't dare. I promise you that I'll definitely do it. It's just that I'm not accustomed to the things here at the Kingdom of Yen and still want to go back to Gaojing Star. Gaojing, capital city of the Great Zhou dynasty. Enough. Don't ever utter such nonsense again. When your elder brother succeeded the throne after your father suddenly passed away, the entire kingdom fell into ruins under the hands of those traitors. With Gaojing in utter chaos and the two of us not having anyone else to rely on, the only path that awaits us if we head back now would be a dead end. Your Highness, your father wished for you to succeed the throne, not that no good elder brother of yours. Fortunately, the King of Yen was willing to take us in after considering the kindness of your grandfather Star. Specifically, maternal grandfather. You must seize this opportunity to make use of the power of the Kingdom of Yen. Mother. Who's there? Consort Jiang, have you rested well? Greetings, Your Majesty. Uncle Yen. I apologize for displaying such an unsightly appearance. There's no need to be so courteous. You may have just arrived at the city, but you definitely don't have to act like a stranger. If the seventh prince ever needs something, don't hesitate to ask the servants outside for assistance. Thanks to the kindness and generosity of the King of Yen, we, mother and son, are able to continue living in safety. When I met with misfortune and fled to the kingdom of Dai to seek refuge back then, your father treated me extremely well. It's only natural that I return the favor now. That's right, I heard your Majesty's beloved daughter, Yan Yi, had entered Changqing Palace not long ago and risen up to the position of a royal concubine. She even given birth to a son. It appears that your Majesty has become a father-in-law. Ever since my eldest daughter, Yan Yi, got married in Gaojing. My younger daughter, Yan Yu, has been bawling non-stop all day long, not even willing to come out of her room. Oh, what a headache it has become for me. Moreover, the disputes between the court ministers are increasing by the day. I'm afraid that Your Highness, Mother and Uncle Yen will be reminiscing about our former days. Why don't you go and play in the garden? Make sure not to wander too far away. Okay. Living in peace and safety. This place is simply dull and boring. The royal palace was also quite cold and cheerless as there was barely any palace maids wandering around. When can I go back to Gaojing? Xianxia, did you see anything? I have one good news and one bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Good news or bad news? Aunt Yao would always tell me that one should experience hardships first and save the bliss and joy for later. So, let's hear the bad news first. All the paths leading to the kingdom of Yun have already been seized by the dragon generals sent out by the empire. Other than crossing through the swamp here, there are no other paths we can take. However, it's said that this swamp of graves has many strange beasts hiding within, making it an extremely dangerous place. Wait. Couldn't we use the special dispatch order that Sister Yen gave us and pretend to be the generals sent out by the empire? After all, we were able to clear the customs earlier without a hitch. Thank you for your hard work, generals. Here's a small token of appreciation. I heard that the Department of Dragon Seekers had just dispatched 2 groups of Empyrean-ranked dragon generals to the Kingdom of Yun. Moreover, the generals usually have close relationships with one another, so they'd be able to see through our disguise with a single glance. Didn't you previously mention that the Empire and the Department of Dragon Seekers have very little control of the Kingdom of Yun since it's located so far away? Why have they dispatched such high-ranking dragon generals over? Could it be that they've figured out our whereabouts? If that really was the case, we wouldn't have been able to make our way here. That means something serious must have happened nearby. Why do we always come across such things? Alright then, we'll just have to cross through the swamp. At least it'll be much better than fighting against Empyrean dragons. Xianxia. Look. This swamp is filled with highly toxic miasma that kills any living creature that accidentally wanders in, hence the name, Swamp of Graves. If one doesn't constantly use their dragon mana to block the miasma, they'll end up even more miserable than that rock over there within the span of 3 breaths. What? Let's hurry up and go if you understand. We rarely come across such opportunities to train the control over our dragon mana. Wait, you haven't even told me the good news yet. Dragon mana training. Didn't I just mention it? That's the good news. Indeed. Shani. We've been walking for hours. How big is this swamp? What's wrong? You can't able to keep control any longer. It just so happens that this miasma here is quite thin, so why don't we get some rest? You can retract your dragon mana for now. Careful. Alright. You actually still have plenty of dragon mana left. The strange beasts within this swamp are surely just as cunning as those striped wolves we came across on the outskirts of Dewey. Although they're constantly moving around to test out their prey, they'll only pounce out after finding an opening. Extremely alert. Cough, cough, cough. Actually, those strange beasts in the swamp are also afraid of the miasma. So, we've been avoiding those troublesome beasts this entire time by moving along the parts of the swamp with thicker miasma. All the danger you thought you were in were merely whiffs of wind. Complacent. Overly suspicious. Drama queen. Su Ganqi, you big jerk. Why didn't you say so earlier? Face my wrath. We still have a long way to go. You'd better reserve your dragon mana. Stand guard. Shani. Quickly, move. It hurts. You are Gao Jing. When my elder brother succeeded the throne after my father passed away, the tension between the imperial family and the government officials intensified. The situation in the imperial court is also getting worse with each passing day. According to what I heard from the servants, dozens of tragic cases occurred in the city of Gaojing within the span of 2 months. Exiles, assassinations, confiscations, homicides, such incidents commonly took place amongst the nobles. Even the Department of Dragon Seekers, which is directly under the command of the emperor, was affected by various forces. Shortly thereafter, news of the great extermination spread to Gaojing. Chaos erupted within my mother's palace and everyone was in danger. We had no choice but to seal up the palace gate and prevent anyone from going in or out. I was not able to receive any more news after that. It wasn't until we made a hasty escape from Gaojing when my mother told me that Gaojing was no longer our home. That we no longer had a place to belong to. Shani. Xianxia, are you alright? I'm fine. Fortunately, I managed to surround myself with dragon mana to weaken the impact of the attack in time. My body just feels a bit heavy. That beast's movements were extremely quick. It managed to lash out and attack within 3 breaths after we detected its presence. Moreover, its entire body is surrounded by thick miasma, and I couldn't attack rashly either since I was afraid of accidentally hurting you. Luckily, it soon breathed its last breath. Yeah, that was its final struggle before death. This should be the steel-devouring beast that usually lives in seclusion deep in the mountains. It's also one of the few beasts with dragon mana. There doesn't seem to be any external injuries, only blood flowing out from its mouth and eyes. Perhaps it accidentally ate some sort of poisonous herb. That's not right. Such beasts living in the wilderness should be extremely sensitive to poisonous substances. I used to collect medicinal herbs in the mountains with Uncle Yao. All the herbs that the beasts do not eat are poisonous. Moreover, they tend to eat the herbs they're familiar with and rarely tries new things out. Unless there's nothing left for them. Now that you mention it, could some unforeseen event have taken place within the swamp? Could this have something to do with the dragon generals dispatched by the Department of Dragon Seekers? Xianxia, look here. There's another one here. Could it be the child of that beast? Why does it look so different? Yeah, it seems to have been born recently. It's not breathing, is it also dead? What? CHRR. Wah. Long Mian, what's wrong? My chest feels stuffy, it feels like half of my dragon mana vanished in an instant. Vanished. The beasts in the swamp of graves aren't as simple as they appear to be. Even such a young cub understands how to launch a surprise attack by playing dead. Could it have absorbed Long Mian's dragon mana? CHRR. Even with such little dragon mana left, it's still surging with fighting spirit. Sure enough, it's better to dispose of such dangerous beasts as soon as possible. CHRR. Ah. Long Mian. Shani. I feel miserable. My head feels like it's about to split apart. Let me take a look. It hurts. Something's not right. Why did the dragon veins in your body suddenly turn into such a total mess? Even if your dragon mana was forcefully taken away, your body shouldn't have responded in such a manner. Could it be? Long Mian, don't panic, adjust your breathing and try to keep your dragon mana under control. Circulate your dragon mana together with me. Do you feel better? Phew, I feel so alive. What exactly happened just now? When a dragon is nearing its ascension, the dragon veins within its body will become unstable, resulting in abnormal circulations of dragon mana. In mild cases, one would feel their body turn sore and a sudden loss of dragon mana. In serious cases, one would faint from the experience. What? You even have to undergo such torture before ascending. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Not everyone will experience such reactions during their ascension. Oh. I thought that was the one which caused it just now. CHPRP. Where did this black mist come from? Ah. I'm rather fond of the title, Number 1 Swordsman of the Department of Dragon Seekers. So why don't you give it to me? What do you think? 7th Prince. Guaya 31 years old. Left-hand Garrison Dragon Guardian out of Dragon Consort. Garrison Dragon Guardian of the Empire Star. The black mist seems to be his doing, the patrol points of the Swamp of Graves aren't anywhere nearby, so why did he show up here? Asterisk Garrison Dragon Guardian, the dragon generals dispatched by the Department of Dragon Seekers to guard and patrol the border of the kingdom. Oh, what a great day it is today. A top-quality material used to make dragon artifacts. And 2 wanted criminals disguising themselves as dragon generals. Voluntarily coming to the door by themselves. Tao Yen, 29 years old. Right-hand Garrison Dragon Guardian out of Empyrean Dragon. We're surrounded. How did they figure us out? Stop pretending, little girl. I could hear all your secrets clearly with my lucid hearing ear star. What? Asterisk lucid hearing ear, a secret technique used to hear the voice of others within a radius of 100 meters. We've used too much dragon mana to traverse through the miasma of the swamp just now. With only 20% of our dragon mana remaining, I'm afraid we can only use to escape. Shani. Yeah. Let's go. I'm done. So fast, surely, you're lying. I would never lie to anyone. Take a good look for yourself. The Kingdom of Yin Royal Palace. Year 760 of the Great Zhou Dynasty Autumn. Order to suppress the traitors. This. How is it? The matter manifests itself as clear as a pearl. This official order may even be capable of winning over the archdragons. Although it took quite some time to write it out, I was only doing it half-heartedly. I will not fall for it. I'm telling you the truth. I previously heard from Mother that The northern border of the kingdom of Yen was cut off by a group of rebels, and its leader deemed himself the king. North Yen. Yen. The king of Yen sent his troops to retake the territory several times, but to no avail. In the end, he had no choice but to accept that the kingdom of Yen would be divided into North Yen and the official kingdom of Yen itself. The girl, who's 1 year younger, sitting before me now, has both the talent and ambition to reunite the north and south of the kingdom. On the other hand, even though I'm carrying such a heavy responsibility, I can't do anything properly. It's impossible to express what doesn't exist in one's heart. Order to suppress the Great Foam Rebellion. It is not in your heart's desire to avenge your kingdom, but rather, your mother's. My heart's desire. Brother 7th Prince. Compared to what you've written, mine was only a small ploy. You don't have to be so disappointed, it has actually been brewing in my mind for quite a while. I even had my teacher look through it. No wonder you took the initiative to come up with the topic. Fraud, that's fraud, I tell you. You can't win a bet without being crafty, be ready to lose if you're willing to bet. You certainly can't go back on your promise. The promise I made with you earlier. No matter what. As long as you can defeat me, then I'll. You'd better keep your promise. Alright, I will. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Come closer. What? You want to kill me? Nah, futile struggle. Ah. Go. Long Neon. I said. Men. I didn't imagine the 7th Prince to be such an affectionate person. Tell me, does this special dispatch order belong to Colonel Xianxia? I don't know. Then I'll give you one last chance, if you continue to remain silent on a count of 3. Woo. This little demon's face will be burnt to a crisp. 3. 2. Ah. Don't tell her. 1. Stop right there. Have you lost your mind? Scram. If you dare reach out with your filthy hand again, I will slice it off with my flames. Since all of you men are into this little demon. Since all of you men are into this little demon. These two will die under the ruthless hands of that woman sooner or later. What a pity, for this girl will eventually mature into a beauty. Hey, don't go too overboard, keep him alive. Lord Cheho should be arriving very soon, it'd be better for us to leave these two to them. You fool. Cheho, one of the few lieutenant generals, ranked above that of a colonel, in the Department of Dragon Seekers. It's exactly because they'll be offered to Lord Cheho. We must be the only ones to know of their secrets. We'll rely on that to get transferred back to the capital. No matter what. I must pry open his mouth. Cheho. The Department of Dragon Seekers had actually dispatched Cheho over here. If he finds out about what Sister Kara did, I must stay silent. I must stay silent. Just thinking about it makes me even angrier. Hurry up and speak. I've only lashed out a single move, yet you've already collapsed. I even expected the Dark Dragon to be slightly stronger than its dragon consort. However, this girl was born to be rather charming. I still haven't gotten a taste of a dark dragon yet. That bitch, Xianxia. It seems that my guess is correct. Tell me, how did you get your hands on this special dispatch order? It was only when Xianxia relied on her connections to shrug off the duty of being transferred to the garrison border back then, that it ended up being passed down to us instead. I wasted my entire youth in this desolate place filled with barren hills and wild rivers. Had I been placed in the capital instead, with my strength, I would have been promoted to the rank of a colonel by now. Come, speak the truth into this recording pearl asterisk, and I'll bestow you with a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you experience just what it means for living to be worse than dying. Asterisk recording pearl, a rare treasure used to take a recording. Then, I'll definitely protect you. I swear with my 3 fingers to the dragon god above. Give me an answer within a count of 3. Who exactly is that Sister Yen? Could it be? But it doesn't seem like they're planning to do that. So until we figure out their true identity and intentions, you're in all kinds of danger. But since you're willing to make a bet and accept your loss just now, and promise to listen to whatever I say. Yes. If it really were that simple, then why would we be staking out here? The higher-ups must naturally have made some sort of preparations. We'll just keep an eye out and report any strange occurrences to the higher-ups. Meanwhile, let's just wait for further instructions. It surely won't be too late to take action then. What do you think? Could they have been sent by the great kingdom of Feng? To kill me. If it really were the schemes of the great kingdom of Feng, they have no reason not to take action immediately. A simple slash to the throat to prevent any future troubles. I swear to the dragon god that I'm telling the truth. A 3-finger oath is not to be taken lightly. I didn't say I didn't believe you. I was just wondering about the identity of the ones you mentioned. I'm not really sure who they are either. When I was walking past the hall last night, I just so happened to hear them ordering me to keep an eye out on that little brat all day long. Just what are the higher-ups thinking? If they really see the 7th prince as a threat, then they should just stab him with a knife. Why did you shout so loud? Don't you care for your life? Be careful, for the walls have ears. Are you speaking the truth? How did you know there are people coming after my life? Long Mian. Oomph. What? Ah Yen. Phew. The alligator king of the swamp. What? Ah. Let's get out of here. Those 2 dragon guards are in the Empyrean dragon stage. Even if they had let down their guard for just a moment, it still shouldn't have been enough for them to be devoured in a split second. I'm afraid that the strength of this coiled alligator has greatly surpassed that of what was recorded in the texts. Roar! Is that brat purposely leading that coiled alligator over to us? Perhaps it wants us to help it untie the dragon rope binding asterisk around its body. Asterisk dragon rope binding, a special rope used to restrain dragon mana, effective against those with dragon mana. Break! Long Mian, don't worry about it. We need to find a deep water source quickly. Only around water will we stand a chance against that coiled alligator. Right. There's a deep pond nearby in the southwest direction. All right. Very good, this pond should be deep enough. Long Mian. Long Mian, what's wrong? Not good, she's already lost consciousness after exhausting her dragon mana. That's the dragon whistle technique. Goddamn, that coiled alligator's actually imitating the dragon whistle of an archdragon. Could the death of that steel-devouring beast just now? Who's there? I figured you'd be here. Year 762 of the Great Zhou Dynasty, early winter. The Kingdom of Yen Royal Palace. It's almost been 2 years now since you first came to the Kingdom of Yen. Why do you always came here to hide whenever you're down? Shouldn't you look for a new hiding spot if you don't want anyone to find you? Tell me, did you get scolded by your mother again? Not only are you living under someone else's roof, but you're also carrying a heavy burden. Furthermore, you still have to worry about your life at all times. You no longer want to hold such overbearing responsibilities, right? Stop guessing. How about letting me help you handle it? Wah! What are you doing? Don't get so stirred up, I'm only going to slice off the tendons of your arms and legs. How can you utter such cruel words so lightly? I'm only speaking of our mutual trust. Didn't you promise your mother that you'll definitely avenge the Kingdom of Dai? You've also heard of the news, right? The Grand General of the Great Kingdom of Feng has recently advanced to the stage of an archdragon. Even with the help of the Kingdom of Yen, you won't have any hope of succeeding. Despite that, you'll still continue to be held hostage by your mother. When the time comes, even I won't be able to protect you. Wouldn't that be a breach of our promise that we swore to the dragon god? So why don't I turn you into a cripple? And shatter your mother's hopes and dreams? Wait a minute. Yen Yu is actually being serious. What should I do? What should I say? Where did you get this knife from? Knife. I won it. Today, General Zhang brought both his sons to the palace to see father. It is said that those two were born with great innate strength, so much so that they're able to hold up a 100-pound sledgehammer at the age of 5. I'd long since wanted to meet them. Phew. I managed to change the topic. Only after I took action myself did I find out that it was merely an exaggeration. Neither one of them could defeat me. Thus, they could only offer me their treasured knife to appease me. To think that Sister Yen Yu is actually proficient at both literature and martial arts. He. I'd also nearly broken my wrist when we first met. Ah, it's already getting quite late. I ought to head back to my room to study now. 7th Prince, stop right there. Can't you tell that I'm provoking you? Even if I could, so what? No matter how hard I try, I won't be able to change my current circumstance. Even without you taking action, I'm already a worthless person. You. Someone, help. The 7th Prince is drowning. Your Highness. Help. I really am still not fond of deep waters. Even after so long, my trauma is still lingering deep within my bones. My body is completely frozen. If things continue like this, not good. Quickly wake up, Long Mian. Long. Once again, it's this feeling. I can't hold on to anything. Shani. Long Mian. Shani, you're finally awake. Are you alright? You really scared me just now. Where is this place? This is the other side of the deep water. There was a water channel at the bottom of the deep water connected to the pool inside this cavern, where they fell into the water. Deep water. Current location. That's where we swam out from just now. What about the coiled alligator? I defeated it, of course. You didn't know, but it was a pretty close call just now. When I regained consciousness, I was already in the jaws of the coiled alligator. Just as I was about to be devoured whole. I received God's help in the nick of time. My dragon mana suddenly surged and shot out violently. With the single raise of my hand, I lashed out with my technique, Swirling Vortex. Receiving my point-blank attack, the coiled alligator tucked its tail and ran away. Hee, what do you think? I'm amazing, right? Hurry up and compliment me. Tell me the truth. Oh. At that time, I was doing my best to resist the suction by controlling the water flow, but it was nevertheless extremely difficult. The coiled alligator just happened to suck in a giant pufferfish. And ended up choking on it. So I took advantage of that opportunity to slip away. Despite being in an unstable state, you still used your dragon mana to deal with the crisis at hand. It must have taken quite a toll on you. Although you fainted after exhausting your entire supply of dragon mana, you actually still managed to wake back up so quickly. How unusual indeed. That's right, when I regained consciousness, I felt a sudden surge of warmth within my body. It felt as if I had replenished all my dragon mana in an instant. Oh. Then, I noticed that little one clinging onto my body. Hey. Woo. That was the last bit of food specially prepared for us by the queen. Hurry up and spit it out, spit it out. Hick. Eh? Woo. So it doesn't actually know how to swim. Does it want to go back from where we came from? Not being able to go back to your mother's side, it must be quite difficult for you. Fill your stomach first, then you'll realize your current situation. Woo. You actually bit me. Sure enough, you're still just a baby. It clearly doesn't even have the strength to bite anymore, yet it still wants to swim back to see its mother. How reckless. Chinny, why don't we? Nope. I didn't even say anything yet. I know exactly what you're going to ask. We can't bring it along with us. Why not? Remember just how the steel-devouring beast died. It was bleeding from its eyes and mouth without any apparent injuries on its body. It must have been severely injured by the coiled alligator's dragon whistling technique before using all its remaining strength to escape. When the coiled alligator initially appeared, it first attacked the right dragon guard before chasing after us. This shows that the coiled alligator's target is him. If we bring him along, we'll only be attracting unnecessary dangers and trouble. But there's nothing here for it to eat. Furthermore, it's severely injured and even lost his mother. If no one looks after it, it definitely won't live much longer. We can't even protect ourselves yet. So it'll be better for us to mind our own business. Who knows how much longer your body can hold on for? Right now, we need to find another route to get to the kingdom of Yun. If that's what Grandma thought to herself back then, I'm afraid I would already have frozen to death in the cold water. Long Neon. I only want to bring it out of here. I'll release it back to the swamp once we come across its companions. Is that fine? Woo. Fine, let's go with that. Yes. I'll go find a way out. I hope we won't encounter any more trouble. Shani. What's going? Ah. That's an array. Brother 7th Prince. Your Highness. You're finally awake. Kingdom of Yen Royal Palace. Year 762 of the Great Zhou Dynasty, early winter. Finally, awake. Your Highness, quickly tell Mother, do you still remember who you are? Mo. Lo. Who am I? Your Highness. It was actually true. No. This cannot be. Auntie. This cannot be, this must not be. You quack physician. How are you any different from the other useless physicians in the palace? I've placed all my hopes on you, yet you're telling me that he can't be saved. I've traveled around the world and practiced medicine for many years. My diagnosis is definitely not wrong. Having drowned for a long period of time and remaining unconscious for the past 3 days, it can be assumed that he has suffered some damage to his mind. Even if the dragon god manifests itself and helps him to regain consciousness, I'm afraid that he 853 years old. Famous doctor in the kingdom of Yen. He will become a mentally ill cripple. Auntie, it's all my fault. If only I didn't go looking for him. If only we didn't quarrel. Brother 7th Prince would never have become like this. Yen you bitch. You've ruined everything for me, I will kill you. Brother 7th Prince, what's wrong? I'm so sorry. I broke my promise. All those jokes actually turned into reality. It's all my fault. Don't blame yourself too much. How can you possibly take on the blame fully? If you didn't call for help in time back then, I'm afraid His Highness would have already. However, I'd like to ask you. Whatever his condition may be after he regains consciousness. Make sure not to tell anyone, alright? Okay. Did that girl, Yen Yu, finally go back? she's already long gone. What about the task I assigned to you? Your Majesty, you can be rest assured, for we waited for Dr. Ni to leave the city before making a move. Furthermore, we've even disguised ourselves as bandits. This is the head of Dr. Ni, please take a look, Your Majesty. Good. Very well done. Yes. From now onwards, His Highness must focus on recovering his health. Don't let any guests in. We must not let anyone be aware of his condition. Especially the King of Yen. Oh, Dai Jiang, cough. The day the seventh prince fell into the water, I intended to go visit him. However, who knew that another report came in right after you left, saying that the rebels in the north started creating more trouble again. I naturally had to prioritize the kingdom first. But I heard from Yor that the seventh prince is feeling better now. Truly a blessing from the dragon god. That's right, it's all thanks to that child, Yen Yu. Even so, His Highness' body is still a bit weak from the incident, and needs more time to fully recover. I see, in that case, I'll go visit him after a while. Your Majesty, thank you for always thinking about His Highness. In fact, I came here today to ask whether or not Your Majesty has considered the matter I mentioned previously. Well, I also intend to set Yor up with the seventh prince. It's just that my eldest daughter, Yen Yi, has just been crowned the empress of the great Zhou dynasty. Thus, now is the perfect time for us to pacify the rebels in the north. However, aren't you lacking some important puzzle pieces to your grand plan? Oh. For example, the skilled craftsman of the Kingdom of Dai who can draw out a map of the war for the Kingdom of Yen. I have them at my disposal. Are you telling the truth? When have I ever lied to you? That's great. I shall arrange the engagement ceremony between Yen Yu and the seventh prince tomorrow. Their engagement will be set in stone when we recover the northern border. Is that fine? I'll leave that decision to Your Majesty. It vanished. The portal we took to come here is also gone. That's the fissure of the array. The spell formation cannot be seen from outside the formation. Moreover, once triggered, anyone with dragon mana will be sucked in, and they won't be able to escape from it. Wow. How do we break this array? The array core is set outside the array plate. The array seal is nested in a ring, and the dragon mana is circulating unceasingly within. This is actually the peak level array formation, 8 paths dragon prison formation. Upon entering the array, unless you have the help of a primordial dragon, you won't be able to break it. It's already strange that a large array appeared amidst such a desolate area outside of the city, but to think it was also such a powerful one. This 8 paths dragon prison array is obviously a cage. A cage. That's a fitting description indeed. According to the records of the Department of Dragon Seekers, the ones locked up in this 8 paths dragon prison array are usually dangerous criminals who are extremely difficult to deal with. According to what I know, the area covered by this particular array is unusually large, perhaps 30% larger than the city of Yingchun. It also seems to have been active for more than 5 years. What do you think this implies? A large area covered for a long period of time. Could this array have locked up many people at once? That's right. Damn it, I was clearly going to ascend soon. But now, we're trapped in such dangerous place. You don't need to worry so much either. We may not be able to break the array with brute force, but it might be possible with an array technique of our own. Such a large array plate is bound to have a hole somewhere. As long as we find the place in the array plate where the concentration of dragon mana is the weakest, we'll have a chance of breaking out of it. Then, the criminals who'd been imprisoned in here, wouldn't they also be able to escape? Don't worry, I won't break the array itself, so they won't be able to break out. That's good to hear. Do you think those criminals will be difficult to fight against? If we just so happen to come across. Oh. Those criminals have been locked up here for several years, yet the array is still intact, which means there isn't anyone here who's familiar with array techniques. As long as we let them know that we're capable of breaking the array. Then, we'd be safe. And let them assume that we might help them. I've truly found myself an excellent dragon consort. You're not bad either. However, even though we have the leverage in this negotiation, we still need to be extra careful. And not be fooled by their outward appearances. The people here certainly aren't going to be as simple as the steel-devouring beast. I understand. Where's the steel-devouring beast? It was just here a moment ago. Hey, don't simply wander around carelessly. Stop running. Those are wine jars. What a thick smell of wine. I'll go left, and you go right. Let's meet back up here after exploring the place. Yeah, we made quite a bit of noise just now, so make sure to be careful. How dark. So many wine jars, could it be a wine cellar? Who? Hey, how can you just drink so recklessly, you little glutton? The smell of wine here is very strong. I feel like I'm going to get drunk just by smelling it. If you run away like that again, I won't look after you anymore. I was so preoccupied looking after that little one that I actually missed someone approaching. I can't detect any dragon mana from him at all. Is he an ordinary person? The mountain god has shown themselves. The mountain god snuck in to steal some wine. Hey, wait. Who's there? His aura is much more imposing than the previous person, and his martial arts aren't half bad either, but even so. He's still just an ordinary person. You certainly have some skills. You little thief who came from outside. Brother, please don't misunderstand, we bring no harm. I apologize for knocking down your wine jar. Forget it, I'll try to talk things out with him first. Even if he might be a criminal, he's still just an ordinary person. I'll need to dispel the hostility first, perhaps I may even be able to get some information from him. We're only here to look for a way out. Don't move. Otherwise, your head will be moving out. The person who's hiding over here, come out now. Calm down, we don't have any evil intentions. Wait. It's just drunk. It wasn't trying to attack you. You're a dragon. Yes, we're dragon generals from the kingdom of BA. After the destruction of the kingdom of BA, we fled all the way here and found ourselves in this place by accident after wandering around the swamp. The kingdom of BA was destroyed. Who's chasing you down? The Department of Dragon Seekers. Since he's a prisoner here, he might have something against the Department of Dragon Seekers. Perhaps we might be able to clear his hostility towards us. Besides, I'm also telling the truth. This place is too dark, let me cast some light magic. A just and honorable person will not speak any lies so as to avoid any misunderstandings. It's you. Get back. Shani. That's certainly not a fitting attitude for someone in your situation. That's a dragon artifact. Shani seems to care a lot about the origin of that dragon artifact. Brother, that dragon artifact is very important to us. We appear to have offended you in our moment of haste. Could you please tell us its origin? Tie up your own hands first and don't think of playing any tricks. You. If you want an answer, then do what I say. Kingdom of Yen Royal Palace. Year 765 of the Great Zhou Dynasty, middle of winter. Your Majesty, please, I beg of you. Grace us with a few more days. That's enough, I've already waited for 3 whole years. In the past 3 years, the 7th prince has still not shown the slightest sign of recovery. He's turned into a complete imbecile. The diagnosis of the imperial physician states that his condition is hopeless, so it's futile to wait any longer. Moreover, you even resorted to violence and murder to conceal this matter, you poisonous woman. How can I possibly let such a snake like you stay by my side? No, your majesty, it isn't like that. Scram. Ah. I'll spare your lives since your grandfather treated me so kindly. But it's over between us from now on. If you let me catch sight of you again, I will kill you without mercy. Father, where did you go? Why aren't you letting me meet the seventh prince? The doctor is currently treating him, it won't be convenient for you to go there. Before your elder sister, Yanni, gives birth to her second child, we must visit here as soon as possible. There are still many things to be taken care of at Gaojing. It's not good to think of other trivial matters. But. Alright, let's head out. Yes. North Gate. Father, how long will we be staying there? When will we come back? I'll come back soon. What about me? Ah. Your Highness, what are you doing? You stupid imbecile. I served you like a horse and a cow, just for a mouthful of food. But now, I've been kicked out of the palace along with you. I must vent my anger today. Ah. Stop it. Let go of my son. You good-for-nothing seventh prince. Why doesn't a useless brat like you just die? Woo. Let him go. Scram. Ah. I said let him go. Murder. Scram. Save me from that imbecile and his crazy mother. Ah. Murder, run for your lives. You lot. Ah. Your Highness, don't worry, you have mother by your side, you still have mother. We may have lost our status and wealth, but so be it. As long as we stay alive, we'll eventually be able to get it back. Don't be afraid, no matter what happens. Mother will not give up. Mother won't give up. Ah. Your Highness. What are you doing, Your Highness? Won't give up. He. The spiritual shrine of the dragon god. No one actually wanted it's no wonder, after all, we've worshipped it for 3 whole years, but to no avail. What a useless dragon god. Ah. The dragon god does not help. The world returns to 7. Who are you? What do you mean by such words? What are you trying to do? Child, come here. Come. Take good care of it. Take good care. Take good care, what a piece of trash, throw it away. Alas. Wildfire burns away at the dried wood, paving the way for the young seedlings. Your Highness, don't wear such a weird item on your hand. Listen to me, don't run. Don't run. This is actually a dragon rope binding, we can't use our dragon nana at all. What's going on with Chiani? In order to get clues regarding that dragon artifact, he actually agreed to that person's demands. Could he have prepared some sort of escape? Moreover, there's actually a small tavern in this prison. And their unique code words. Although they're all ordinary people, I have a feeling they can't be underestimated. I need to increase my guard. Over here. This is. What a large valley. This place is a sinkhole. A peaceful and quiet land known as Anrong. Anrong. Peaceful and quiet, how odd. Come down here. I'll be leading the way down the steep steps. Don't pull any tricks. The tavern was actually built on top of such a high cliff. With steep cliffs looming down from all sides, no wonder it's called a sinkhole. There's also quite a lot of buildings in the sinkhole, with a population of at least several hundred people. Furthermore, they even have everything available for raising livestock and farming in general. It's just like a scene from paradise. There's actually a place like this in the swamp. It's completely different from what I imagined. Then, what did you initially imagine this place to be like? Well, the complete opposite. That's because I heard that the people who were imprisoned within the 8 Paths Dragon Prison Array are those Oh, 8 Paths Dragon Prison Array. Ha! I nearly fell into his setup. Sure enough, I'll need to be more careful with my words and think twice before speaking. Fortunately, I did not reveal too much. Moreover, it may not exactly be a bad thing to let him know about the 8 Paths Dragon Prison Array. Oomph. My hands are tied up, and I can't use my power. Quickly pull me back up. Long Neon. What happened? Suqiani, you idiot, why were you walking so slowly? I misstepped just now and nearly fell down. That man saved me. Where did he go? Since there's only one way down this cliff, he went down without worrying about us escaping. I sat here and took a breather while waiting for you to catch up. By the way, Xianxia, what happened between you and that dragon artifact? My mother died at the hands of someone using that artifact. What? Actually, I can no longer recall what happened the night my mother was killed. But when I set my sights on that dragon artifact for a moment, some of the scenes that took place that night seem to have come back to me. What does it mean? Are you saying that you originally forgot everything that happened back then? Then, that man just now, is the murderer responsible for your mother's death. The murderer. No, it's not him. His age doesn't add up. Then, who could it be? The murderer. Who exactly were they? Who's here? Year 766 of the Great Zhou Dynasty, end of spring, royal capital, Gaoxing Outer Jade Palace Hall. Yanni, 21 years old, Empress of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Your Majesty. All the concubines have brought their sons and daughters over as per your request. Greetings, Your Majesty. What brings you here uninvited? Didn't Sister mention last time that a banquet would be held when the 6th prince turned 1 year old? I'm sure you won't be able to do it all by yourself. So I brought the other sisters here to give a helping hand. Are you Ojio, 20 years old, head concubine of the Great Zhou? You won't blame me for overstepping my authority, right? Surely you jest, Sister. Are you Ojio? How could I possibly blame you for having such a caring heart? Come, serve the food and fruits. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. That's right. How come I haven't seen Sister's 3rd and 6th prince today yet? Aren't they usually inseparable from you? Are you asking about the 3rd prince or the 6th prince? The 6th prince was just put to bed by the wet nurse. But if you're asking about the 3rd prince, he made a mistake yesterday and was punished by the imperial tutor to stay confined in his room for 3 days. I didn't mean anything else, but I heard that the 6th prince has been crying all day and night. I was just worried about Sister. Your Majesty, the grapes you served seem rather strange. Why aren't there any seeds even though it's so sweet and juicy? Don't be so nosy. Su Jin, 6 years old, 3rd princess of the Great Zhou. Those grapes are rare items imported from the great kingdom of Feng. It being seedless makes it more convenient to be eaten. Speaking of which, concubine Rong Zhanqin's infant son will soon turn 1 year old soon, right? Why don't we also celebrate the happy occasion today? Ah. I dare not to bother my fellow sisters. Zhanqin, 22 years old, concubine Rong of the Great Zhou. Not only is the mother humble, but the child is also of royal blood. How can we not celebrate the occasion? Very well. I bestow concubine Rome with 30 dans asterisk worth of an official's salary, and use it to set up the banquet. Don't make any mistakes. Yes. Asterisk dan, unit of weight used during the Great Zhou Dynasty. 1 dan equals 10 jin. Only 30 dan, that's barely enough to feed the entire palace for half a month, let alone hold a large banquet. It seems that concubine Rome will also have to empty her house. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Did they all leave? Eavesdropping while hiding behind the screen again. Come here. When did I ever eavesdrop? I was so focused on admiring sister's commanding presence over the chamber of concubines that I forgot to come out. Enough with the slick talk, you just want me to help you get back to the kingdom of Yin. If sister isn't willing to help, then I just won't leave. Besides, by staying at sister's side, I feel like the wind that can breeze past at any time, like the rain that comes pouring down whenever I want. Oh, how great it is! You may say that, but who doesn't know that your heart is set on speeding home? Over the past 6 months, I have not seen you smile this much. Just like that of a young lady yearning all day long. Sister. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. I recently heard that father will attempt to conquer the northern kingdom of Yin again. I'm afraid it'll be a tough battle this time. You should take the opportunity to sneak back to the kingdom of Yin. Is that true? However, I have a condition. You'll have to assist me with a certain task. His Majesty has decided to meet the two of you in person and is currently waiting for you. An opportunity presented itself. Your Majesty. Year 766 of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Early summer. Capital of the Kingdom of Yin. City Gate. Isn't the person who ran past just now the princess? Why did she return? Did you find the duck from old Wang's residence yet? Who took it? We found it. The culprits are from that one family again. The imbecile son and crazy mother dirted their hands again. I heard that old Wang beat that crazy old woman till she was half dead. I'm finally back. Sue. What is this smell? It stinks. Su He. 28 years old. King of Anrong. Tales of the Dragon Consort. To be continued. Your Majesty. Yes. He appears to be the boss around here. Why does his body seem to not have any dragon mana? Xianxia should have noticed too. Let's try to dispel the hostility first. You're from the kingdom of BA. Ah, yes. No, he's the one I'm asking. If I remember correctly, you should be the same as me. Both from the Empire. Oh. How much more do you know? Everything. Good. Very good. Xianxia, watch out. No need to feel alarmed. Release the two of them from the dragon rope binding. Ah. Yes. Could it be that Xianxia recognizes him? He seems quite weird. It's been 8 years, yet guests rarely pass by. I originally intended to play around with you guys for a while longer. But who knew that the person who came was my very own nephew? If not for the special terrain here, I would have forgotten that Anrong was Uncle's fiefdom. Now, it is no longer that surprising to find 1 or 2 high-grade dragon artifacts around here. It's already getting late. I've prepared us a meal with wine. Let's catch up while having dinner. Uncle, what is Xianxia's uncle doing in a place like this? The situation appears to be rather complicated. Hey, come back. Long Mian. Your Highness, I'll. No need. Go ahead, I'll wait for you in the house. Let go. Ah. Oh. I'm sorry, you didn't get injured, right? That little monster belongs to you. It ate my steel ring, pay for it. Penshang 9 years old. Causing more trouble for me again. How could you eat someone else's belonging? Whoa. What does that steel ring look like? How about I give you a new one? Wait a minute, why have I never seen you around before? There's also that little monster. Could it be that you're an outsider? Ah, that's right. Penshang, come and help, quickly head over to the storehouse and get. Alright, I'll be right there. Hey, wait a minute. My name is Penshang. As for the steel ring, we'll settle it next time. That strange, agonizing scream just now doesn't sound like that of a human's at all. What exactly is imprisoned in this dragon prison array? Long neon. Ah. That I'll make sure it won't cause any more trouble again. I don't blame you, as I was the one who forgot to tell you. Other than eating normal food, the steel-devouring beast also needs to consume steel. After doing so, it will fall into a temporary slumber. That's why I said it will only bring more trouble. So that's how it was. That's right. Just now, I heard a strange, dreadful scream coming from the house. Did you also hear it? Yeah, I was just about to tell you. This uncle of mine isn't as simple of a person as he may seem to be. We'll need to be careful. Not simple, what do you mean? My uncle is the only emperor throughout the history of the Great Zhou dynasty who was a dragon consort. Suhi was my father's 7th younger brother. After the emperor passed away, he followed his mother, Dai Jiang, and migrated to the kingdom of Yin. I know very little about him, having met him only once as a child. I got most of my information about him from the records. According to those records, Suhi nearly drowned at the age of 7. And thus, suffered from dementia. Even when his caring mother, Dai Jian, passed away, he did not care one bit. He sat alone next to his mother's decaying body, eating the dirt on the ground. Only after several days did the people around them uncover the situation. At the age of 18, he ascended the imperial throne. During his reign of 27 days, he committed countless crimes, before finally being forced down from the throne by a coalition of ministers and sent to the death row to be executed. Shortly thereafter, my brother was crowned as the next emperor, and the entire kingdom was pardoned. Suhi was exiled to the desolate, barbaric lands in the southwest. Not further records were made about him ever since. Release. That's everything I know about my uncle. However, he doesn't seem at all like someone suffering from dementia. To commit thousands of crimes in the span of 20+ days, he'd have to commit at least 50 per day. That can't be possible, right? I too had such doubts when looking through the records about him back then. It's a pity that not much other than a few strokes were written about him. Is he connected to your mother's death? That dragon artifact. I don't know, I haven't seen him since that one time during my childhood days. Since we don't have that deep of a relationship with each other, before noticing that dragon artifact, I've never even considered that he might be somehow linked to my mother's death. Now that I take another look at things, there certainly seems to be a hidden agenda somewhere. The look in Xianxi's eyes. He must have suffered through all kinds of hardships alone over the past years. Xianxi, I will definitely help you in the investigation. Don't feel bad. Yeah. Let's go, my uncle is waiting for us. Hurry up, we're almost there. Almost there. Your sister. Father went back to the kingdom of Yen, and Sui's mother is also dead. We have nowhere else to go. Silly girl, why panic when your sister's here? I read the letter you sent. Sui cannot live in the palace if he wants to hide from father. I've already arranged a place nearby for him to live safely in. All right. So, did you get that thing? Yes. I went through great difficulties to steal it from father's treasure chest. It is said that this thing is very evil. Are you sure you want to use it, sister? Of course. For him, I must do this. Sister. All right, you must be exhausted from your long journey here, so go and get settled. This is Granny Tian, she'll be taking care of the two of you from now on. Master. Granny Tian, 47 years old. Okay. Be careful. Sister. This little sister of yours has once again discovered your little secret. 8 years. 8 years. Yes, it's already been 8 years since I moved here to this fiefdom with my relatives and 400 other artisans from the imperial capital. It's said to be a fiefdom, but it's simply nothing but a piece of barbaric land, specially constructed as a tomb for me. A tomb? Could this residence that we're in right now be? Of course it isn't a tomb. Oh. If I'm not mistaken, the building under construction on the eastern cliff is the Cliff Tomb. Long Mian does not know much about royal etiquette, so I hope Uncle is willing to forgive her. Don't worry about it. When I first arrived at this place, despite its natural beauty, it was nothing more than an overgrown piece of land with a small, lonely village. Although we started with absolutely nothing, we have nevertheless cultivated hundreds of acres of good land and raised herds of livestock. Cough. Your Majesty. It's time for you to take your medication. Cough. Sui's body seems to be extremely frail and weak. His body isn't emitting any dragon mana either. Is he truly a dragon consort? I've shown you an embarrassing sight. Uncle, your body. It's fine, it's just an old illness of mine. One I got from my childhood days, I'm already used to it. How has your wife been these years? You mean Yen Yu? She's fallen ill recently and isn't in any condition to receive guests. I see. Xianxia specifically asked about Sui's wife. Could he have some special intentions? That's right, since everyone who came here were your family members and artisans. Why were you imprisoned in the 8 Paths Dragon Prison Array? Isn't this array formation usually used to lock up extremely powerful people? Indeed. The 8 Paths Dragon Prison Array, though effective and powerful, requires a large amount of dragon mana. Thus, using it to trap us can be considered an overkill. It was deliberately used by someone to show that he was the one truly blessed with supreme power by the dragon gods. The reigning emperor, Su Yunli. Xianxia, you should be very well aware of your brother. He is a ruthless man who has a close relationship with the primordial dragon. Since he used the power of the primordial dragon to lock me up in here, there's simply no way I can break out of this array. Since you found yourself in here, you should be prepared to settle down here for a while, or perhaps even for the rest of your life. Primordial dragon. Uncle, regarding the matter of breaking out of the array, we can take our time to consider actions. Actually, what I wanted to ask even more is, since ancient times, dragon consorts weren't allowed to ascend the imperial throne, so how did you? Long Mian. Long Mian, what's wrong? Long Mian. Just now, Lady Long's dragon mana was stagnated at her jade pivot asterisk. I've already reopened the meridian at that point for her, so she should be okay for now. Alright, I can tell that she's feeling much better now. Thank you, Uncle. This has already happened more than once, right? It seems that Lady Long is currently in the meridian cleansing stage before her ascension. Yes. I see that Uncle knows quite a lot about a dragon's ascension. I've been looking through and studying the ancient records regarding such things over these years, yet I still only know so little about it. There are a total of 5 layers in a dragon's veins. While cultivating, the dragon mana within a dragon's body will naturally keep on growing and accumulating. Thus, they will need to open new layers of dragon veins to keep up with the circulation of dragon mana. Once a new vein opens up, the dragon would ascend to the next stage. But if something fails during the process, the dragon mana will overflow, resulting in the dragon's death. Or if the dragon vein gets damaged, the dragon would turn into a false dragon. This is the first time I've heard of the term, vein cleansing. Previously, I've only read from the records that false dragons are separated into 9 different categories after transformation. Once it takes effect, it is irreversible. That's right, once the transformation occurs, the new layer in the dragon vein will be permanently closed. When this happens, the dragon mana in the dragon's body will go rampant, causing the body of the false dragon to slowly deteriorate. No wonder. In accordance to the practice of the Department of Dragon Seekers, when a dragon fails to ascend, even if they do survive, both the false dragons and their consorts will secretly be disposed of. Thus, each stage of ascension is essentially a gamble of life and death. The good news is that according to the records, most Ophidia dragons can ascend without trouble. However, the higher a dragon ascends, the more difficult the ascension will be. No. There have been countless instances over the years where Ophidia dragons have failed to ascend. Moreover, the Department of Dragon Seekers has yet to discover a method that guarantees the success of vein cleansing. Those records were only written as a relief for any dragons ascending from the Ophidia dragon stage. What? Then how should we cleanse the veins? Please teach me, uncle. I'll still need to look further into the records in the library. However, looking at the physical signs and sudden, intense reactions of Lady Long's body just now, you must pay careful attention to her. I will ask Granny Tian to lead you to the guest room to rest first. We'll discuss the rest of the matters later. All right. Please, over here. Do you feel better? Yes. I heard everything you discussed with the King of Onrong. You already knew about the chance of failure during a dragon's ascension, right? I just didn't want to give you too much pressure. Sigh. Long Mian, Stupid Ganshi, you're underestimating me too much. I managed to trick you. You. Jenny, do you really think I'm a sentimental little girl? Don't worry, for I, Long Mian, am the chosen one who strives to become a primordial dragon. How can I possibly stop at the Ophidia dragon stage? Jenny, don't look so sad all the time. Don't spoil the great mood of our upcoming ascension. Really? How cute. Whisper. Besides, Queen Juya and Sister Du will both bless and protect me from heaven. There's also Sister Zhu, Uncle Yao, and Sister In Yao. A dragon, you're actually a dragon. So you are the one who was following me. Well, other than your eyes and the mark on your forehead. You don't look any different from the other aunties around here. Aunties, hey. What do you mean by hey? I have a first and last name, Pen Shang. Don't forget, you still owe me a steel ring. Pen Shang, those two are the honored guests of His Majesty. Don't be so impolite. Granny. It hurts. I just wanted to learn some techniques from. You aren't able to learn dragon techniques. Why don't you have Chiani teach you some sword arts instead? After all, he's the #1 swordsman of the Department of Dragon Seekers. Sword arts are fine too. I want to learn. The Lord once said, a man must learn martial arts. Chiani, you're the only man in the Qingrong Palace. Drawing the sword and protecting them is your responsibility. Remember, the weight of your sword lies solely upon you. Chiani, in this world, there's no longer anyone who needs my protection. This sword shall only be used to kill. I will not teach you. Those sword arts are used for killing. You're still feeling sorry for turning Pen Shang down. He kept making fuss while getting dragged away by Granny Tian. No, alright, I won't bother you anymore. I know. You're thinking about the matters regarding your mother, right? Yeah. Do you remember Mrs. Yen Yu, the person whom I was asking my uncle about? Didn't he say that she had fallen ill and was in no condition to receive any guests? What about her? Does she have a relationship with your mother? My mother died. Precisely because of her elder sister, Empress Yen Yi. Year 769 of the Great Zhou Dynasty, summer, royal capital of Gaojing, Garden of Harmony. 7th Prince of the Great Zhou, Su Qianyi 4 years old. Come, quick. Mother. May I have permission to go play with the others in the Garden of Harmony? The Empress hosted a banquet today, and for the first time in months, I was able to step outside of Jinrong Palace. I've already read through the palace's entire collection of books, so could Mother be a bit lenient? If you don't believe me, I'll recite 2 poems for you. As the Chinese bush cherry comes into full bloom, the sepal and stem of the flower glitters brilliantly. The relationship between the ordinary people of this world cannot be compared to that of 2 brothers. Enough, go back to the palace. Indeed, the relationship between ordinary people cannot be compared to that of two brothers. Very well said. Third prince of the Great Zhou, Su 10 years old. Concubine Rome greets the third prince. So, you're that seventh prince who never leaves his palace. Su Chenny. Greetings, elder brother. Come, let me take you around the garden for a walk. Third prince, you can't. Why not? This. Oomph. Seventh brother. Let's go play with some bugs. Yeah. Royal capital of Gaojing Rome Palace. A few days later. Chenny. Mother, the third prince is calling for me outside the palace. Whether you're going or not, you don't have to ask me. Then, I'll be back after a while. The Empress is here. Quickly, go and greet her. Greetings, Your Majesty. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Personal maid of the Empress of the Great Zhou Xianxia 19 years old. Ah. Mother. Mother, are you all right? You. Don't hit my mother. How dare you disrespect Her Majesty? Third Prince. Your Majesty, please calm down. I, Zhenxin, am the foolish one here. Mother. That's enough. Yes. Concubine Rome offered an old, substandard product as a congratulatory gift at the crepe myrtle flower banquet. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that your father, Zhang, was the one who organized such arrangements. Since he disrespected Her Majesty, he shall be punished with 50 beatings of wooden staves. Your Majesty, please understand. Although my father is but a mere ordinary merchant in the royal capital, he nevertheless treats everyone equally and fairly. He wouldn't dare offend you by giving you such products. Your Majesty, please carry out another investi. Be quiet. You're saying that Her Majesty doesn't know what she's doing. No, that's not. Mother, what Concubine Rome said sounds rather plausible. Perhaps there may have been some sort of misunderstanding. Lear. As the son of His Majesty's first wife, how can you act like a commoner's son who wastes his time in school, playing around all day? From today onwards, you shall be confined in your room for 3 months. You are not allowed to take even half a step outside the Jade Origin Palace. Yes. As for you, Concubine Rome, keep an eye out on the seventh prince. Let's just say this entire matter regarding the congratulatory gift was simply a misunderstanding. Otherwise. I understand. Back to the palace. Thank you for your time, Your Majesty. Jean Rome Palace. Sister. I have been waiting for quite a while. You truly show up everywhere. I came here on purpose to remind Sister that the Emperor is rather fond of the seventh prince. Sister's obvious attempts to target the mother and son pair, I'm afraid that you might go too far. The Emperor sees you as the Empress, yet you can't even tolerate the son of a concubine. How dare you? My mother only disciplines the Chamber of Concubines in accordance with the law. How can a mere concubine like you shoot your mouth off? Third Prince. You have such a strong bond with your mother. That's right, Lear knows just how to love his mother dearly. My benevolent mother deserves the love of all. Sister, I have something very important that I would like to tell you alone. It's related to. It's about Han Taizai, right? I know exactly just what you intend to do. Furthermore, there are some things that, once lost, can never be recovered. For example, trust. Your Majesty, please wait. Enough. You're still not withdrawing. Mother, let's go. Mother. She doesn't deserve to be your mother at all. Just to please that ungrateful bitch. You actually dare to treat me this way. Lear. You're clearly my son. One of the same blood and flesh. Mother, you're bleeding. Let me clean it for you. Pain, pain, fly away. Mother, the head of the concubine was truly abominable. To actually dare to treat you with such disrespect. How about? Enough. Don't touch me. Stay diligent to your words, don't resort to trickery. You shall be confined for half a year, missing not even a single second. Mother. You aren't allowed to meet up with the third prince again. Mother. All right. Very well. Then, just let me see. Who can get out of this pool of muddy water? Sigh, I lost again. Why can't any of the 3 crickets I caught defeat the one that brother caught? Year 769 of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Autumn, Royal Capital, Gaojing, Garden of Harmony. One more round. No more, sure enough, I'm useless. No wonder mother doesn't love me. No relationship in this world can compare to that of brothers. Aside from your mother, you still have your brother. Brother. It's not every day that I find the chance to sneak out, so don't keep hanging your head in defeat. Come, let me show you something even more interesting. All right. Year 769 of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Winter, Royal Capital, Gaojing, Palace of the Grand Steward. Lord Sima *, the Grand Steward is fast asleep, please go back. But this matter is of the utmost importance. Sima, commander of the human army of the Great Zhou, also known as the Great General. Please pass this message to him, your student will do his best, so much so that he's willing to risk his life. Sir envoys, we've finished preparing your place of residence, please follow me. Your journey here must have been long and tiring, so please enjoy yourselves with the beauties and other delicacies. A snowy night illuminated by the waning moon. With lanterns lighting up the halls. I feel just like a fish stranded in a drying rut *, I beg you to have mercy on me. Fish stranded in a drying rut refers to a person in dire straits and desperately requires assistance. I beg you, please help me. Save my Lear. Lord Grand Steward. Oh. Hanji, 56 years old. Grand Steward * of the Great Zhou. * Grand Steward, the most powerful official in the imperial court who was in charge of numerous matters. Moreover, he rewards and punishes all the other officials according to their contributions and errors. It's been 10 years, despite meeting my own flesh and blood in person, he could not even recognize me. Every time I see him acting affectionate for Yin Yi, it just feels like a knife stabbing my heart. I also can't help but feel anxious regarding the delayed declaration of the Crown Prince. Although the first prince and second prince aren't the first wife's sons, they have nevertheless grown up while being in contact with the imperial court. Her Majesty is also doing her utmost to prevent His Majesty from picking the third prince as the crown prince, while her sixth prince has already reached the age of 5. His Majesty also appears to be quite fond of concubine Rome's 7th prince. If Lear doesn't end up becoming the crown prince, our entire plan will be ruined. Sir, I beg you to think of a plan. We're in this situation today. All because of you. Back then, you were merely a slave. It was me who bought you from the King of Yong. Offered you to Su Che, guaranteed your chances of giving birth to a prince, and allowed you to become a part of the imperial chamber of concubines. Moreover, I even designed a place to get you closer to Her Majesty. Oh, how much she trusted you back then. Treating her enemy as a close friend. In order to maintain the same balance of power within the imperial palace. She did not hesitate to swap his sick son with yours. Originally, the plan would have been a success the moment Her Majesty was poisoned. But who knew that a foolish woman like you would fail to poison her? And even allow her to give birth to the 6th prince. Furthermore, she even found out about those plans. Back then, I made a mistake because I was still young and frivolous. I beg you, Grand Steward, having been loyal to you and having carried everything out according to your orders. Having been loyal and having carried out all my orders. Bring him in. Yes, sir. Yuan Ju. Yuan Ju, 28 years old. Palace Guard of the Great Zhou, out of Brigade Commander of the Brilliant Tiger Army. Asterisk Brigade Commander, responsible for leading a brigade, a group of 500 men, of soldiers in the military. You're nothing but a mere pawn that I've planted next to the pillow of the Emperor. Or do you really think you're an imperial concubine who holds legitimate power in court? Now that no one in the imperial palace is willing to help you out, you've come back to ask me for help. No. You thought that by hooking up with Yuan Ju, you could slowly build up your power behind my back. Save it. Yuan Ju is nothing but an illegitimate son of mine whom I can toss away whenever I want. Moreover, the generals that you've been training in secret have all been beheaded. No. A charming, fox-like woman like you would be better off staying obedient. Just accompany the Emperor obediently and wait for news. If you show any signs of disloyalty again, your palms won't be the only thing that's broken. Yes. The primordial dragon is already dead, and the power of the Great Zhou is slowly dwindling. Now, whether His Majesty chooses the son of his first wife or the son of a concubine as the crown prince, it no longer matters. Very soon, things are about to change. You refused to teach Shang Pen, and now you feel bad. He was making a fuss when he got dragged away by Elder Tian. No, alright, I won't disturb you anymore. I know. You're thinking about your mom, right? Do you still remember Madame Yuyen who I asked my uncle about? Didn't he say she was sick and couldn't meet the guests? Why, does she have any relation to your mom? My mother's death is because of her sister, Empress En. Summer, year 769 of Dezhou Imperial Capital Gaojing, Heilwan Garden. Heilwan Garden. Hurry and come here. Xianxia, 9 years old. The 7th Prince of Dezhou. Mother, can I visit Heilwan Garden? The Empress hosts a banquet today, and I was able to step out of Jin Rong Palace for the first time in months. I've read all the books in the library, could you please let me play for once? If you don't believe it, I can read out poems by heart. When the bush cherry blooms, the calyx and flower pedicles are so brilliant and bright, at this age, no one can compare to your brothers. That's enough, let's go back. What a line. At this age, no one can compare to your brothers. Yunli Su, 10 years old. The 3rd Prince of Dezhou. Greetings, Your Highness. You're the 7th brother who never goes out of his palace, Xianxia. Greetings, brother. Come here, I'll take you around the garden. Your Highness, you can't. Why not? Well. Humph. 7th brother. Let's go play insect fight. Okay. A few days later, Imperial Capital Gaojing Jin Rong Palace. Chenny. Mother, the 3rd brother is calling for me outside the hall. Go as you like, you don't need to ask me. Then, I'll return shortly. The Empress is here. She's coming. Greetings, Your Highness. I could not welcome you well, I beg for your Xinu, 19 years old. The Empress's personal maid. Ah. Mother. Mother, are you okay? How dare you? You can't hit my mom. How dare you disrespect Her Highness? Your Highness. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. I was stupid, I beg your mercy. Mom. Sure. Yes. Announcement: Concubine Roan's gift at the Crepe Myrtle banquet was a defective product. The investigation found that the gift was bought by her father, Zhongzhan. Zhongzhan showed disrespect to the Empress, so he will be punished with 50 sticks. Your Highness. Even though my father is just an ordinary merchant, he's been treating every customer equally, besides, he wouldn't dare to offend you with a defective product. I beg for careful. Shut up. Are you saying Her Highness can't distinguish goods? No, I'm not. Mother, concubine Rome got a point. Could there be any misunderstanding here? Liar. You're the son of the Empress, don't act like those concubine sons who play all day and neglect their studies. From now on, you're grounded for 3 months. You're not allowed to step out from Yueyang Palace. Yes. As for you, concubine Rome, watch the 7th prince well. And the gift will just be a misunderstanding. Otherwise. I understood, Your Highness. We're going back. Take care, Your Highness. My sister. I've been waiting for you. Humph, you're everywhere I go. I'm here to remind you. His Majesty loves the 7th prince a lot. It's obvious that you're targeting concubine Rome and her son. I'm afraid that you will overdo it. Then, His Majesty will think that you, the Empress, can't even tolerate a concubine's son. How dare you? She just disciplined the harem according to the law of the palace. You, as a concubine, are in no place to talk. Your Highness. Your relationship with the Empress is really good. That's right, Liar is truly considerate towards me. The benevolence of the Empress is worthy of everyone's love. Little flatterer. Sister, I have something important. I want to discuss it alone with you. It's about. Is it about Taizai Han? I know clearly what you're trying to do. What a pity, the things you have are useless to me. Besides, once a thing is lost, it can't be retrieved again. For example, trust. Wait. How dare you? You. Humph, why are you still here? Hurry and leave. Mother, let's go. Mother. She's not worthy to be your mother. How could you treat me this way? In order to please that ungrateful liar. You're obviously my son. You're my blood. Mother, you're bleeding. Let me wipe it for you. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Mother, concubine Ling is really annoying. How dare she disrespect you? Why don't we? That's enough. Don't touch me. Do the rightful thing, don't use shady tricks. You're grounded for exactly half a year. Mother. You can't meet up with the 3rd prince again. Mother. Good. Very good. Then, let me see. Who can get out of this muddy water? I lost again. I caught 3 crickets, but why did none of them win against the one my brother caught? Autumn, the year 769 of Dezhou imperial capital Gaojing, Heluan Garden. Another match. No. I'm really useless. No wonder my mother dislikes me. At this age, no one can compare to your brothers. Besides your mom, you have brothers too. Brother. I can rarely sneak out of the palace like today. Stop killing my mood. Let's go, I'll let you play something even more interesting. Oh, okay. Winter, the year 769 of Dezhou imperial capital Gaojing, Prime Minister's mansion. Lord General, the Prime Minister is asleep, please go back. But this matter is very important. Please tell this to him. I've decided to go all out, and I'm not scared of death. Ah. We have prepared the room for you in the mansion. Please come with me, special envoys. The trip must have been exhausting. Please enjoy the delicious food and the beauties here. The chilling snow and waning moon night. The lone night is covering the scene. I'm like a fish out of water now. I'm begging you. Please help me. Save my lyre. Lord Prime Minister. Oh. Jihan 56 years old. Daizhou Prime Minister. It's been 10 years, my biological child and I see each other, but we couldn't recognize each other. Whenever I see him being affectionate with Yan, it's like a cut in my heart. And there's no sign of any change in the matter of Chu Li. I'm very anxious. Although the eldest and the 2nd prince are not the Empress's sons, they've grown up and gotten involved in the court's matters. The Empress tried her best to prevent His Majesty from making the 3rd prince the crown prince. Her son, the sixth prince, has turned 5 years old. And concubine Roan's seventh prince is also loved by his majesty. If Lyre can't be made crown prince, all of our plans will be in vain. Sir, please think of a solution. This current situation is all because of you. Blame yourself. Back then, you were just a slave. I bought you from King Yong. I offered you to Chesu, ensured that you give birth to a son and become the ninth concubine. I also set it up so that you could become close to the Empress. She trusted you a lot back then. She treated you, an enemy, as her family. To secure her place in the royal family. She didn't hesitate to exchange her sick child with you. We were supposed to feed her the poison of infertility, and our plan would succeed. But I didn't expect that you foolish woman could not poison her. The Empress did not only give birth to the sixth prince smoothly, but she also found out about our plan. Back then, I was young and frivolous, so I acted in secret and made a grave mistake. My lord, I'm begging you to consider my loyalty and devotion. I'll do everything you order me to. Ha, loyalty and devotion. Bring him in. Yes, my lord. Zhu Yuan. Zhu 28 Yuan years old. Dai Zhou commander of temple guarding army. You are just a chess piece that I put under the emperor's bed. Do you really think of yourself as an imperial concubine, with power play? The royal relatives refused to help you, so now you want to beg for me again. No. Did you think you could hook up with Zhu Yuan? And grow your own force under my watch? Get a hold of yourself. Zhu Yuan is nothing more than my illegitimate son. I can dispose of him anytime I want. And, those warriors that you've been secretly training have all been beheaded. No. This disastrous, beautiful face, and these bewitching tears. You're the most attractive when you are obedient and do as I say. Rest your mind, stay with the emperor and wait for my news. If you have some twisted thoughts again, I won't only break your hands. Yes, sir. The body of the imperial dragon is already dead, and Dezhou will be rotten. With the current situation, whoever the crown prince will be, it doesn't matter anymore. Soon, things are going to change. Autumn, the year 770 of Dezhou imperial capital Gaojing. News. Defeng is rebelling. The Beiyu Gate has fallen. News, the Yun city has fallen, the city lord has fled. The gatekeepers of Qi Men have surrendered. His Majesty has led an army of 100,000 dragon fighters to go on wars. I'm heading to the north to punish the traitors. All for the glorious Dezhou. His Majesty went to fight against the enemy. I'm praying for his victor and the well-being of the people. Dragon God Hall. The Empress brings the sixth prince here to pray to the dragon god. Ti Su 5 years old. Dezhou out of sixth prince. Greetings, the Empress and the sixth prince. The imperial capital is empty without guards, and you caught a cold. Why did you go out of the palace and come here to pray? Cough cough, I'm fine. Yu Yen 15 years old. Princess of Yen. The rebels from Defeng are dreadful this time, and people from Dezhou are panicking. As the Empress, I should do something to reassure the people. It's a pity that the third prince couldn't come along because of his cold. But why did you let such a young man become the leader of the Imperial Guards? His name is Xingao. Our father sent him here from Yen. He's from a family of military commanders. Although he's young, he's brave and good at fighting. Xingao 14 years old. The martial arts official of Yen. Besides, the fighters from Dragon Temple all followed the emperor to the war. There's no dragon fighter here in the capital. Be alert. Taizhu. Yazhu. Greetings, Your Highness. Taizhu, Yazhu, the head priests of Dezhou who are responsible for prayer ceremonies, prayer reciting and the dragon god's worship. Please do not enter the dragon god's sacred hall. Your Highness and his prince, please follow me to the hall for the rituals. My son, come. Yes, mother. Wait. Attack. Thank. Protect Her Highness. How daring of you, hurry and surrender. The intelligence was wrong. The Empress has a secret treasure on her, Flame Thunder Shield. Asterisk Flame Thunder Shield, a secret treasure, an upgraded version of Flame Blast Shield, which can use up all the dragon power from the Dragon Keeper or the dragon in an instance. It can cause great damage. Shanmo, 23 years old. Yazi's Keeper. The dragon power is about to be exhausted. We can't retreat anymore. A backwards dragon mark. Are they pseudo-dragons? So they are the top 3 assassins xianxia from the ranking list of Chu-Ren organization. I can recognize that bracelet. It's the bracelet that His Majesty gave to concubine Rome. There's only one in this world. Asterisk Chu-Ren organization, a mysterious organization that carried out assassinations. This is strange, let's go. Want to run. Vicious crimson fire. Dark sand broken body. This is the secret technique of pseudo-dragon, Jing Yuan Ni. Asterisk Jing Yuan Ni, the pseudo-dragon and the keeper will reverse all their elements and turn them into the secret technique of dragon power at the cost of their lives. They plan on making us die along with them. Bring the Empress and the Prince away. It's too late. Run. Ah. Mother, run away. Tier. Mo. Lo. Tier. My son. Your Highness. Let's return to the palace, call for the Imperial Doctor. The pseudo-dragon murdered people in front of the hall. The 6th prince died, and the Empress was in a coma for several days. At some point, in the Imperial Palace, there was this rumor that because the Empress had been bullying my mother for years. So my mother paid a lot of money for those assassins, and it was all her plan. Soon after, my mother and I encountered the Empress's revenge. Hadn't she always been in a coma? Then, how? Oh, you're saying that, the Empress's sister, Madame Yuyan, murdered your mom to avenge her sister. Right. Because my uncle left the capital very early. And my memory is incomplete, I couldn't verify a lot of things. But this time we accidentally arrived in Anrang, and I even saw the dragon weapon again. Everything could be brought to light. Oh, when we find Madame Yuyan, you will finally know the truth from back then. But, when I asked about Madame Yuyan earlier, his eyes flickered, and it seemed that he didn't want to tell the truth. What kind of person was Madame Yuyan? It said she's graceful, smart and charming, and they were affectionate. When he ascended to the throne, he made her his empress. According to the records, her honor ceremony was even grander than the enthronement ceremony. Wow, it seems your uncle loves her very much. That's why we can only investigate things in secret to avoid problems. Well, where should we start? Strange sound. Elder Tian is gone. It should be here. Elder Tian came in and out of here earlier. I can feel the weak dragon power coming from the door. This place is hidden, and there's a big lock. We can't just break this lock otherwise. In the past, I used to help other unlock, it's simple. I have no problem with even more complicated locks. Let's go. In the deep passage to the underground. There's not even a ray of light. There's the reverb of a faintly discernible sound. Did you hear that, Jenny? I did. Watch out. The walls here are covered with scratches, bloodstains, and signs of corrosion. The air is filled with a pungent stench. What kind of secret is hidden at the end of the passage? Hold on. Daughter, could it be her, Madame Yuyan? My daughter. It's her dragon power movement is consistent with the Emperor's uncle. Asterisk dragon power movement, the fluctuations of dragon power inside the body of a dragon or her keeper which can be sensed by other dragons and dragon keepers. It can be hidden after practice. How did she become like this? The legendary graceful and unique Empress has fallen into this state. Being locked alone in a dark room. It's upsetting. And her dragon mark is backwards. It should be a failed upgrade that turned her into a pseudo-dragon. Pseudo-dragon. Minner. Ah. Minner, you finally came to see Mom. Mom's been waiting desperately for you. I am not your daughter. Minner, don't hate Mom, sobs. Chinny, who is she? Because of the turbulent flow of dragon power, the pseudo-dragon is often confused and in pain. It seems she's having an onset at the moment. So she mistook you for her daughter. She must be the one who made the strange noise just now. How dare you security guards nap and slack off during duty? My lord. There seems to be a strange noise in the underground room, come with me. Yes, sir. It's the guard who used the dragon weapon. Let's go. Get away. No. Don't go, my Minner. Quick. Yeah. Sue. You beast, give back my life. What? Hurry, come on. Mother, is the reason you took me out of the palace at night because there has been a rumor that concubine Rong murdered the Empress. Winter, the year 770 of Dezhou Imperial Palace Gao Jing, the wall outside the side palace. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just taking you to visit your grandparents. We're leaving at such a late hour, so the palace gate has been closed. So our family will send someone here to pick us up. It's time already, why haven't they come yet? Mother, although I'm dumb. But after the sixth brother passed away, the whole palace has been dressed in white. The soldiers have been guarding Jin Rong Palace for days. I've seen them all. I heard that the Empress has been in a coma. And no one has ever come to ask us, then why are we running away? Because. That night, Jin Rong Palace. Your Highness, please run away, I heard that the Empress woke up, she will come and arrest you. Because I've soon been tired of panicking all day long. Because, the world is so big. But there's nowhere for me to live. Mom, let's go back. You don't even want to kill a bug, so how could you possibly hire assassins to murder people? When my father returns to the capital, I'll tell this to him and he will help you clear your name. And, I still have a treasure here. This is the... Watch out. Who is it? My precious pearl. By the order of Her Highness. I'm here to take the life of the criminal woman, Qin Zhan. Crime, when was the conviction? Is there any evidence? If Her Highness wants you to die, is there any need for the evidence? I'm tricked. This is a trap to lead us out of Jin Rong Palace. Mom. Ah. Mom. Ear, close your eyes. If you can survive. You must find the Empress. Mom. Humph. So cold. As if I'm trapped in an endless abyss. There seems to be a lightly warm current surrounding my whole body. Is this an illusion when you're dying? It's destruction. Yet it's a new life. Next day, early in the morning in Rang Mansion, guest room. Mian Long. Shani. You finally woke up. You kept calling Mom last night, it seemed you were having a nightmare, but I couldn't wake you up. Out of a hurry, I opened your sea of consciousness, planning on waking you up. What did you see? It seemed like someone wanted to kill you and your mom, she protected you, and then you fell into the water. The scenes were blurry and all in pieces. Xianxia, I'm sorry. No problem. I just remembered a few more things, and my head hurts a bit. I recalled that after I fell into the water, I was washed downstream by the current. I happened to be rescued by a small team of the Imperial Army who was moving their location after the loss. I was finally sent to my father's side. I followed him to Luoyi, 11 due for the murderer that night. I couldn't even remember the slightest of their voice. And, since then, I became extremely afraid of deep water. Once I fell in, I would be trembling and unable to move. Fear of deep water. Back then, when we encountered a coiled alligator and fell into a deep pond, didn't you? Yeah, if you hadn't woken me up in time, I'm afraid I would have drowned. Don't worry. Now that I'm here, you won't have to be afraid of water anymore. I will definitely become the strongest black dragon and protect you. Okay. Cough. I remembered an important thing just now. I also lost a treasure that night, the Imperial Dragon Orb. Imperial Dragon Orb, does it have any relation to Imperial Dragon? Yeah, it was indeed given to me by Imperial Dragon, but I actually don't know what power it holds. The murderer must have picked it up that night. Then, didn't you return to Gaojing to find them? I lived with my father in Luoyi for 4 years. When I returned to Gaojing, everything had already changed. The clues back then had already disappeared without a trace. Besides, my memory was damaged, so it's almost impossible to find out. It must have been hard for him as he was saved by his mom, but he couldn't find her murderer. But it's still better than me. I don't even know who my mom is. When Granny found me, I was wearing this jade pendant. This is the only clue to my identity. There is the word long, that's why she named me Neon Long. The jade has good quality, but there's not much clue from that. I won't talk about me anymore. Speaking of mom, last night, Madame Yuyen seemed to call me daughter. If I'm right, according to the records, when uncle left the imperial capital, he had no children. And she was so angry to see me last night, she must have mistaken me for someone else. It seems she has become delirious. That's right, she suddenly became so furious. Then she vomited blood and fell to the ground. She looks very pitiful. I wonder if she was okay after that. The turbulent dragon power will cause hysteria to the pseudo-dragon, and it will affect her consciousness. In that case, if I go by myself tonight, maybe I can get some truth from her. That's too risky. Please come in. I am the leader of Enrangards, Zhengao. I offended you two back in the wine cellar yesterday. I beg your mercy. Zhengao, 27 years old and rang out of guard leader. Mr. Gao, it's nothing. That's part of your duty, it's understandable. I wonder if you had a good rest last night. The kitchen has prepared breakfast, please take your time. Wow, these are little dragon cakes. The smell. It tastes exactly the same as those I had when I was in BA Kingdom, yummy. It tastes just the same as Aunt Yao made. Speaking of which, we made acquaintance thanks to little dragon cakes. This cake contains dragon honey syrup, which is good for healing. Hee, you're right. If you like them, have some more. Sure. An old friend taught me to make these little dragon cakes. It's good that you like it. Old friend. So these cakes are made by Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao, your job is to just deliver breakfast, right? Or do you have to watch us eat too? That's my fault. I got caught up in chatting and almost forgot the main business. The Lord said that after the breakfast, please come to the water pavilion. He had something important to discuss. I received the luck of the dragon god and strengthened the power of Dezhou. I'm praying at Yundian, I'm praying to Lin Yuan. Autumn, the year 772 of Dezhou. New capital Luoyi, dragon summon stand. The rebel Han Ji has offended me. He stopped the imperial army from returning to Gaojing, trapping us here in Luo village. He wants to overthrow the Su family. Qianni Su 7 years old. De Zhou out of 7th prince. Che Su 41 years old. De Zhou out of Emperor Yuan. I'm praying for the Imperial Dragon to appear and help me put down the rebellion. Please, Imperial Dragon. Cough cough cough. Bless De Zhou, cough cough. Father. You've been praying here for 7 days, but there's still not a response from the Imperial Dragon. I have a daring suggestion. Why don't we ask for supporting troops from the dependent kingdoms? Dependent kingdom. It was just a tiger devouring a wolf. Besides, which kingdom is willing to help me? Let's continue to wait. At the same time, Gaojing, main hall of Imperial Palace. For hundreds of years, Imperial Dragon has protected De Zhou and kept its prosperity. However, Che Su's incompetence has made the kingdom wither and be in chaos. After the discussion from imperial officials, we've decided to strip away his throne. Hanji 58 years old. De Zhou out of Prime Minister. What? The Prime Minister is right. This. Prime Minister Hanji, you're a vicious person with great ambition who has confused the people. You colluded with Feng, Yang, and North Yin to rebel against the kingdom, and took advantage of the heavily injured army to stop His Majesty from returning to the capital. Lian Gu 60 years old. De Zhou out of Minister of Public Works. You're vicious and scheming, your whole clan should be slaughtered. Drag him down, and flog him. As your order. Let go of me. My family has been loyal to De Zhou for generations. I'd rather die than become a traitorous minion. This kingdom is falling apart, and the traitor has gotten the authority. The emperor is in danger, De Zhou is dead. Imperial Yutsong. Protect the country, get rid of the rebellion. Xuanda Hall. Lord Gu. Lord Gu. Holy light comes. Imperial Dragon appears. It shows mighty power after a 100-year retreat. It travels thousands of miles a day, and put Defeng into a big flood. The rebellion at Yen River was put down in a flash. Father. When Defeng rebelled last year, you came here to pray. As soon as you finished the prayer, there was light all over Lin Yuan Mountain, and the Imperial Dragon appeared right away. Why haven't we seen the response this time? It seems that as long as there is no change in De Zhou's name, Imperial Dragon will not interfere. Imperial Dragon is a god after all. The great cause in mortals' eyes is so insignificant to gods? I lost in this round. Things are changing, and the magic weapons are changing as well. The world belongs to virtuous people, this is the rule of nature. Che Su was incompetent, he personally conquered Defeng, but he completely lost. He fled to Luo Yi, begging Imperial Dragon to appear to turn his defeat around. He should have long killed himself for his sin. Now, the officials have decided to support you as the new emperor. The former emperor's 7th son, He Su, will be ascending to the throne. He Su 17 years old De Zhou out of Emperor Zhou Yuan. This, dumb guy. How could he? The Imperial Dragon has no objection to the matter, what do you have to say? All right. Let's immediately inform the people. Inform. The new emperor has ascended to the throne, tell this news to the dependent countries. Prosperity forever to De Zhou, eternal De Zhou. With the emperor here, De Zhou will last for thousands of years. Is that, Madame Yuyan? He Su 28 years old prince and Rang Sudo out of Dragon Shiwan. Yuyan 27 years old madam and Rang Sudo out of Dragon Shiwan. Although she looks weak, but she's well dressed and well behaved. It's totally different from last night. Minner, you've come. Don't be impatient, come and drink your medicine first. We can talk later. Okay. But this medicine is bitter. Elder Tian, please help my wife with the medicine. This has a bit of dragon honey syrup, it won't taste bitter. Watch out. Yeah. I beg your pardon. My wife has been confused for these past 2 years, she's been thinking about our deceased daughter without eating or sleeping. That's why I said it's inconvenient for her to meet with the guests yesterday. But after seeing Lady Long last night, she suddenly got better. She's been refusing to let people close to her, but she can recognize others this morning, and she's willing to drink the medicine. He knew what we were doing last night. Lady Long, don't worry. I just want you to have a chat with my wife, if you can help her recover. There may also be new progress in the thing that Qianni cares about. He even knows what Qianni is thinking. And yet, he still wants to talk. Alright, let me try. You, Mom. Come, let me take a closer look at you. Had just turned 1 year old when we were separated. Now, you're all grown up. I've been missing you day and night, but I couldn't be by your side and take care of you. It's been tough for you all these years. This embrace is so warm. If someday I can meet my mom, will she be like this to me too? It's not tough, you have to take care of your own health too. Okay. Uncle has been treating me calmly without a bit of guilt. Did Madame Yuyen avenge her sister back then without him knowing? And, Madame Yuyen is treating me on long as her daughter, it doesn't look like she's faking it. If she can't regain her consciousness, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get to the bottom of this. My baby daughter, have you transformed into a dragon? How could it be? No. Impossible. Who is your dragon keeper? Well. You are. He's Qianni Su, he's not a bad guy. You are, ear. You can recognize me. Yes, no. My head hurts, I can't remember well. Don't rush it. Then, do you remember my mother? Concubine Rong, Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan. She's dead. Madam. She died on the same day that my sister passed away. She died at. In the end, they still couldn't escape from the coldness of the palace. She died in a dark night. After investigation, the Empress is without morals, her relatives are monopolizing the power, causing troubles to the imperial court. The Prime Minister has ordered you to strip her off her position. Autumn, the year 772 of Dezhou imperial capital Gaojing Yuyang Palace. He Su 17 years old Dezhou out of Emperor He. Yuyan 16 years old Dezhou out of Empress. We have 2 emperors ruling at the same time. I entered the Yuyang Palace that my sister once lived in. Doesn't that mean I will end up like her, dying at a young age? Everything is like a dream. Imperial Palace Gaojing Mansion of Prime Minister next morning. Urgent report. This morning, the Minister of Justice has come to declare the Great General and other officials the crime of rebellion. They were all the backbone of the imperial officials. They all thought that this was your idea. Ju 31 Yuan years old chief guard of the mansion. They are bringing the dragon fighters to the mansion, wanting an explanation from you. Humph, explanation. They clearly want to kill me. He Su, when you fled to the Yin Kingdom as a child, I had sent someone to monitor you. Only when you ignored your dead mother and ate from dirt did I believe you were truly stupid. In order to fool everyone. You have set up plans and schemes. You take advantage of this time, when I trap the dragon fighters to Luo village, and no one is in Gaojing. You fake my order to provoke internal fights among the officials. Your plan of sow discord was beautifully done. Too bad, I have prepared long ago, and I have kept some dragon fighters in secret. Besides, these foolish officials who got provoked are not scary to me at all. After you're stripped off your throne, the remaining princes are hard to control, and no one can ascend to the throne. Prime Minister, what should I do now? You still need me to teach you this little thing. Send people to stop them first. I have arranged a servant from Isu's side to confess that he colluded with Che Su and fake an imperial decree. Imply the mastermind to aim at the royal relatives. After the news of the dethronement comes, everything is resolved. Prime Minister, what a good plan you have. Ruojiu, 26 years old, Dezhou, out of concubine Ling of Emperor Yuan. Ruojiu. Since the officials all believe that Hisu is an idiot. Rather than trying to explain, it's better to go with the flow. And put the blame on the royal relatives. Haven't you been sent to the imperial mausoleum? How did? In order to get rid of Su, you secretly sent a lot of dragon fighters to Luo village. But Hisu has been lying low for many years, and finally, he seizes the chance to show his skill. Of course, I can't miss this show. Concubine Ling, stop there. Did you know that Hisu was faking his idiocy? Prime Minister Han, you truly can only plan things, but not people. When Hisu was back in the capital, I sent people to monitor him. Although he was hiding well, I still found some clues. But back then, you took me for nothing. Therefore, when you were pushing Hisu to the throne, I couldn't say anything. You ungrateful trash. If it hadn't been for me, a slave like you couldn't have survived until this day. Your great kindness, I dare not forget. Therefore, I will make the best use out of your head when you die. Humph, in order to please Hisu. You're imagining about taking my head. In your dream. For elephants killing dragon array. I can't believe this old fox hit a sorcery circle. This circle is not simple, and we can't break iron. He's long put up his guards against me. I don't even know he has this sorcery circle. Too bad. WH. Dragon weapon. You animal, cough cough cough. How dare you kill your father for this ** cough. I'm the bastard from a prostitute. I can only call you my lord. I only deserve to work for you as a guard. And my mom, whom you gifted to King of Yong, died tragically in a foreign country. You. Dad. Spit, you're not worthy. Autumn, the year 772 of Dezhou Hanji died, everything went into chaos. Royal relatives and imperial officials fought to death. A bloody battle. The corpses were everywhere. Prime Minister Hanji formed his own group for personal gain, which created chaos and rebellion. His whole clan will be slaughtered. Zhu Yuan has merits for killing him. You're now left Dragon Consul General. Rengu is now the leader of Dragon Temple, and Hang Bo is now the Prime Minister. A few days later, early morning Imperial Capital Gaojing Main Palace Hall. Castigate the bad and extol the good, now all is clear. Long live your majesty, long live Dezhou. The new emperor not only is not an idiot, but he is also amazing. He first used the sowing discord scheme to disturb Hanji's group members and make them kill each other, which greatly weakened the control of the officials on the Dragon Temple. Now, he gave out an amnesty to Rengu, Lian Gu's son, and let him become Dragon Leader, and Dragon Temple is now within his control. Compared with Emperor Yuan, Su, who is now in Luo village, his brother is far much better than him in terms of courage and tactics. As your order, thank you, your majesty. It seems that the person who's hard to deal with is actually Hisu. Zhu, 31 Yuan years old. Dezhou out of Consul General. The meeting ends here. Long live the Emperor, long live Dezhou. Hisu, 17 years old, Dezhou out of Emperor He. After 10 years of humiliation, I finally achieved what I wanted. The chaos has ended, the disease within the court has gone, Dezhou should start a new life too. Congratulations, your majesty. The Empress is pregnant. And Rang Mansion Lotus Pavilion. It seems that I was too impatient. And let you suffer. Prince and Rang's eyes are full of concern, their relationship is really good. Earlier when Xianxia asked about his mother, Madame Yuyan got confused and talked to herself. In the end, she just passed out. Seems like I have to take my time. You did a lot of research on the dragon blood veins. I guess you're looking for a cure for the symptoms of pseudo-dragon. Yes, in order to help my wife recover, I have studied classics and tried all kinds of prescriptions over the years, then I realized the theory of vein open. I got trapped here in this difficult situation, so I really can't do anything. Since you already have this wish, I'll help you break through this. Really? When I was at the Dragon Temple, I was fortunate enough to learn from xianxia, who was a master in sorcery circles. Dragon Besiege Magic Circle is the masterpiece of his lifelong research. Give me some time, and I'll find a way to break the circle. However, I have one condition. Tell me your condition. Please help me on long to upgrade. You're the Black Dragon's keeper whose fate ties to being murdered, yet, you don't plan on hiding in a safe place. Then, the thing that has been hanging on your heart must be Dezhou's Emperor throne, right? Yes. Such a pity. As the Dragon Keeper, I'm afraid you can never be the Emperor. You all said that a Dragon Keeper could not be the Emperor. Why is it so? These are the words from the ancestors of the royal family. At the beginning, I didn't care, and I didn't fully understand it until I got to experience myself. Everything started after I ascended to the throne. Autumn, the year 772 of Dezhou. I used my plan to eliminate Han Ji and intensify the fight between the royal relatives and officials, until both sides were defeated, and then, I quickly took control of the situation. However, their influence still lingers after the downfall, the remnants of the two sides still needed to be cleaned up. And, my brother Chesu established a new capital in Luo village. There were two emperors at the time. And it caused a lot of objections from the people. Imperial capital Gaojing. Yuyang Palace. Ruojiu and Zhu Yuan still held a lot of power from Han Ji. I had to be patient as they were still of use. The Dragon Temple was divided badly in the past, and it needs reorganization. Yeah. What's troubling you today? No, it makes sense. This is the first time you become a mother, so you need peace of mind. I shouldn't talk about these trivial matters and annoy you. No problem, I know your thoughts well. You did not hesitate to fight against your father and insisted on fleeing to Gaojing with me. Have you ever regretted it? There's no regret in my life when I can be your companion. It's the same for me. All suffering is nothing when I have you. I'm the Emperor's father-in-law, how dare you stop me? Let him in. Yes. Emperor, how have you been? I heard the good news of your enthronement. So I'm here to congratulate you. Yu Haiyan, 51 years old, king of Yan out of Yu Yan's father. I beg your majesty to lend your army to Yan and help me regain my lost land. King Yan, get up and we can talk. My dear son-in-law, the rebellious Han Ji has been troubling the court for all these years. The northern thieves colluded with Defeng and Yong, their dragon fighters have increased greatly in strength. Yan has fought against them for many years, and suffered repeated setbacks. Please, for the sake of my daughter Yu Yan who's been accompanying you, help me. Northern thieves, the northern part of Yan was segregated by rebels a few years ago, they call themselves as North Yan. Father, it hasn't been 10 days since he ascended to the throne, and his foundation is not yet stable. Besides, we have been at wars for years before his enthronement, we don't have army to lend. But I can't wait. The northern thieves have captured several cities of Yan. It won't be long before they reach the capital. You've been conquering lands for years, which led to the exhaustion of our military force. You should rest first and wait until. Enough. I didn't interfere when you were hiding in Gaojing and decided your own marriage. But now, you won't even help me for the sake of Yan. Don't worry. Speaking of that year. If it hadn't been for your heartlessness back then, my mother would haven't been so miserable and lonely with her corpse wrapped in a straw mat. Back then, when you chased us out of the imperial palace, you said, I'm cutting ties with you, if I see you again, I'll kill you without mercy. Today, when you see me again, how are you planning to kill me? Back then, I was incited. Forget it, You're the Empress's father after all. I'll send dragon fighters to protect the capital of Yen. But it's impossible for you to borrow the army. Both of my daughters are the Empresses of Dezhou. One of them died a tragic death in Gaojing. One of them doesn't help me when I'm in desperate need. Then, they're all dead to me. Father. How could you be so cruel? Of course, I want you to regain North Yen. But not now. I'm sorry. Older sister. Call the Imperial Doctor over. Madame Yu Yen was unable to lend her father the army. She got ashamed and worried, and unexpectedly turned into a dragon. Who would make the companion bound with her? The officials were arguing, but it left to no decision. She was pregnant at the time, but she became so restless that she fell into a coma, and her life was hanging on a thread. I couldn't care about anything else, and insisted on making a bound with my wife. She was finally saved from danger. And, only 10 days later, I had to pay for price of this decision. How dare you? I can't believe you all used the ancestral note. A dragon keeper cannot be an emperor, to write a joint letter and force me out of my throne. Rengu is already dead, and I'll take over the dragon temple. Your Majesty, please abdicate immediately. That's not going to happen. Don't forget the imperial dragon once said, no one can steal the Su family's authority. The Su family is indeed in charge. But it's not your authority. Zhu 31 Yuan years old Dezhou out of Consul General left dragon. Ruojio 26 years old Dezhou out of concubine Ling of Emperor Yuan. Yunli Su 13 years old Dezhou out of third prince of Emperor Yuan. Yunli Su. Humph, very daring of you. How dare you impersonate the third prince? Asterisk note, Yunli Su was kidnapped a few days ago, got severely injured and died in peace. Uncle, you don't need to worry if I'm the real one or not. I'm just here to get what I want. Bring her over. How dare you? This story is more about me. I didn't think that the officials were strongly against me just because of an ancestral note. This ancestral note came from inverse scale case from 550 years ago. According to records, in the 7th year of Emperor Long's reign, the concubine Long turned into a dragon, and Emperor Long formed a bond with her. Emperor Long gathered all the treasures in the world, and they upgraded to Horned Dragon after 20 years, which increased their dragon power and lifespan. After then, Emperor Long started to use more dragon fighters than imperial officials. There's an increase in power disparity between dragon fighters and officials. On his 120th birthday, Emperor Long gathered dragon fighters in Gaojing in the name of guarding against state rebellion. Afterward, there was an internal fight within the Dragon Temple, and Emperor Long died during the fight. Then, his great-grandson, Emperor Ping, ascended to the throne and executed and sent a lot of dragon fighters to exile. It's known as the inverse scale case in history. Since then, the royal family has established a golden rule that a dragon keeper cannot be the emperor. Well, the mortal loves dragons but fears them at the same time. For the past 100 years, Dragon Temple has clearly been suppressed by the royal family. Therefore, what the royal family was worried about is the power and longevity of the dragon and the dragon keeper. Correct. Lady Long is smart. Well, the mortal loves dragons but fears them at the same time. For the past 100 years, Dragon Temple has clearly been suppressed by the royal family. They can tolerate the suppressed dragons, but they can't accept being superior to the dragons. Of course, these are the truths that I only figured out after I arrived in Anrang. Then, have you ever regretted forming the bond with Madame Yu Yen? One have no regrets in this life. Even with the ancestral note, if Madame Yu Yen hadn't been captured, you wouldn't have given up, right? Therefore, the key to success or failure is whether they got your Achilles heel or not. The ancestral note and the Achilles heel, which are the cause and effect, you can judge for yourself. But back then, I got the right time and place, and I had planned it all, but I still couldn't get a firm foundation. Now that Yunli Su has been ruling over the court for many years, it's even more difficult to replace him. It's better for you to find a peaceful place like Anrang and live a stable life. It's like I couldn't grasp the meaning of their words. Xianxia's expression, has he been persuaded? Xianxia, don't get discouraged. No matter where you hide, as long as the world is still in chaos, there will be no real stability. Furthermore, as long as I can become an imperial dragon, nothing can trouble us. Yeah. This girl is interesting. I didn't expect Lady Long to be this insightful. Since you have already made up your mind, I will do my best to help Lady Long upgrade, so Xianxia could help me break the circle with peace of mind. Thank you, uncle, then we've agreed. Xianxia, didn't you say? Unless the Imperial Dragon interferes, nothing can break this circle. If Prince and Rang can really help me successfully upgrade, what should we do later? We'll take about it later after you successfully upgrade. Now it's confirmed that Uncle wants to hurry and get out of the circle to help Madame Yuyan recover. Let's take advantage of this first and let him help you upgrade. Madame Yuyan's mind is clear. When she's with you, can get closer to her and see if you can get more information. But remember, we shouldn't get too close to anyone in Rang. After all, it's still not clear whether they are enemies or friends. Oh, understood. You want me to get close, but it can't be too close. Such a thing as friendship, it's not so easy to control. Afu, you're awake. Fu. Afu. She even named it, it'll be more difficult to be separated later. Why did you run out by yourself? You must be hungry. Fu. Xianxia, you go back first. I'll take it to find something to eat. Okay. Eat it. After eating this last delicious meal. Spring, the year 775 of Dezhou Gaojing, prison. Prisoner He Su is going to be killed. The new emperor just ascended to the throne, everyone is amnestied. Prisoner He Su was pardoned from imprisonment and honored as Prince in Rang. Please show your gratitude. Prince in Rang can immediately be released from prison. The madam is waiting outside. Yu Yan, 19 years old. It's been 3 years, it's been hard for you. Where's our daughter? I've never seen her. Hurry and bring me to her. Our daughter, she. Sobs. Outside Gaojing, Jia Mountain. Madam. I've gotten back all the possessions the Lord kept outside the city. Good, thanks for your hard work, General. Asterisk on the tomb, beloved daughter, Min Su's tomb. I've already resigned from my position, from now on, you can call me Xingao. Xingao, 19 years old. The emperor has given out the imperial decree that we have to get to Rang within 1 month. We've packed your bags, the journey will be difficult and dangerous, and time is running out. I beg you to set off immediately. Dragon God is helpless. Once I get to Rang, I don't know if I can ever return to Gaojing. This is heaven's will. Cough. He. Cough, it's nothing. Let's go. Fu. Fellow, don't run around. I know you're hungry, I'm looking for a kitchen here, don't you see? Hold on for a bit. Inside Rang Mansion, northern bedroom. My daughter. Where is my daughter? Oh, is the madam having her symptoms again? Madam. Give me back my daughter. Mom. I'm here. Lady Long, you shouldn't get close to her. Madam is having an onset, she can't recognize anyone. Minner. My Minner. Elder, watch out. Minner, my baby daughter Minner. Why does your face look so pale? Did anyone scare you? Madam, is back to normal now. Nothing. You're conscious again, that's great. Why is your hair all messy? This is the silk hair tie I made myself. It looks pretty on you. The feeling of having a mother's love is very nice. Thank you, Mom. Minner. Mom. I remember it now, you love to eat the tornado pastries I made. I'll go to the kitchen. She scared me just now. Madam. Madam, is she okay? No need to worry, she must be exhausted because of the onset earlier. She should be alright after taking a rest. It's just that the dragon tornado pastry is actually Her Highness Empress Iyan's favorite snack. Madam has never been confused about this before. Did it get worse? Seems like it's getting more serious, sigh. Lady Long. When she was having an onset, you made her return to normal instantly. All these years, even the Lord can't do it. Miss Long must be a child blessed by the dragon god sent here to help the madam pull through this crisis. Elder Tian, quickly get up. I'll try my best and do what I can. I heard that the madam is having an onset again. The madam has soon calmed down, thanks to the help of Lady Long. I was afraid the sun would already set when you arrive. That's right, the madam returned to normal again after Lady Long came. The madam also helped her tie her hair up. Lady Long is truly the lucky star of Anrang. She's pretty, and she's a dragon too. I didn't do anything, I'm honored that I can help the madam. Oops, I forgot to give Afu something to eat. Let's go, I'll take you to the kitchen. Take care, Uncle. Just now Uncle came to find me and said that he had found the medicinal herbs for me on Long to successfully upgrade. I finally found it, it's called dragon grass. Someone has seen it before on the cliff of Anrang. That kind of herb is extremely rare, it only appears 3 weeks after planting, and we can only pick it on the rainy days. We'll plant it in a few days, but I wonder if we will have the chance to pick it. Master. These are all of my treasures, just pick one. Take it as my token of apprenticeship. Ajahn said you refused to teach me last time because I didn't bring my tokens. I've already told you, I don't. Are they still not enough? This is my most precious treasure, Mom. I'll give it to you too, it must be okay now, right? Elder Tian made it for me, even Ajahn can't have it. Mom. Mother. The Grand Tutor taught me to draw people, I drew you. From now on, don't draw me anymore. Master, please teach me swordsmanship. Lord Gao told me that the kingdom is in chaos. I need to be better, I want to find my mom. I will only teach you one move. To suppress the enemies and protect your own life, this will be enough. I'm coming, Master. Don't call me Master. Yes, Master. In short, that's how BA Kingdom got attacked by Young Kingdom. It seems that it hasn't been peaceful for the outside world. I have promised Princess Mengzhu that no matter how difficult it is, I will become stronger. I'll definitely avenge them someday. I'll expel the young invaders, I'll rebuild BA Kingdom. Rebuild BA Kingdom, BA Kingdom, Kingdom. Good, you're ambitious. But I can't even upgrade. Don't be discouraged, as long as you have your goals, anything is possible. Besides, the Lord also promised to help you, it will definitely work. Brother Gao is right. Although I don't really understand what you just said. How could I lose my will before the end? Princess Mengzhu, wait for me. Right, you have to wait for her, woof. Wrong, you have to put force on your wrists, once again. Master, is this like this? Master. Lord Gao hasn't been this happy for so long. No wonder they all said he put on that grim face all day long because of girls. Speaking of which, Lord Gao and Sister Long is a pretty good match. What are these dark clouds? Master. Don't get distracted, focus on your practice. Master, be more gentle please, it hurts. Don't move your elbow, power on the wrists. Xianxia is teaching him seriously. Yeah. Summer, year 775 of Dezhou by the swamp of Miasma. Congratulations to Prince and Rang, you have arrived in the fief as promised. We too have been waiting for you. Yan Long, 12 years old, emissary of the Imperial Dragon Keeper. Nan, 6 years old, emissary of the Imperial Serpent Dragon. The miasma has been eliminated, you can pass through without worries. Given your attires, you must be the emissaries of the Imperial Dragon. As the emissaries, you should protect Dezhou. Why did you follow the tyrant Yunli Su's orders? Follow my lead. Congratulations, Your Highness Prince and Rang. These are 800 workers that His Majesty sent from the imperial capital. They are here to build your residence, and they're also the people of Anrang. He sent me to this remote place, and also prepared 800 laborers. What is Yunli Su planning? We have finished our tasks and shouldn't stay any longer, goodbye. What's that? No. This is Dragon Besiege Magic Circle. I can finally answer your question earlier. Yunli Su being the Emperor is the Imperial Dragon's will? By the swamp of the Miasma. Afternoon. Seems like the Dragon Guard got eaten by this crocodile. No wonder we couldn't contact him. Asterisk the words on the card, Dragon Temple. Yen Tao border areas, right? Dragon Guard. Get it away from me, it's dirty. If it weren't for you being all unruly and nosy, we wouldn't have arrived half a month later than scheduled. Alright, stop preaching, you're annoying. Without the Dragon Guard as my guide, I'm afraid it will be hard to find that thing in this swamp. Xianxia, listen, it's the thunder. Great, I can sense the rain cloud approaching. We've stayed in Anrang for half a month, it's finally raining. You're too excited. Yeah, this is the first rain after planting, I hope we can get something from this. That's right, Brother Gao has been going up to the cliff to pick up the herbs every day. Only to find the dragon grass. Master, Sister Mian. Drink the medicine. Shangpan, thanks to Elder Tian and your hard works these days. The soup Elder Tian made is so delicious that we are still able to live well. Hee, it's nothing, I'm not tired at all. It's the efficiency of the Lord's medicine. Sister Mian, you should drink it while it's still hot. What happened? I feel like there's a smell, it's strange. It stinks, Afu, why are you pooping randomly again? This is your rice bowl. Blurg. Foo. I won't help you clean your poop. Get back here, you're planning on stealing food again. Shangpan and Afu are really good friends. Let's see how I deal with you. Xianxia. Still normal, you don't have a fever. Although our dragon power is becoming more and more unstable, but with the help of the soup to soothe our nerves. Except for the feeling of powerlessness and the temperature switch, it's still okay. We just need to find the dragon grass, Xianxia, don't be worried. Well, I was actually thinking of other things. Do you remember Gao's dragon weapon? Are you talking about the dragon weapon that killed your mother? I've been wondering why it's here in Anrang. Until a few days ago, I suddenly remembered about a record by the Dragon Temple. Not long after Emperor He ascended to the throne, a large amount of Dragon Temple's secret treasures and dragon weapons mysteriously went missing overnight. The case hasn't been solved, and it's always a taboo topic in the Dragon Temple. What do you mean, are the missing weapons related to your uncle? The first time when I met him in Anrang, I had already felt that the dragon weapon he used was unusual. I had some observations these days, and I actually found that. Bad news. Something happened to Lord Gao. I'll go help. Wait. Your dragon power is not strong enough yet, don't overestimate yourself. Besides, don't forget my words. Friend or enemy, we are yet to know. No matter who he is, he risked himself to pick medicinal herbs for us. How could I stand by and watch? Over there. I immediately felt less uncomfortable after being exposed to that light. Is that? Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. My lord. I'm fine. My lord. Take them to the infirmary. Uncle is a dragon keeper, with weak dragon power. If he overuses the horned dragon's weapon, it'll cause him backlash. The horned dragon's weapon. Prince Enrang doesn't hesitate to exhaust his dragon power to save the people. It's very similar to Queen Yizhu. The cliff was slippery because of the rain, and the old sand next to me slipped. The tether on him pulled others down as well. Fortunately, Lord Gao grabbed the rope in time. We were hanged midair. Unexpectedly, the rope was broken and we fell onto the trees under the cliff. It's really dangerous. I hope Brother Gao is alright. Hurry and save him, quickly. Lord Gao is still stuck over there. I got seriously injured by the falling rocks earlier. The injury on my arm was also worsened because I had to hold tight to the rope. I can't feel anything now. Right now, the rain is making the vine armor wet, and it's getting more and more heavy. I can't hold it for any longer. Damn it. Lady Long. Brother Gao, don't worry. Landing safely. Looks like my walk on water technique has improved again. Can you put me down now? Great, Lord Gao was saved. Sister Mian is too awesome. Foo. He. It's nothing. The dragon headstick, xianxia, is one of the best dragon weapons that was stolen in the unsolved cases. It also includes your dagger Sufu Kama, Shang Pen's treasure mirror Shi Tian, and the flying scythe that Jingao used. All of them were stolen from the Dragon Temple, right? That's right. Has anyone else used the flying scythe before Jingao? After ascending to the throne, in order to weaken Prime Minister Jihan, I used some tricks to take away a lot of secret treasures and advanced dragon weapons, and bring chaos to the Dragon Temple. That flying scythe was only given to Jingao after we had arrived in Enrang. I didn't know who its previous owner was. According to him, the dragon weapons were stolen 11 years ago. And my mother was killed 13 years ago. The person using the flying scythe back then. Who was it? Or, what is the Emperor hiding? My lord, Lord Gao was rescued by Sister Mian. Lord Gao, quickly, sit down and rest. All right. Lady Long, you saved my life. I'll forever be grateful for this. It's nothing. Oh right, I was feeling weird earlier. The herb collectors were all wearing heavy vine armors. And they will become heavier if they get wet. Why did you still wear the vine armor when you knew it would rain? Lord Gao ordered us to wear the armors, so that once we finish picking up the herbs, we can go to the military training right away. Hush, watch what you're saying. Let's go, I'll take you to the infirmary. Military training. Ouch, it hurts. I will also go to the infirmary. Stop there. You're secretly training army under the cover of picking herbs again. Burn all the armors immediately. You're not allowed to make any weapons in secret. You will be severely punished if you dare do it again. This is all for you to fight against the outside world after leaving Enrang. Even if I can leave Enrang, I won't take part in any fights again. No way. The kingdoms are in disputes, the emperor is a tyrant, and people are suffering. How could you just sit back and watch? When we first entered Enrang, you spent days and nights reading military books. You even gave me dragon weapons and oversaw my soldier training. You've always wanted to reclaim the kingdom. You were full of fighting spirit back then, but now you're like a completely different person. My lord, what is wrong with you? Why don't you face what your heart really wants? Enough. I have made up my mind. Shangpan, let's go. Yes, my lord. Brother Gao. Don't worry, let him take a break. Fu. Go away, all of these are herbs, there's nothing to eat. Afu, don't mess around. Behave yourself. Wait, this is. Dragon God herbal scripture says that mountains, rivers, clouds and rain, for seasons and 5 elements give birth to 5 color mushrooms, with long tinged strange fragrance. It can revive a dying person, but it's not for a living person. That's right, this is dragon mushroom. I don't remember picking this thing. How could it be in my basket? It is said that dragon mushroom can be invisible. It can only take shape after 3 seconds of breaking away from rotten wood. If not properly preserved, it will turn into dust. That's delicate and precious, put it away quickly, don't let it crumble. Afu, you're truly a blessing. Mr. Gao, thank you for risking your life to pick up the herbs. I'll reward you handsomely when we're back. It's me who should be grateful. Now that we got the herb, I can finally go back and rest. However, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for Lady Long. Wait. That scar. Is it really you? Frontline emergency report. Autumn, the year 770 of Dezhou. Xianxia Su 5 years old. The emperor has orders, from now on, all subjects guard the 9 gates of Gaojing City. No entry and exit. Don't be scared, there aren't many people from the palace in this place. It's alright. Yeah, I'm not scared. Since the empress was assassinated and went into comatose, you've been guarding her all day and night. It's hard and exhausting. I tried so hard to sneak out of Jinrong Palace today, so I'll have to accompany you to have some rest. His Highness. Princess Yuyan has warned that everything is out of control. Your Highness, please rest in Yuyang Palace. You have been out of the palace for a while, please return immediately. How dare you assassinate someone in the palace? I must have frightened you, please come with me. You guys, work under Han Ji. That old man was just a chest piece for Defeng. I recognize this knife, you guys work for the defense security. Didn't the people from the defense security just get dismissed by Han Ji? Ah, turns out that you want to use my eldest son as a gift to Defeng in return for refuge. Oh, the third prince is indeed very smart. It's a pity that I'm not the favored child, otherwise, why would mother only bring 6th brother with her to worship the dragon god? The king wouldn't care even if you captured me. Do you really think your story can fool me, third prince? Take him away. Third brother. I can go with you guys. But you are not allowed to hurt my brother. If anyone dares to hurt him, I will not forgive you. Oh, useless bastards like him. Is not worth dealing with. Third brother. Ah. After you, third prince. Third brother. You're so naive. The 7th prince does not leave anyone alive, that is the rule. You can only blame yourself for having bad luck. You got along with the wrong. Cough cough cough. What happened? General Yan Guogaojian 14 years old. Third brother was taken away by assassins. The third prince, are you talking about the empress' eldest son, Suyan Li? That's correct, they are heading towards the east door. Go and look for help, I'll go save him. Over there. Quick! Third brother, are you okay? I'm fine. It's all thanks to this brave warrior. I remember now, back at the capital's east door. There was a brave warrior who saved me and my third brother's lives. It turned out to be you. That year, after rescuing Su Yunli, it became one of the biggest regrets in my life. If it wasn't for him, my lord and his wife wouldn't have been persecuted up until now. Persecuted? Why do you say that? Back then, because Su Yunli kidnapped Madame, my lord had no choice but to abdicate. After my lord was sentenced to death, Su Yunli sentenced Madame to go under house arrest. Su Yunli also made Madame sign a blood contract with him. That if Madame could transform into a pseudo-dragon, he will let both of them free. How could Brother Qianyi's methods be so vicious? Could it be Madame Yuyan only transformed into a pseudo-dragon because of the blood contract? They both have died 9 times in their lifetime, in order to come to an rang. Originally, my lord had studied day and night about longitudinal and horizontal techniques. But after a few years, as Madame's sickness worsened, my lord took all his books of war and burned them. Even now, I am not to mention anything about dominating the world. Lady Long, you once told my lord, as long as chaos still exists within the world, there will never be true peace. Those exact words were also once said to me by my lord. So I implore you to keep giving advice to my lord. And I'm sure you'll be able to rekindle his fighting spirit. Brother Gao wanted me to come and warn. 1. No need to feel too embarrassed, Lady Long. Actually, we've been constantly finding new ways to manage the law of the earth. However, we haven't been able to find anything. Take a look at that waterfall. That is in Rang's only source of water. A few years ago, Elder Tian discovered a baby boy by the water left in a wooden crate. He was very well dressed and was obviously a baby from a noble family. The Lord thinks that he floated from the underground river and came into the outside world. Baby boy in a wooden crate, could it be Sheng Pen? Yes. If Sheng Pen was able to travel through the underground river, how come no one has managed to leave? That's right, after following along the underground river, we were able to find the entrance. The Dragon Besiege magic circle was created so that only dragons were able to pass, therefore, mortals were unable to enter or leave. However, in the dark part of river, only mortals were able to come and go freely. I've tried to exit a couple of times, but the outside was just surrounded by the swamp of miasma. No one knows where that place leads. The entrance of the underground river must belong to the trapped dragon array. Lord Gao, can you take us to the underground river so we can take a look? Jenny, no need to be in such a rush, let's first help Brother Gao get his wounds treated. Once he recovers, we'll be able to go the underground river and find a way to break the magic. My injuries are nothing. Follow me. Investigating under the river has left me so dirty. It just so happens that the bathhouse is also leaking rain. I can only wash and change my clothes inside the house. And there is only one room. Mian Long. Ah, I'm here. We've already found the dragon mushroom. Afterwards, we'll go and find Uncle so he can make your medication. In addition, if what Jin Gao said is true, that the underground river can lead us to Anrang, perhaps that might be the key to breaking the formation. Okay, speaking of the underground river, I never would have thought that the entrance is actually in a hole behind the waterfall. If we follow this river, we'll be able to reach the swamp of miasma in 2 hours. As of now, only the Lord and I know of this information, so I trust that the two of you can keep it a secret. The underground river needs to be kept a secret. Seems like Prince Anrang doesn't want his people leaving the realm. Phew. That's the belt given to me by the lady. Stop that. Stop running. I'm done. I'm so embarrassed. Ahem. Foo. I'll be waiting for you outside. Are you done? Yes. Nothing bad happened. I didn't see anything just now. Aha. You idiot, no one asked you to explain yourself. Oh right. I remember listening to Brother Gao mention your 3 emperor brothers. What kind of person is he like now? It's a long story. The Sea of Conscious can explain to you. My emperor brother was born into a royal family and has always been raised to be a noble gentleman. If you want to get to know him better, we have to go back to when I was 4 years old. Gaojing Suburb Royal Hunting Ground. Dezhou 769th Day Autumn. Good, very good. Su Yuli 9 years old. Dezhou 3rd Prince of Emperor Yuan. Ah, Emperor brother. Su Qianni 4 years old. Dezhou 7th Prince of Emperor Yuan. I'm sorry. I was just. Very good. Qianni, this is only your first time wielding a sword, so brace, what talent you have. This is what men should be like, don't be immersed in books and poems. To be good at fighting, you'll be able to rule the sky. Phew, so tired. Brother, I have always been unsure about something. Go on. I am always the one being despised by Empress, and there are a lot of other princes who are of similar age as you. Why don't you ever play with the other princes and only ever let me accompany you? Those people are so boring, in their eyes, I am not their brother but only the eldest son who is the next king. You're different. We've only met each other for a few days. How could brother understand me so well? Because, you and I are very similar. The way concubine Rong treats you is the same as the way mother treats me. You and I have both worked very hard and have outstanding talent, however neither of us have been able to receive motherly love. There is always an invisible wall between us and them. Impressive. Everything you just said is exactly how I feel. Qianni, do you still remember that poem? All the people today, only some are brothers. Correct. From now on, only you and I are brothers. Don't let anyone bully you. It's your birthday today, right, Qianni? How did you manage to find that out? Bring it up. Ah. Xianyu 19 years old Empress Yian's personal maid. 3rd Prince, I've reflected on my mistake, why are you doing this? Qianni, do you recognize her? She is Empress's maid. Watch carefully. This is the gift I'm giving you on your 5th birthday. 3rd Prince. I know what I did wrong, don't do. Wrong. You must pay the price. Ah. Brother. Qianni, this maid had the audacity to slap your mother, a concubine, that just means she has never held any respect for you. I know I was wrong, that servant will never dare to commit the same mistake. I told you before, I will not allow anyone to bully you. I was only following Empress' command, I never meant to insult the 7th Prince. Hold this. Compensate yourself with what you deserve, mistakes must be punished. Qianni, remember, anyone who dares to bully you, deserves to die. Please forgive me, 7th Prince. Brother, these maids are just trying to make a living. I understand that she might be cruel, but she doesn't deserve to die. These maids who don't understand right or wrong are the ones who need us to help set them boundaries. Fine then. Sign the 7th Prince was willing to show me kindness, I will listen to you. Let her go. Thank you, Prince, forgive me. Don't worry, 3rd Prince, I will not let anyone find out about what happened today. Ah. You're able to forgive people, but I cannot allow people to be released. Why? She will never be able to keep her mouth shut. If you had let this cheap maid go, it will not end well. Qianni, forever remember this present. Those who deserve to die must be killed. I did not expect Su Yinli, who talks so sweetly, to be so violent. Qianni has not yet left the Sea of Conscious. This memory that he showed me must have caused great shock to him during that time. Qianni. I can tell that your brotherhood with the 3rd Prince runs very deep. But you are unable to come to peace with his inhumane ways of doing things, right? If you want to fight for the throne, you're going to have to fight him in the end, you're not ready to face that yet, right? But the world needs more benevolent individuals, people who are like Queen Yizhu. There is no doubt. Mianlong, do you think the world will become better if I become the emperor? Mianlong, thank you. Shenny, Mianlong, what's wrong with you? My heart, it's hurting again. The dragon power within our body is bursting. Could it be that the upgrade is about to commence? Mianlong. Mianlong. That evening in Enrang, I have stabilized Lady Long's dragon power. For the time being, she is safe, however. If Lady Long continues to stay unconscious, the upgrade cannot be completed, and we cannot wait any longer. I've also been feeling fatigue and tired. What should we do from now on? We just need to refine the dragon mushrooms into an elixir. Reusing this secret treasure. The sorcery circle for the upgrade will happen tomorrow. That mark is the dragon temples. I remember reading about that, but I don't remember very clearly. This object is called Fong Fong. It's able to gather a large amount of dragon power. Asterisk sound is the same as the shape. Once Lady Long consumes the dragon pill, she will enter into a state of chaos between life and death. By absorbing the sorcery circle, Fong Fong will stimulate the dragon power stored in her body, and will eventually reach the vein open upgrading. During the process, the two of you need to be isolated from one another. She needs to be protected by the protectors, and the other person will protect the law of Mianlong. We will have my wife as the protector for tomorrow. With her current condition, do you think we're moving too fast? Don't worry, the protector is only here to protect the dragon power, not to mention, it's her wish to assist Mianlong. Ever since Lady Long appeared, my wife has nearly returned back to her original self. Perhaps, this is the fate that these two share. Time is running out, go ahead and learn from the protectors on how you need to respond. Follow me as we immediately go and prepare. Okay. It's getting dark, all I remember is fainting after leaving the Sea of Conscious. Where is everyone? Even Afu disappeared. Forgive me if I say too much. I am in debt to Lady Long, I do not want to see her in any trouble. Xianxia and Brother Gao, are they talking about me? Seventh Prince, you and Lady Long both clearly have feelings for one another. Why are you not accepting her feelings? You. If Seventh Prince cannot accept Lady Long's feelings, why don't you make her lose all hope? Otherwise, the longer this leads on, the more it hurts. What? This is a problem between us two. As a dragon keeper, I understand what I need to do. You know what you need to do, I know how you do things. Seventh Prince holds the responsibility of everyone and is afraid that falling in love will make you abandon the will to serve the country, correct? Why are you laughing? Since ancient times, every so-called hero has always left behind unfinished business. There's been too much troubled waters or beauty that wandered across the country, It is extremely ridiculous. If you can't even openly accept your failure, are you even worthy of being a hero? According to Gao, regardless of what the cause of a great world is or the love for your children, if you're able to act decisively and not be influenced by anyone, then that is a true hero. If the Seventh Prince continues to act in avoidance, you will only make Lady Long fall deeper in love. If Seventh Prince can't truly cherish Lady Long's fate, it's better to give up and hand Lady Long over to me. What? You, obviously had ulterior moves towards Mianlong. I only wish to give Lady Long a promising future. That is impossible. Mianlong holds the desire to become the Imperial Dragon, as well as staying by my side to build a new empire. I will never allow her to be taken away by others. Xianxia, everything he just said, was he being serious? Lady Long. Brother Gao. Lady Long is very close to upgrading, you should get some rest. Thank you for caring about me. I'm actually here to look for Afu, I don't know where he ran off to. Afu, I saw him frolicking around with Shang Pen outside the house, right before sunset. Oh, Afu has been with Shang Pen, I have nothing to worry about then. Lady Long, why do you care so much about this beast? It's probably because we were both orphans. During this difficult time. I only wish for him to be like me. To stay strong and live on. I hope that he will be able to. Stay strong and live on in this troubled world. Brother Gao. Brother Gao. Is there something on my face? You keep staring at me. Apologies if I offended you. It's just that what you said reminded me of someone. Is that person who taught Brother Gao how to make that cake? Yes, her name was Yun Jian. We were once both bound by the same organization. 13 years ago, during the chaos at the Yin River, I was chosen to defend against the Dragon Keepers. After that, I became acquainted with the Dragon Seeker from Ba Kingdom. Are you Jin Gao? My name is Yun Jian. Looking forward to working with you. Yun Jian, 14 years old. Dragon Fighter Ba Kingdom. As I got closer with Yuner, I eventually became her Dragon Keeper. As expected, Yuner dragon power is unstable. The officials also kept their eye on me and was stalking us, ensuring that I was able to establish an alliance. Yuner, I'm leaving tomorrow. Make sure you protect Empress Yen well and worship the dragon god. Brother Gao, after you return, other than signing the contract. Are you going to marry me? Yuner, my current priority is to conquer Yinchuan. I'll discuss about this later with you. Oh, I understand. At that time, the most important thing to me was the protection of the country. If the world was still in chaos, if I am concerned about children and relationships, the honor of generals from powerful families will not be upheld. Little did I know, that time was going to be our farewell. Those officials tried to stop me from becoming the Dragon Keeper. They brought people to the Dragon Temple, and forced Yuner into a companion bound. Yuner swore not to yield, and was instead brutally killed. And I never got the change to tell Yuner that deep down in my heart, I had already accepted her and was ready to stay with her for the rest of my life. Those officials were so cruel. If they were to control the government, the commoners will never be able to live properly. It seems like when Xianxia becomes emperor in the future, I must remind him to get rid of this group of murderers. Lady Long's sense of righteousness reminds me of Yuner. Me. I won't lie to you, every move, every word, every smile and frown made by Lady Long reminds me of old memories. I know that the 7th Prince and Lady Long love each other very dearly. But I also know well, flowers that bloom will always be folded, and branches cannot always be left empty without flowers. Lady Long, this isn't good. Could it be that Brother Gao? Brother Gao, you're very skilled at martial arts, you're good at taking care of others, and I have always regarded you as my elder brother. Besides, I already have someone else in my heart, if Brother Gao has other intentions. I am in a lot of shock right now, I don't know how to react. PFF. You've misunderstood Lady Long, I had no intention of confessing to you. Misunderstood. However, I do feel that you somewhat carry the presence of Yuner. So I would naturally consider you as someone close to me, but I will not think any more of it. So that was it. What did I even say just then? How embarrassing. I just want to say, as Lady Long and 7th Prince hold feelings for one another. Don't act like how I did back then. It's better to recognize your feelings for one another early on. Xianxia, that idiot. Who knows what he's thinking? Lady Long, 7th Prince loves you very dearly. He just currently feels very burdened, he doesn't dare to make a promise so easily. Loves me, very dearly. Whether or not I have a place in Xianxia's heart. But after listening to Brother Gao and Yun Jin's story, I really don't want to make the same mistakes again. I'm about to face an upgrade, if it wasn't for me being lucky this time. If I had lost my life, then. Brother Gao, I understand. I will let Xianxia know my feelings. Know my feelings. Know my feelings. No. Xianxia. You're back. I was waiting for you. Let's talk inside. Okay. This is it. Xianxia, I really like you. After I woke up, I went to look for Afu. I wasn't able to find him. Don't worry, Shang Pen already brought Afu home. Oh, that's good. Mian Long, don't give up, you must let him know how you feel. I've already planned out everything for tomorrow with Uncle. There are a few things I need to tell you. Let's talk inside. Xianxia, listen to what I have to say. I already know, tomorrow is the day I'm going to upgrade. It's going to be a life or death situation. So, there are a few things I must tell you, so no regrets are left behind. Xianxia, the moment we were bounded together. You have cared about me, looked after me, accompanied me, and given your life to save me. Everything you've done for me has left a deep impression on me. And the more I learn about your past, the more I discover about your kind and pure side. Even now, every time I see you, think of you and touch you, my heart beats faster. Xianxia, I like you. Have you finished? Aha. Then. Can you let go of the pillar? Mian Long. Mian Long, I understand your feelings. I like you too. But the both of us will never be able to be together. Xianxia. What did you say? I said, I'm just your companion. No. I'm not stupid, I'm able to tell the difference between a lover and companion. Moreover, whenever Brother Gao is talking to me, you're always watching out for me. Of course I care about you. I already told you, you can't get too close with unranked people. No. That's not the only thing you're worried about. Your eyes cannot lie to me. The only thing I care about is us working together to change the world. I knew it. Mian Long. You got pranked. We're so close to the upgrade, I was afraid that you were too stressed, so I came to prank you. I didn't expect Xianxia to take me seriously. Actually, I also think of Xianxia as my best companion. Our bond is unbreakable, rest assured. I feel very tired today, I'm going to bed first. We'll discuss everything else tomorrow. Mian Long, I'm sorry for breaking your heart. But I'm unable to give you what you want right now. The road ahead is difficult and dangerous. By cutting off my feelings, I'll be able to stay sane and achieve what you want. This might actually be the best for us. Fu. Afu. Fu. I'm fine. It's just that my heart hurts. Next day inside and rang. This is the place. The stone platform was built specifically for the upgrade. It has already been prepared. Minner, has Ear explained to you about everything in detail as to how the upgrade works? Yes. This won't do, both of you are looking very restless. Don't worry, with me here, everything will go smoothly. Minner, this is your first upgrade, it's normal to feel nervous. Don't be afraid, even if I have to use all my strength, I will protect you and ensure your safety. Also, whether or not you have something going on with Ear, after the upgrade, I will help you resolve it. Thank you, Mom. Everything is ready, let's begin. Yes. Madam, please commence the sorcery circle. Cut off any outside interference. Lady Long, swallow the dragon pill. Once consumed, your dragon power will disperse, and will experience a moment of chaos. Entering a realm of life and death. You have to gather all your concentration, and focus on your dragon power. Xianxia, I'm going to absorb your dragon powers now, and I'm going to contain it within Fong Fong. It might be a bit painful. Okay. Fong Fong meets the dragon. Gather, 6 gods. HNGH. Xianxia, Fong Fong is going to quickly absorb all your dragon power. Doubled and zoomed in. The next step is the most important step. I will transfer the sorcery circle into the dragon power and attach everything onto Mian Long's body. Ah. Ah. Where is this? My dragon power is overflowing. This is the black market. A place where dead people come. I'm dead. Mianer. 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 Aunt Chu, Uncle Yao. Mianer, we've been murdered by the dragon fighters from the Young Kingdom. Where are you? 1. Lady Long. I was tricked by Chenglu Duan, if you're able to help me. Why would there be any need for me to kill myself? Sister Yaoan. I'm sorry. Shani. You're also here. Ah. Do you want to know why I rejected your confession? Because weak people are not worthy enough to stay by my side. Why couldn't you transform into a dragon earlier? Weak. It's all your fault. It's your fault. If you had been useful. You're not worthy. Useless. Why are you so weak? Powerless. Where did you get this horrible wine? It makes me feel uncomfortable. Please calm down, Lord Gao, it's my fault for giving you bad wine. Ever since the last argument, the Lord has been constantly sending people to inspect the house. I don't even know what the current situation is with Lady Long's upgrade. I'm constantly feeling very restless. Old Zhao, you must have definitely hidden all the good wine. I shall investigate myself. Please don't. I'll immediately go to the wine cellar and look for my wine, my wine. Where did you guys come from? Ah. Murder. Brother, you made a mess again. Mu Wei, 22 years old, the Empire's Dragon Hunting Department Lieutenant General, Dragon Keeper. Qi Wei, 17 years old, the Empire's Dragon Hunting Department Lieutenant General, Soaring Dragon. This trapped dragon array is extremely evil. I saw him rush into here. I was afraid he was going to hurt you. I had to make a move first. You've already scared everyone away. How am I going to gather information now? Ahem, there must be important clues left behind on the dead body. I'll go take a look right now. Their current attire is the Dragon Temple's Lieutenant Generals. One look and he'll be able to kill me, seems like. Lady Long is currently undergoing her upgrade and cannot be disturbed. I have to go install them. I'm investigating. This fellow brother, ahem, is very fierce. This is. Tell me. How did you manage to obtain this dragon weapon? HNGH. It was given to me as a reward from Prince and Rang during the Year of the Dragon. I hope the two lieutenants are not here to cause trouble. I can't afford to bear the punishment if the prince were to question me. Prince and Rang. Oh, looking at your face, I had thought you were an honest man. People who talk nonsense will have to swallow 10,000 poison needles. How about you let me talk to him? Long before the young emperor ascended the throne, this weapon was part of a batch of secret dragon weapons and treasures. But it suddenly went missing from the Dragon Temple. Could they have possibly come for this dragon weapon? Dragon weapons are very rare to come across. I apologize for this misunderstanding. I'll definitely get back what was stolen from us. However, even if this weapon was burnt into ashes, I will also accept it. Well, he's an innocent man, what could he possibly know? The person we need to look for is the Lord. He Su. Where is he Su? If you dare lie again, I will burn your tongue. Please spare my life, Lieutenant. I'll tell you. Please follow me. The Lord is residing here in Enrang. Wow, this Enrang place truly looks different. The terrain here is steep. Come, I'll help you. No need, I have legs. Eh? Brother, that person is running away. I'm chasing after him. Stop. Dragon tie rope. This is a secret weapon that prevent individuals from using their dragon powers. Dragon tie rope. Not good. Go to hell. Little Chi. There are dragon fighters invading Enrang. Xianxia, an object, can detect dragon power from a mile away. If it's vibrating so much, it must be detecting an individual with strong levels of dragon power. Madam, Xianxia. This is the most critical moment of Lady Long's upgrade, you must give it your all. There's something going on outside the house, I'm going to take a look. That's Soaring Dragon. It's going towards the winery, this isn't good. Hurry up. Yes. I was too careless, who knew he possessed dragon tie ropes and actually tried to kill himself with you. If it wasn't for me knocking him down just in time and untied you, I'm afraid you. He knew he had nothing to lose, trading his life for another life. I'll give him points for loyalty and bravery. It's a shame that being brave is nothing, at the end of the day, he's just a foolish bastard. His death won't be a pity. Everything he does is solely for himself, he must definitely be involved in the incident of the missing dragon weapons that year. Turns out we have found what we needed. Right here, within Enrang. Prince Enrang. Fellow masters, that is Prince Enrang. Please, I beg to masters to free me. Stop. Being an accomplice in stealing the dragon weapon is an unforgivable sin, and must be punished on the spot. I didn't expect Prince Enrang would be so hospitable, you're kind enough to come and meet us yourself. You saved us a lot of effort. You're Hisu. Flying Scythe. Where is General Gao? General Gao. Oh, that fool. He chose the path to die, so he jumped off a cliff. He must have already been eaten by the wild animals by now. What? Prince Enrang, we are from the Dragon Temple and are here to investigate a case. We have something to ask you. Hisu. This flying scythe belongs to your general and it's been recorded as one of the stolen dragon weapons. How do you explain this? This flying scythe was a reward from God, why is it on the list? Perhaps you should ask the dragon leader from the Dragon Temple. You trespassed in Rang, killed my general, according to the law. You must be punished. I pretended to act stupid back then, and believed that the next emperor ascending the throne would be capable. Turns out, he really is lacking. We killed a thief but now we're being arrested for committing a felony, Prince Enrang hid a private collection of stolen dragon weapons, what should he be guilty of? According to the law of Dezhou, a permit is required for you to search the ground of Enrang. If the two of you continue to fool around again, I will personally visit the Dragon Temple and ask for a proper explanation. Brother, you're wasting your time talking to him. Let's capture him first and then continue our interrogation. What? There's 4 of him. All running in separate directions. Secret treasure Earth Puppet. Asterisk Earth Puppet, this secret treasure can transform clay into any chosen identity. The puppet can move freely according to command. The use of the puppet requires the consumption of dragon power. Hisu, you shameless thief. How dare you claim that our stolen items have nothing to do with you? She can even recognize a puppet. Even with my level of dragon power, I might not be able to fight them. Lady Long's upgrade is still in progress, I must buy more time. Another fake one. Where is this fog coming from? I also can't hear any surrounding voices. Not good, This is the fog sorcery circle. The earth puppet was fake, he just wanted to isolate us all. There are only a few earth puppets left. With my remaining dragon power, I won't be able to hold the fog sorcery circle any longer. I'm gonna have to take the risk. Suhi, you coward. Come and fight me face to face. Bind. Another fake one. It's not over yet. Careful. Brother. Stay alert. Yes. Over here. Shield. I can't stop it. Brother. Break. The dragon weapon Sufu can fly very fast, it's going to be hard to destroy. I'll have to use dragon power to restrain it. The main body should be here, within 10 steps, find him. Yes. Not good. Those two dragon keepers not only know how to use the cursed blood open eyes to break through the fog sorcery circle, but their understanding of dragon weapon is far beyond what I expected. I need to retreat. You're a dirty player, stop trying to escape. Just wait, I'll punish you properly later. Let me see, are you badly injured? How many times do I need to tell you not to act so reckless? Ah, softer. This Sufu is from a horned dragon, it's working very effectively. A pseudo-dragon keeper like Hisu can't handle the power at all, that's just ridiculous. D***mn it. That is. This dragon power movement. There's a dragon power upgrade happening. Where is this place? So familiar. There's a baby crying. Red wolf. Go away, go away. My body went through it. Go away. Go as far as you can. Elder. Ah. Whose baby is it? Don't be afraid, Elder is here to take you away from the bad wolf. This is a jade. There's a name inscribed on it. That's my jade necklace. That baby is me. Oh, I'll give it back you. People say that when one dies, they can reflect back on their life experience all over again. Turns out it was true. You're crying very loud, little girl. Thank you for crying so loudly so that I could hear and come to help you. You've worked very hard to save yourself. I saved myself. As a baby, I had no idea what was good or bad, let alone how to resist. But when I felt I was in danger, I tried my best to get a chance to survive. If I hadn't cried, I'm afraid I would have already died in the belly of that wolf instead of staying alive to this day. The life I have right now was exchanged by my younger version, who cried her heart out. What does it mean to be weak? What does it mean to be powerful? I used my crying to draw Elder's attention because I wasn't able to fight the red wolf, but she could. When one has no power, they will do whatever they can to gain power and study magic. By using dragon power as a form of a skill, I rely on heaven and earth to give me power. And so, there's no such thing as sustaining dragon power. I am just borrowing strength to defeat the enemy in front of me. Illusion. Humph, there's still a bit of savvy left, I've underestimated you. I get it now, I didn't go to the market at all, you were just creating illusions. You tried to make me think that I was dead so that I wouldn't cause any trouble and be at your mercy. Either way. Stupid weakling, since you're so persistent with your strong level of dragon power. Then taste the consequences of overthinking. That is. Ashes to ashes. Ah. Mian Long. Mian Long. Mian Long can't hear my call, this is not good. Where did Uncle go, why hasn't he come back? I'm here, go and find your uncle. Okay. It's you guys. Little Chi, I didn't recognize the wrong person, right? Isn't the man in front of you the Emperor's younger brother? A fugitive from the Empire, Xianxia. I haven't seen you for a few years and you've already been promoted to Lieutenant General. Perhaps he's here to avoid being killed, and came to Anrang to beg for asylum from his useless uncle. The Dragon Temple will never send a Lieutenant General to come and arrest us. Then why are they here? Flying Scythe. Su Fu. Could it be that Uncle and Gao have already been killed? No, Madame Yuyen is still alright, so Uncle is fine too. Where is Prince Anrang? If you want to know where he is, answer my question first. Who is your dragon? I can't let them know that Mian Long is undergoing an upgrade. Who would want to make a companion bound with someone like him? It's probably some lousy low dragon transform. I only came here because Uncle had something important to do. My dragon is not here. Important? What important thing? There has been a turmoil within Dezhou recently, saying that Prince Anrang has discovered where the key is. That must be what the two of you are most concerned about. Oh, could it be that he managed to find? Wait. Don't fall into his trap. He figured it out. If you don't believe me, you can find him and ask. No need. I'll go inside and ask Madame Yuyen directly. By the way, let me take a look at the dragon inside. Stop. How dare you touch her? You menace, you should have died years ago. Stop. Don't hurt him. Even now, you're still protecting him. We already talked about this, if we ever see him again, you won't hurt him. Trying to run. Little Chi, wake up, he has already made a companion bound with someone else. He already has someone else. 3 years ago. You left the capital to help the dependent kingdom. It was actually to hide from me, right? You. Do you remember this? That is the White Flower Stone. Dezhou year 779 of the Deshao calendar, 4 years ago, Dragon Temple Inner Court. Xianxia, it's all thanks to your clues that I was able to take down and punish everyone for the crimes they committed. Dragon Temple's Dragon Seeker is truly smart and full of wisdom, you are living up to the name. Unlike the elders, they only cause more trouble. Chiwei 13 years old Dragon Temple's leader out of Serpent Dragon. You're just exaggerating. Oh right, this is for you. Xianxia 14 years old Dragon Temple's Dragon Seeker. This is. It's a white flower stone, a specialty of Mao Kingdom, it helps speed up the healing process of dragon wounds. This thing is useless to me, it's better not to waste it and give it to you, Lady Wei. It'll help you heal your wounds. I tried to hide my wrist injury, but he still managed to find out. On the outside, he looks very cold, but he's actually very attentive. Absolutely not. Mu Wei 18 years old Dragon Temple's leader out of Serpent Dragon. There are so many people within the Dragon Temple, why do you have to be fond of Xianxia? Do you still remember what family you are from? We can never have any kind of relationship with the royal family ever again? I didn't forget that. But he's just being himself, it doesn't matter what his last name is. Silly girl, we cannot afford to have anything to do with the royal family. Don't let his appearances cloud your mind. Enough. I have made up my mind. I won't marry anyone else but him. Little Chi. Dezhou year 780, 3 years ago, capital outside of the West Gate. West Gate. Shani. Lady Wei, I've already said it several times, I only see you as my friend. Not to mention your brother's opinion towards me. I know, my brother has made it difficult for you, but it was all because of me. But you're going to face a lot of hardship traveling to a dependent kingdom. These are the things No need. The journey ahead is unpredictable, I shouldn't carry too much weight into battle. Take care, Lady Wei, farewell. Xianxia, wait for me. I'll definitely make myself worthy enough for you. Xianxia, I am now one of the 4 lieutenant general. It's about time that I was worthy enough for a fallen prince, right? Lady Wei, the love between men and women is supposed to be happy. It shouldn't be dependent on the judgment of others. What's wrong? This is Neon Long's pain. Wait a minute. His dragon power movement is consistent with the one inside. Whatever is inside is currently undergoing an upgrade. It's his dragon. Very good. I'd very much like to see how the dragon that is in love with you really is. Let's go. Lord. Lord. Lord, are you okay? Zhengao, I thought you already. I intended to die with the Lieutenant General Dragon, but it was rescued by the concubine. I fell off a cliff. Fortunately, I managed to catch onto a tree and save my own life. Lieutenant General has gone towards and rang. Our visitors come with bad intentions. If you're still able to fight, follow me back home. Yes. Oh, isn't this Yitzi Xian's defensive array? Although it has very little dragon power, the barrier is very strong. Interesting. Xianxia. Is that your dragon? Looks like it's being unconscious. Wait. Protect. Double sorcery circle. Break. The double sorcery circle was broken in just one move. The best thing in my life is to be able to break the famous double sorcery circle in one move. But my favorite thing is to see my little sister holding the intent to kill. Let's go. Brother, watch out. Lady, Xianxia. What? It's them. Prisoners. This mere trick. This scaly cage is made from the soaring dragon scales, one of the secret treasures. It is extraordinarily sturdy. Don't act rashly. Hisu, what are you doing? How many more secret treasures are you hiding? Lady. I'm fine. These 2 lieutenant generals came here with no good intentions. Lady Long is going through the most critical time of her vein open, we must. Although the scaly cage is sturdy, I can easily break it with the dragon weapon. By using this flying scythe and scaly cage together. The dragon weapon originates from Rome country. He also knows that. Are you okay? Yes. Oh, you're not dead. No matter how many times we try to kill you, you're still alive. D***M*, it's you. Alright, little Chi, do you know who the dragon undergoing the upgrade is? Who is it? Oh, that dragon doesn't look like a normal one. Not only did the prince made a companion bound with her, but he even tried to take care of her in every way possible after he was dethroned. Could it be that she was also one of the stolen treasures? Mu Wei, how dare you make such absurd assumptions? Shi Ren-sun, the Internal Affairs Minister from the Dragon Temple, was the main suspect for the theft that year. Shut up. There's no way my dad is a thief. Stop blaming the dead. Han Jiangwei, the Minister of Dragon Temple's Department of Internal Affairs, is our father. Han Jiangwei, is your father. My father was in charge of the dragon weapons. So he was accused of the theft and sentenced to death. My sister and I got lucky, but we were forced to change our names and swore to find the real culprit. Ever since we joined the Dragon Temple, we took every chance to investigate it. But we were never able to find any traces of the stolen weapons. Hisu, if you feel any regret, hurry up and hand over all the stolen goods, otherwise, I will make sure that everyone here will not walk out alive. I never expected them to experience this kind of past. Wait a minute, that's not right. Mue, you came here not just to seek revenge. There must be something more important, like stabilizing the ley lines for the secret treasure Yanju. How did he find out? Oh, you figure it out. I mean, we weren't even trying to hide it. The Yanju was originally hidden away deep in the swamp of Miasma-e. However, it escaped the Protector's sorcery circles and went missing a few days ago. The Dragon Temple assigned us to investigate this matter. We used Dragon GPS's locator and followed it up to here. It means that the Yanju is here within Enrang. Stop acting, you stole Yanju and now you're hiding here. It's you, Xianxia. The Yanju actually disappeared. The ley lines back at the ministry must be in a real mess right now. You still want to pretend you and your uncle are indeed the same? You're both liars. Wait. There must be a misunderstanding here. This secret treasure is called Fong Fong. It's one of the objects made by the Dragon Temple in the early years. So that's what a Fong Fong is. The stolen catalog seems to have this on record. The Dragon GPS's locator must have misidentified the Fong Fong and the Yanju. If you don't believe me, I can. I'm bored. Whether it's Yanju or Fong Fong, I'm going to take it all. Where did all this nonsense come from? Hisu is hiding too many secret treasures. Let's deal with him first. Okay. Go catch Hisu and get rid of all 4 of his limbs first. And make them tell us where the rest of the dragon weapons are. No. I won't give you the chance to kill Qianni. He's mine. Lord, watch out. Lady, are you okay? I can still bear it. Stop pretending, you pseudo-dragon, take it easy. I'm gonna transfer my dragon power to you, use it to create a defensive array. Yes. It only requires a little amount of dragon power in order to create a strong defensive array. Qi Wei definitely won't be able to break through. Little Qi, if you need me. Don't worry about it, go and entertain yourself. Cough. Lady. Prince Enrang. You can't even guarantee your own life now. Don't even try to disturb little Qi. His dragon power is too strong. I need to find a way to fight back. Your dragon weapon stands no chance against me. All you can do is scream in pain. Too weak. Cough cough. Prince Enrang steals dragon weapons and continues to resist. In order to retrieve the dragon weapons, I have no choice but to cut off your limbs. Xingao. Cough cough cough, it's just a flesh wound. That's all a lieutenant general got. Seems like you aren't as strong as your words. You mortals are all relying on the horned dragon weapon. You deserve to die. I almost forgot, Prince Enrang possesses many dragon weapons. But even with that knife, do you really think you can hurt me? Lord, take the stick. You're on the verge of dying, and yet you're still trying to protect your master. Mue, let him go, this is the fight between me and you. Since Prince Enrang cares so much for his subordinate, I'm better off using his life as compensation for the stolen dragon weapons. Every single one of them. No. My lord, don't do it. Set him free. And these dragon weapons will be yours. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. Get over there. My wound, it's so hot. Jingao, come over here. Lord. Jingao, come on. My vision is blurred. General Gao. Empress Yi is dead, and the emperor has also fled. Han Ji has control over the Dezhou government. Don't you want to change this tragic world? General Gao. Come with me and we can make the world better together. Almighty God, long live Dezhou. Xingao, this flying site is yours. The world is in turmoil, the people are suffering. The road ahead is bright, so you must train yourself diligently to help me regain our world. Xingao. Xingao. My lord. Yes, that exact gaze. What? Lord, that look in your eyes has returned. This is the same you that has always been engraved in my mind. This wound, hold on. That guy. Lord, the happiest thing that has ever happened in my life was being able to serve you. I don't have any special talents. So let me be the best blade you'll ever wield. Xingao. Xingao. Lieutenant General. Stop using these dirty tricks. I will take you down to H*LL with me. This fullness of dragon power feels like. Could it be that I've already upgraded? Lady Long. Brother Gao. It was all thanks to you and the Lord that I was able to live on and not fall into a spiral of hatred and revenge. Today, I was given the chance to repay all the kindness you and the Lord have shown me. I can leave with no regrets now. Brother Gao, what do you mean? Lady Long, you once said that your goal is to build everyone a happy new empire. You and the Lord both share the same goal. I hope that you two will continue to support one another. Your Lady Long, goodbye. Wait, don't go. Brother Gao. The moment he got injured by my dragon weapon, my dragon power seeped into his body. I just need to add a little more pressure to make the fire burst out from the inside. And it'll instantly burn your body into ashes. I intended to use him to kill you, but he figured it out. Unfortunately, that fool died for nothing. Why would my dragon power hurt me? But thanks to him, I was able to figure out how to break Prince and Rank's trick. You wanted to swap a fake dragon weapon for that fool's life. It's a shame that he died without leaving a single trace. How can this pseudo-dragon keeper possess such a strong level of power using the dragon-headed staff? You cannot be forgiven. Not good, this dragon-headed staff is one of the most powerful killing move. My body is suppressed so I can't move. The dragon-headed staff is sucking my dragon powers. If I don't stop it, all my dragon power and soul will all be taken away. You killed my general. You must pay for it. Brother. He. Cough cough. Don't rush, lady, let's stabilize your dragon power and protect your heart first. Madame Yu Yan's dragon power is draining. The sorcery circle will collapse at any time. If Uncle fails to get rid of Mu Wei. Not good, Uncle has also. Brother, what's wrong with you? This is my chance. Xianxia, how dare you try to kill me? Qi Wei, there's no hostility between the two of us. Although you've always been a bit reckless, I've always felt that. You're a good person. However, if you try to interrupt Mian Long's upgrade, I will not back down. Mian Long. So, turns out her name is Mian Long. It's just an ominous black dragon. And yet it can make you willing to kill me. Soaring dragon's power. Trap. You took my heart away. Then she'd better die too. Minner. Minner, Mom will protect you. Minner. My chest, it hurts. Why, I should have already successfully upgraded. Remove barrier. Minner, don't scare me like that. Mian Long. I was so angry I almost forgot that. If I killed Xianxia's dragon, he would die too. Xianxia's dragon just released a large amount of power. Was the upgrade successful? Xianxia, don't worry. I will be more careful this time. I promise I won't kill her, but I'll make sure that she'll never wake up. There's something wrong with Mian Long, I need to end this fight quickly. Minner. I have no other choice but to do this. Shaking mountains. Overflowing rivers. Minner. Haven't I finished my upgrade? But why can't I feel the dragon power flowing throughout my body? The dragon seal. The dragon seal has been reversed and transformed you into a pseudo-dragon. Pseudo-dragon, no, pseudo-dragon, who's the pseudo? Be careful. Mian Long. Brother, your wounds are very bad. Don't move, I must heal you immediately. Mian Long, how are your wounds? No problem. They're just small injuries. Not good, Mu Wei's dragon power has entered her wounds. It's that trick again. You all must have seen exactly how that fool turned into ashes. Her life is now under my control. Madame Yuyan, you should be the one who knows better than anyone here. Obediently hand over all the stolen dragon weapons. And your Minner will not die. I don't know where those weapons are kept. Oh, you don't know? So hot. Mian Long. Oh no. My dragon power has almost disappeared. Stop wasting time. Once my dragon power spreads throughout her body, you won't be able to clear it out, unless I burn her to death. Minner. Mian Long. The wound is not hot anymore. Dragon power seems to be sucked dry by something. Wu Fu. Afu drained all dragon power. That's right, it happened before, during our first meeting. Did you help me? Wu Fu. Thank you. Mian Long. Mian Long and Afu are both unconscious. Did they use too much power? The dragon power that I smeared on her wound. All of it was sucked away by that little critter. Don't move. You're too heavily wounded. If you don't seek treatment now, you will be crippled. I can't let them rest for 1 second, I have to quickly get a sorcery circle. I didn't notice him earlier. How could he awaken so quickly? Lady, took Fong Fong and go. Ear, take Minner with you and follow me. Okay. This way, quickly. Don't you run away. This sorcery circle is. Don't get distracted. Go. A dragon besiege magic circle. Mian Long and Madame Yuyan's conditions are not good. Luckily, with this Huanqing secret treasure, we can get away from Lieutenant General. Based on ancient scriptures, this secret treasure can turn into a fast horse, galloping on the plains. It can also turn into a boat, helping us walk on water. It can take on thousands of forms and is very sophisticated. Uncle, how many secret treasures are there left? Furthermore, The formation that trapped Lieutenant General earlier is the Dragon Besiege Magic Circle, isn't it? This is the place where I spent 8 years in Enrang. Building tirelessly. The Cliff Mausoleum. How could such a huge mountain be turned into a mausoleum's gate, and... Don't run away. He's coming. Stop. Right now. Hold on. Let's go inside the Cliff Mausoleum. Damn. If we hadn't put some effort into breaking Prince Enrang's sorcery circle, there would have been no chance for them to escape into this run-down mausoleum. Let's enter it. Don't rush, little Chi. This is Hidden Silk. Little Chi. There are at least hundreds of sorcery circles along the way into the mausoleum. That's right, there are a bunch of superfine hidden silk behind the rock gate. Even a touch by a bug can activate the sorcery circles. Only Huanqing can enter it without being harmed. If anyone dares to get inside the Cliff Mausoleum, there's no chance of returning for them. Even if they are the Lieutenant General or whatsoever. Elder brother, are you okay? Don't worry, little Chi. I used the fire shield to protect my body, so only my back was hit. You have run out of your dragon power. I didn't think that this sorcery circle could make you so badly injured. If I hadn't been injured in an attempt to break the trapped dragon array. After healing you, I will rip them to pieces. Just now, you only activated a few sorcery circles, but their damaging power is already dangerous. There must be more powerful sorcery circles in the mausoleum, so we mustn't make haste. I have my own way, I can force them out of this Cliff Mausoleum. Almost there. Through the way into the mausoleum, it's the underground palace of Cliff Mausoleum. This wall is mixed with gold, so it's incomparably strong. There are also hidden traps. It's more like a construct for defense rather than a mausoleum. Could it be possible that Uncle hid the secret treasure here? It's very sandy on the ground. It seems that the underground palace is still underway. That's right, there's a lack of materials and labor in Enrang. So only the main hall has been completed after 8 years. Lady, are you okay? Yeah. The side hall is still unfinished. Luckily, they are not working today. We can fight Lieutenant General without hurting innocent people. Xianxia, I'll be able to. Dragon transform soon. I've found it. This is the best elixir in the treasure room of the Cliff Mausoleum. Let's take it, then we will have a more thorough discussion after we restore our dragon power. Do you think I will be fooled again? Uncle, tell me what you're hiding from us. I don't understand what you mean. Xianxia. If you don't tell me, then Madame Yuyan will have to die. Xianxia, don't be impulsive. I don't know what misunderstanding there is between us, but please don't involve Lady into this. Misunderstanding, so then please tell me, Uncle. The thing trapping Lieutenant General on the upgrade water platform is the Dragon Besiege Magic Circle, right? You deliberately hid it, and if it wasn't for Lieutenant General barging in, the person you want to imprison is Neon Long and me, right? It's true that I created that sorcery circle based on the Dragon Besiege Magic Circle in Enrang. I set up that hidden sorcery circle because half a year ago, your lady's mental illness was getting worse, almost reaching the limit of a pseudo-dragon, so she can't live long. I had spent sleepless nights researching ancient scrolls, and finally, I had found a way to save Lady. So the item you used during the upgrade. That's right, it's Fong Fong. The secret treasure can not only amplify dragon power, but it can also stimulate the opening of veins and support upgrading. If the treasure absorbs enough dragon power, along with a reversed sorcery circle, it can even cut the companion bound, turning a dragon into a human. With our dragon power weakening, Lady and I can't activate a reversed sorcery circle. So after Mianlong's successful upgrade, the dragon power will increase greatly. Therefore, you hid the trapped dragon array away, and waited for me to successfully upgrade. And then immediately absorbs my dragon power. Fong Fong won't be a threat to your life, and the array was just a precaution. Why didn't you tell us beforehand instead of hiding this from us? It's only because there has been some conflict between us and Xianxia. I'm afraid that telling you will only increase your alertness. It's a shame that Mianlong has become a pseudo-dragon now. The dragon power won't be enough to activate Fong Fong anymore. Pseudo-dragon. Me. No way, clearly I have. The upgrade was successful. Wait until I reveal my real body. Then I can. Cough cough cough. Mianlong. My dragon power is so weak that I can barely sense it. And these veins. Have I really become a pseudo-dragon? Minner, don't push yourself. No need to act anymore, Madame Nguyen. Xianxia, listen to me first. I know what you are thinking. Only by recovering Lady's memory can we have the answer. Furthermore, if you don't want Mianlong to suffer the pain of a pseudo-dragon, we can only join force to catch Lieutenant General and obtain the dragon power to drive Fong Fong, which will turn Lady and Mianlong back into humans. Even until now. Do you still believe that I will join you, Uncle? Of course, although I did hide my intention, I never once lied to you. Furthermore, I know a lot about the truth that you've been seeking. For example, that flying scythe. That flying scythe that I gave to Zhengao is actually one part of the twin sickles. The thing that kills your mother is definitely something else. Zhengao's flying scythe is indeed longer than that weapon. Now that the flying scythe is in the hands of Lieutenant General, we have no way to prove it. Even if it's not the murder weapon, you are still related to the event that year. What's more, now that you want to use me in Mianlong, all the things Hisua has done are for me. I know everything, but I can't stop it, so all the blame is on me. You know everything, but you didn't stop it. If so, you have been lying to me. This is the first time I have ever felt the love of a mother for the last 16 years. I wish it could become true. No. I'm actually. Enough. I was too stupid when I thought you really consider me your daughter. You just wanted to take advantage of my dragon power after the upgrade. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs, but poisonous people are dangerous. You don't deserve to be a mother. Minner. I don't deserve to be a mother. Minner, it's because I'm useless. I don't deserve to be your mother. I remember now, Minner was dead long ago. She died on a snowy night, died in my arms. Madame Yuyan's condition is a little strange. I don't deserve to be a mother. Watch out, Mianlong. These branches are poisonous. Yuer's mood is in disarray, and the dragon power is getting retrograde. The real appearance of pseudo-dragon is about to show up. This is pseudo-dragon. Dragon head, fish body, with body rotting ability. This is one of the 9 forms of pseudo-dragon Xiwan. Yes, Xiwan has a unique technique of eroding human blood and flesh. I have the wood attribute, so I can only use these poison branches now. From the dark blood patterns on Lady Long's body, it can be inferred that she is also a Xiwan like me. I am a Xiwan, too. She just called me Lady Long. Madam, stabilize your mind and change back to human form. Whether you move or transform in the form of a pseudo-dragon, it will weaken your body very quickly. Don't worry, I'm alright. Moreover, I have remembered everything. You have remembered. Good, is it because the hysteria has been cured? It's been a very hard time for you these days, thank you. When my sister was assassinated, I saw it. The killer was wearing the emperor's royal gift which was given to concubine Rome. That's a one-of-a-kind bracelet. A few days before Empress was assassinated, my mother lost this bracelet. This is obviously, yes, a conspiracy of someone. So, you need to join me. Otherwise, I'm afraid Lieutenant General won't let you off easily, let alone find the truth. Moreover, if you don't want to let Lady Long suffer from being a pseudo-dragon, you can only use Fong Fong. Madame Yuyan's mind is profound, and her manner is fierce. Compared to the moment just now, it's like two different people. Xianxia, don't listen to what she says. You used the truth of that year in my life as the bait to make us cooperate. I will never be fooled again. Mian Long. Wait. Xianxia. No need, let them think about it. They will come back. And Rangcliffe Mausoleum side chamber half an hour later. Get out. The things you saw in the illusion during the upgrade must have been the projection of your thoughts when opening the vein. Yes. Furthermore, I always have a feeling that I am acquainted with that black dragon. Compared to it, dealing with Lieutenant General is more dangerous. It turns out that they were the ones who killed Brother Gao, no wonder he said those words. If you can feel teeming dragon power, it means that the upgrade was successful. It might be because Jin Gao's death has affected your emotion, combined with the fact that Qi Wei wanted to harm you, which resulted in you turning into a pseudo-dragon. Mian Long, with all of these uneventful surprises, both of us are exhausted. But no matter what happens, I will face it with you. Thank you, Xianxia. Actually, when I ran out earlier, it wasn't entirely because of anger. But I also wanted to be alone with you and discuss our strategy. I know. Among the three players, we are currently the weakest. If we choose to rely on the strong, then we can't escape being helpless against others. The weak, the strong. I got it. When upgrading, I opened my eyes to the theory of the weak borrowing another force's hand to defeat the strong. What Xianxia means is, we can weaken them both, then wait for the chance to take back Fong Fong. You sure are smart. But let's just say that we successfully take the risk and obtain Fong Fong. I will also turn back to human, therefore cannot rebuild the three kingdoms. And I can no longer help you become king. Xianxia, do you really want to cease our companion bound? Of course, I do. Xianxia, you hardly hesitate at all. That's true. In the beginning, Xianxia formed the companion bound with me in order to save his life. It's not like that's what he wanted. Not only did I burden him with the killing order, careful. I also go against the ancestral teaching of Dragon Keeper cannot become king. What's more, because of me, he became a Dragon Keeper. Maybe if I hadn't meddled with him, he could have fulfilled his dream. Phew. What's wrong with you? I get it, then let's cease the companion bound. Mian Long, You coward, how long do you intend to hide? Is that Lieutenant General? With such dragon sound transmission, he must have a very large amount of dragon power. Dragon sound transmission, using dragon power to transmit sound into the dragon's or dragon keeper's ears from a far distance, reaching 1,000 miles. If you don't come out, then don't blame this Lieutenant General for being ruthless. Prince Anrang stole the dragon weapon, so the people of Anrang are also accomplices. According to Dezhou's law, all of you shall be punished on spot. Mian Long, calm down, don't be impulsive. I know, we can hardly protect ourselves, so there's no need to act recklessly. We have to wait until Lieutenant General and Uncle fight each other. Don't worry, I will be as patient as possible, but I will never let Lieutenant General kill innocent people. You have truly grown up, Mian Long. No one. Then why is there a knock on the door? Look over there. When first entering here, this mausoleum was filled with magic circles. But now, they are all gone. Afu, what did you find? That is the dragon weapon xianxia. It might have been placed there by Uncle. Only Uncle can resolve all of the magic circles in this place, and he left behind this dragon weapon to lure us out. He must have wanted me to go save the people with Mianlong. I will give you all the time of half an incense. If you do not admit your crimes, then these criminals will all die. And Rangcliffe Mausoleum Main Hall. I have done what you said and closed all the arrays at the entrance. Will Chenny go out there and save them? Mianlong will not abandon the ranks people, so don't worry. Mianlong is still angry. What if they join forces with Lieutenant General too? Did you forget that Chi Wei is in love with Chenny, so she will never forgive Mianlong? Chenny has no other choice. Mianlong has turned into a pseudo-dragon, and they are both covered with wounds. What can they do? Furthermore, Lieutenant General is very evil. Can you really ignore them killing the ranks people? No matter how much you worry, we can only observe first, then take action. Nothing great was ever accomplished without making sacrifices. The Yanzhou Kingdom in 762 Royal Palace, 21 years ago. Yan Kingdom Princess Yu Yan 6 years old. The 7th Prince of Dezhou Hisu 7 years old. Why did you push me? I have investigated. Minister Han Ji is the person who sent someone to monitor you. I think he's scared of your imperial blood, and that you would return to the capital to be crowned king in the future. Why didn't he just kill me? You're still young, so perhaps you can still bring many benefits for him. Once your existence is a threat to him, he'll surely get rid of you. I told you before, there's only one way to make him be off guard, pretending to be an idiot. There isn't any assassin around, just swim to the depth over there, pretend you drown, and become stupid from now on. This scheme should be reconsidered. It's the only method to save your life. I can't swim, help me. Nothing great was ever accomplished without sacrifices. Help, please, the 7th prince is drowning. Hisu, are you insane? Dezhou in 766 early summer Yan Kingdom poor neighborhood, 17 years ago. A few days ago, Han Ji withdrew assassins who were watching you. He finally believed that you had become stupid. We made it. I tried hard to escape from my father. The dream will come true when we go to meet my older sister and rely on her help. I'm too tired. I don't want to continually suffer days of feigning silly, looking at my mom living in poor conditions. The 7th Prince of Dezhou Hisu 11 years old. I'm really tired. Just let me die. If you want to die, I'll accompany you. But if you return to Gaojing, I'll definitely try my best to support you become king. You can't give up. Nothing great was ever accomplished without sacrifices. I intended to find Yuer to talk about governing the country, but unexpectedly, the Empress is also here. You've refused all marriage offers arranged by father, even stealthily took Hisu to Gaojing, regardless of creating discord with your father. You are really wholehearted to this idiot. Hisu and I have known each other since childhood, then developed feelings, and voluntarily decided to be together. If he doesn't leave me, I won't betray him. Besides, Dezhou is chaotic, the dependent kingdom is plunged into war, the people are falling into ruin. I want to unify North Yen, then pacify the world. Hisu and I have the same thoughts. He's truly a member of the royal family. Yan Kingdom Princess Yu Yan 11 years old. I can only make great things with his support. But you don't need to decide your marriage issues so quickly. Nothing great was ever accomplished without sacrifices. Perhaps, the hysteria of Yuer has gone already. She has never changed her first aim, until now. A great career is the most important ideal to her. It's time now. Execute immediately. The one to be blamed is your lord who is clinging to life and fearing death. The lord is good-hearted, sacrificing for him, I don't scare. You're all dragons, but you arrest the old and children to blackmail the lord. I look down on you guys. This sharp-tongued brat, I'll make your insolent mouth be sealed forever. Stop. You don't need to take much effort just to catch Isu, what a waste. You want to make trouble, do you? We're just telling the truth. Isu didn't support Mianlong upgrade at all, but absorbed our dragon power to use for his lady. If we could, we atone by helping Lieutenant General to get Isu. Could the two dragon leaders cancel the killing order, please? We have to see how you perform the task. I cleared all defensive arrays on the way inside. There isn't any danger of heading into Cliff Mausoleum. How could we know you didn't mean to lure us to enter this Cliff Mausoleum? I found out the place where the dragon weapon was concealed inside the Cliff Mausoleum. Only you two can get it completely. That's dragon weapon Xianxia. You should hurry up and make a decision. If Uncle discovers this, he'll move the dragon weapon. Little Chi, we go inside the Cliff Mausoleum first, and execute these crimes later. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. Take more weapons. Few. Follow me. Chi Wei, what are you doing? I suddenly have an interesting idea. You're Mianlong, right? If you really want me to trust your sincere cooperation, you should eat this broken soul sunflower. This broken soul sunflower is cultivated by me with white flower stone, which is under my control. As long as you are willing to cooperate, you will be safe. Besides, you and Xianxia shares the same fate. So even if you play tricks, I won't kill you either. I will only make you horribly suffer. If I resist now, all efforts will go to waste. Anyway, I will cease the companion bound and return to immortal, simply. Okay, I will eat it. Why is Xianxia doing this? This is bad. There's indeed a trap. Xianxia, I'll waste you. It's broken. The white flower stone that Xianxia gave me is broken. Just for protecting her, just for her. Mianlong. I will make you pay the price. Elder Tian. Lady Long, Lady treats you like her dearest flesh and blood. You have to help Lady. Elder Tian. Where are these pariahs from? How dare you interfere in my business? Lapras break the wind. You damn dragon, bring Elder Tian back. Little Chi. Shang Pen. Little Chi, heal quickly. That little kid happened to stab right at Little Chi's inverse scale. Shang Pen, are you okay? Master, you. The Lapras break the wind technique that you taught me. Did I use it well? I still want to learn more swordsmanship and go find my mother. Stop talking, I will heal you right now. Shang Pen. You damn guys deserve death. Even the kid is so evil, you're ruthless with him. Shang Pen. I won't let you die in vain. Come here. Xianxia. Xianxia knows he doesn't stand a chance, but he's still going ahead. It's all because of me. If I had swallowed that poisonous flower, Elder Tian and Shang Pen wouldn't be involved in this stuff. Oh, you're so worried about these guys, aren't you? Then it's just right. The stubborn sinners of Anrang. According to the law. Execute them all. No. You're always talking about sinners, the law. It looks like you really abide by the law. But turns out, your actual purpose is slaughtering girls and children. It's absolutely unforgivable. Court death. Damn it. Mianlong. Little Chi. Mianlong actually hurt Little Chi that bad. This pattern, it's Chi-Wen pseudo-dragon. Damn it, Chi-Wen is a rare poison, it can rot blood and flesh. Yet she still used it on little Qi. Unforgivable. Dragon blazing and flame breaking. Not good, this is Mu Wei's fatal blow. Qian Hui. Heaven and Earth exhibition. Indestructible. Dead zone counterattack. Asterisk Xianhui, horned dragon weapon, can form strong protective nets, absorb, and counteract attacks. My earth puppet can slow down time, you guys should hurry back to Cliff Mausoleum. This voice. Could it be that Uncle's earth puppet has been with us all the time? Uncle has soon infused dragon power into Qianhui so that we could bring it out of Cliff Mausoleum to rescue and Rang people. He did that for the earth puppet to watch in silence, waiting for our encounter with Lieutenant General. Then we could seize the opportunity to use Qianhui as a counterattack towards Mu Wei's fatal blow. Everything is in his plan. Afu is back, so that means just let Afu go to the rescue. The rest of Rang are safe. Mian Long, let's head to the Cliff Mausoleum. Huanqing is already waiting for us there, hurry up. This isn't going well, Prince Rang has already calculated new moves. Ha! Little Qi, are you awake? My face hurts. Your face. Huanqing can fly, it seems to be taking us to find Uncle. Hick, it's all my fault. Elder Tian, Shang Pen, shouldn't die for me. Don't be too harsh on yourself, at least we saved the rest of Rang. Xianni, why did you stop me from swallowing the poisonous flower? I should have lured Lieutenant General to the cliff according to the plan. But when Qi Wei let you swallow the flower, there was a voice in my head saying, no. So I unconsciously took action. When I realized what I had done, it was too late. I thought I was useless to you after the transformation. We had to cease the companion bound anyway. You are wrong. I ceased the bound to protect you. I don't care whether you are a human or a dragon, it's just. You are honest and never afraid to stand on the right side, you can unite people and overcome all the odds. That's your own power. Even though there is no bound between us, I still need you. Right, like what Qianni said. It doesn't matter if I'm a human or a dragon, I have my own strength. Qianni did acknowledge me while I was harsh on myself. Qianni, I was overwhelmed by what happened in Rang. I almost misunderstood you. Thank you for saving my life. Things are really urgent right now, according to the plan. We should team up with Uncle to deal with Lieutenant General, then we'll wait for the opportunity to capture Fong Fong. Right, we must take revenge for Elder Tian, Shang Pen, and Brother Gao. Little Qi. Little Qi, don't rush. No matter how many surgeries I have done. Only the wound could be healed, the corrosion is inevitable. My face is corroding. Mian Long, I will kill you. Calm down, the sorcery circle is still too dense, I think we should wait. No need to do that. Your killer moves just destroyed the eye of the circle back in the entrance. If Lieutenant General wants to enter the Cliff Mausoleum, let him go. What kinds of tricks does Prince Rang have up his sleeves now? You don't need to worry too much, I just don't want people's lives to be in danger. If you threaten to kill Rang people again, I will turn all dragon weapon in this Cliff Mausoleum into Qian Hui. Wait. Does Prince Rang really sacrifice dragon weapons for the sake of his people? No. I have to stop him. Prince Rang, just wait. Let's go, little Qi, I promise I will. Make Mian Long pay the price. Somewhere in Cliff Mausoleum half an hour later there are a lot of ancient tombs, and traps inside this Cliff Mausoleum. I don't know how long this is going to take till we can find it. Can't waste time going around like this. Just use that trick. Inside the hall of Cliff Mausoleum at the same time. Qianni, this sorcery circle has healed your wounds, the two lieutenant generals must take some time to find this place. We'll follow the rest of Lady's plan then. Seems like Lady is the one who controls everything. Lieutenant General is out there massacring Rang people, yet Hisu and I are too weak, so we can only help you guys secretly. Stop being so hypocritical. If you truly cared about the people, you wouldn't stand still seeing Elder Tian and Shang Pen dying tragically. Of course, we are upset. Their death was beyond my expectations. Too much talking is useless. I, Yu Yen, with the pact in my hand, formed by the orb, will definitely take Lieutenant General's life for Shang Pen and Elder Tian. Using the orb to seal dragon power and form the pact, then this must be the Blood Pact. Queen Yezhu has used it before. Whoever violates the Blood Pact must be punished. Whether that's true revenge or her will to cooperate. Just trust her for the time being. What is that? Fu. Afu, don't touch it. This is what the Lieutenant General brothers and sisters struck explode bulrush. The seeds carrying dragon power travel through the air. Once being touched, they'll explode, so be careful. I'm afraid the sound of the explosion has exposed our place. But the more we move, the more they explode. What should we do now? Waiting? Not necessarily. I have a way. Be quick, the sound came from this side. Wait. This is brother. Don't worry, I won't get hurt under my own dragon power. Explode bulrush, why are these coming back? It worked. I told Afu to change the wind's direction to make the seeds travel backward. Thanks to the thick smoke from the explosions, I could wait for the right time to strike another blow. I just gave them a taste of their own medicine. That punch is for Brother Gao. There's more, for Elder Tian and Shang Pen. Thought you guys were smart enough to do a great skill, but turns out you guys are choosing death. Neon Long, how dare you ruined my appearance, take this. Stop. Little Chi. Don't you dare run away. Ah. Let's see where you can hide. Chinny treated me so coldly because of you. My face became rotten because of you. You've ruined my everything, your bones must be ground into ash. Little Chi, calm down, there's something strange. Be careful of traps. Haven't you understood? You took it out on me, tried to kill me, only because you can't have Chinny. Your words are filled with righteousness, but you've been killing non-stop, not even sparing women and children. Why would a selfish woman who can only think of herself deserve to have someone's love? What did you just say? Now, in Enrang people's stead, I will teach you a lesson. The ground. Don't try to trap me. Poison branches. Take it easy. These poison branches must have been set up by Prince Enrang's lady to trap us. Both of us have an affinity to wood, so destroying these poison branches is just a piece of cake. This is not good. Quickly cover your mouth and nose, hold your breath. My strength is gone all of a sudden, why? Don't waste your strength. The spore from the branches contains paralyzing poison. When in contact with the skin, it will absorb in our bones and blood. Earlier when you destroyed the branches, it made the spore spread out faster. Child's play. It will only take me less than a teacup time to detoxify it. A teacup time is enough. Dragon Eater. Bound. Rising. What? It worked. A while ago. According to Uncle, we should use the improved Dragon Eater sorcery circle. Not only can it imprison Lieutenant General, but it can also infuse dragon power into Fong Fong. That's right, finishing this sorcery circle only takes some time. This mausoleum has 2 floors, the sorcery circle is in the lower one. I have also set some trap holes on the lower floor to hinder them. But how can we make Lieutenant General fall to the lower floor? Just spill my blood on the upper floor of the mausoleum, and while the blood eats away the ground, I will attract Lieutenant General's attention. When the ground is cracked up, they will be trapped. This is too risky. Your health right now is. I'm fine. Just consider it taking action for the Gao brothers. These things are nothing much at all. Great. I finally did. It's me on Long. I will treat Lady Long's wound. You two focus on finishing the sorcery circle. This time we must capture Lieutenant General Little Chi. This is bad. This light chain is rapidly absorbing the dragon power. They're summoning a sorcery circle, but Xianxia hasn't done yet. I have to defeat Xianxia before their completion. In order to break through. Go to hell. Burning the sky with fierce inflammation. Xianxia, watch out. Xianxia. Uncle. I'm fine. Xianxia, hurry up, finish your task, don't let the Lieutenant General flee. Sure. Lift the sky. Tighten up the hell. Damn it. Lock up the chaos in the world. Binding the Dragon Eater. Lieutenant General's dragon power is extremely strong. Fong Fong was filled in a blink of an eye. We succeeded. Why don't we use this opportunity to kill Lieutenant General and put an end to future problems? This sorcery circle is strong, we can't use spells within it. Our dragon power will be sucked out if we approach it. Moreover, because Fong Fong's time restriction is short, we must immediately reverse it. Let's go. A month later, Cliff Mausoleum's side shrine. Here is the sorcery circle that I arranged in advance. Put Fong Fong in the middle, the dragon and the dragon keeper split up, one in the east and the other in the west. After using the spell to activate Fong Fong, we can immediately reverse the causality, close the dragon blood veins, and transform into a human. Don't move. Xianxia, what are these? Everyone is worn out after the battle with Lieutenant General. Why don't you just hand Fong Fong over and let us reverse it? You're cunning, so we have to reclaim the initiative. This Fong Fong can only be reversed once, after that, it will turn to ashes. In short, only one of us will return to be a human. So, Earth Puppet. I can't give Fong Fong to you guys. It's a trap. Do not touch the secret treasure, the scaly cage. Uncle used it on Lieutenant General before. Xianxia. Why did you also trap me in the scaly cage? Actually I've always hid the truth about Fong Fong from you. When it's reversing, the dragon power of the person in the west will be completely gone, dragon blood veins will close, and the person will be returned to be a human. But as the east revives, the west will die. Whoever standing on the west will take in all the dragon power, and in just a nick of time, the person will explode and die. Why did you hide such a serious truth from me? Because ever since the moment I knew how to use Fong Fong, I've made up my mind that I'll let Lady alive. Hold up, why didn't you talk to me about this? There must be another way. I've already decided, there's no need to discuss. This cannot be delayed any longer. I'll do the sorcery circle right away. Reversal starts now. Only one of us will return to be a human. Even if we can take Fong Fong back, I and Xianxia, one of us will have to sacrifice. Xianxia is still trying. Is there another way? I'm such a coward to give up so easily like that. I have to find a way to attract Xianxia's attention to support Xianxia. Xianxia, it looks like you have wanted to die for so long. No wonder why you stopped Brother Gao from training back then. Poor Brother Gao, at his dying hour, he still hoped that I could help you take the world back. I truly feel that it wasn't worth his while to do that. Hisu, if you keep being stubborn like this and wanting to start the sorcery circle, I will kill myself right away. Why are you always forcing me? Force me to live. Force me to fight for domination. Force me to hate you. That year, you were the one who pushed me into the water, forcing me to disguise myself as an idiot. Then, you used death to threaten me, forcing me to live in humiliation. Until I was forced to abdicate, we were imprisoned in Rang. I was daunted, but you still forced me to train troops. I know, you forced me to this point all for ruling the country. You have never given up on taking Beiyin back and just want to unify it. Even our marriage is a move in your plan. The more I love you, the more I hate you. Hate you to the bone. Never mind. After changing back to the human form, you can take back the country. Finally, I can be free. Hisu. You really hope I can tolerate your hatred to continue living. Hisu that I know was as gentle as jade, but definitely not a coward. Even when you disguised as an idiot in childhood, or quickly seized power after ascending the throne, even if you are imprisoned on death row and endure humiliation to survive. If you are a coward, then why could you endure it till now? You said that after you came to Rang, you were reluctant to train troops again, but the soldiers who were injured in the training would be healed after one night. How weird, how could my sprained ankle be healed after one night? I know, it's you who sneakily healed their wounds at night. You can lie to anyone except me. You pretend to be daunted and to hate me to the bone. So that I can turn back into a human being with peace in mind. Even when having to face life or death decisions, you still have to pretend to hate the one you love. I have been deceived by them again and again, why am I still feeling bad for them at this moment? Xianxia is almost done, I cannot let her find out. Your braveness, wisdom, and talent are far beyond mine. If having to choose one of us to pacify the country, it can only be you. So even if I'm only your pawn, I'm willing to fulfill your lifelong wish. My lifelong wish. Do you know what I have lost because of that lifelong wish? Never in my life can I forget that winter day a few years ago. That time, when you were imprisoned on death row, Suyunli kept me and Minner under surveillance in the cold palace. No court attendance, Minner was still in swaddling, I could only drink rainwater and eat rats and ants, arduously surviving. Why are you still alive? How unlucky. How can I get that jerk satisfied? Dead Zhao officer. The son of God will soon grab Gao Jing, I'm here just to inspect the dirty inside the palace. You're running out of time. Will Su Yunli grab Gao Jing? Once he has stabilized the government, our family will surely die. What, are you scared? The blood of the Su family is running in Hisu's body, Su Yunli definitely has to be on guard. Because Yang Kingdom's people had rescued Su Yunli's life, how can't still kill us now? Su Yunli seems to feel anxious for a while, right? Tell Su Yunli I have found a way to solve his distress. You only have to ask him whether he dares to bet with me. Then, Su Yunli agreed to bet with me. Only if I can transform into a pseudo-dragon without any harm, he will let us go. But no matter how hard I had tried, I couldn't transform, only until that night. I buried Minner, who was sick, under the snow, till she was frozen to death. Minner, I have no other way. I'm so sorry. I am not worthy to be your mother. I am buried in regret and self-blaming every single day. It's me, who killed my daughter. Only be able to exchange for a temporary life like today. It's you, who killed Minner, isn't it? No. Hisu. You were. I can't believe that Madame Yuyen froze her own daughter to death. No wonder her mind runs wild every time she thinks about her daughter. Mian Long. The scale cage is open now, it's time we took action and stole Fong Fong away. Are you alright? It's not good, that's the paralysis spore. I can't move my body at all. Moreover, what she's using now is Lu's spirit talisman. Loose Spirit Talisman, a secret treasure that can destroy the effect of all secret treasures nearby and will burst into flames after being used. How did you get this secret treasure? Hisu, actually. The moment you managed to decipher how to use Fong Fong. I knew everything. Great, is saved now. I also realized that you wanted to leave me behind so that I could live my own life. I still can't get over the shame for what I've done to you and Minner. How can I let you sacrifice your life to make up for it? The one who deserves to live is you. I gave my best but still failed to hide you away. But you should know that you're far more talented than me. Hisu, you still don't get it. It was true that stabilizing the country meant everything to me. I could even sacrifice my flesh and blood without any regrets for it. But until I saw you, who renounced the throne in order to save me. Then you chose to sacrifice your life just to turn me back into a human. Obviously, you also set your heart on governing the country, but you put me above everything in the end. Not until that moment did I realize that if I were unable to save my loved ones, how could I stabilize the country then? Now, you're everything I want in life. As expected, the feelings we have for each other are exactly the same. Hearing these sincere words of yours, I could sacrifice without regret. Dragon Soul Lantern. My organs were virtually torn apart by Mu Wei's fatal attack earlier on. I depend completely on Dragon Soul Lantern to maintain my life until now. It can't be helped now. When the light goes off, I'll also have to depart this life. Dragon Soul Lantern, a secret treasure burns dragon power and turns it into an inner source of energy to maintain one's life. It will only appear when the light is about to go off. No. There must be another way. That is, how did they manage to escape from the scaly cage? Xianxia. I've got Fong Fong now. Xianxia, you don't know how to start Fong Fong, it's no use struggling for it. Then please show us the way to get it started, uncle. In your dreams. I can tell you. Heavenly Fong, Earthy Fong, birth in the east, death in the west. If you want a complete secret mantra to start Fong Fong, you have to fulfill a request. Just the essence of 10 people is enough to maintain Dragon Soul Lantern. Hurry up and find 10 people to preserve Hisu's life. No, you can't. This is a transaction between me and it has nothing to do with you. Help me find only 10 people and Fong Fong will be yours. What do you think about it? Wait. Xianxia and Rang people are innocent. No matter how urgently we need Fong Fong, we couldn't trade it for the lives of the innocent. Prince and Rang, before, when you even had to destroy the dragon weapon, you also lured Lieutenant General to save and Rang people. But why are you acting like this now? Don't worry, Mian Long. Lady, trading 10,000 citizens for a king, at first it seems to be a quick plan, but actually it's challenging me. The king and civilians. Which is more important? Right. People in chaos, ceremonies collapse. 100 schools of thought, each with their own idea. I have researched historical texts since I was little, then even traveled across nations. What I saw and heard makes me believe that. The king is the ship, his people are the water, therefore just rule by law. I give praise to yours. The king is the ship, his people are the water, therefore just rule by law. To be able to combine benevolence with rule, Qianyi really has the aura of the Son of God. So you were actually testing Qianyi. Even though I still don't understand. Ear's vision and talent has exceeded our expectations. Maybe he's really the chosen one. Tell him how to activate Fong Fong. However, my life is at risk. If we don't remove the companion bound, then I'm afraid you might be implicated. Stupid, if it's you and me, what's there to be afraid of? Black Dragon lives on, 2 souls in 1. Don't. Why did Madame Yuyan do that? Using dragon power to maintain his Dragon Soul Lantern, this way he can temporarily keep his life, but after the lamp is out, you both will die. The two lamp wicks have appeared, there's no stopping it now. Why do you push yourself so much to? Don't push me away anymore. I've already made my mind. Even if I die in pieces, I will follow you to the end. They clearly love each other dearly, but they decided to hide it, making each other more miserable. Luckily, during this moment of life and death, they could sincerely express their feelings. Earlier when Madame Yuyen wanted you to use and rang people to maintain the lamp, it's a lie, right? I just want to try you, so I made it up. The Dragon Soul Lantern can only use dragon power of the same origin to maintain its light, no other way is possible. Fang of earth, fang of sky, east births and west destroys, hidden dragon returning to its root, reversing the causality. This is the chant to activate Fang Fang, you two go ahead. Before I change my mind. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, for fulfilling my wish. But, there's something I would like to ask. It's about the truth of past events. Meanwhile, in the side chamber of the Cliff Mausoleum. Damn it. Hold on, little Chi. This array seems to have sucked dry our dragon power. Then I could only use this. Brother, you promised me not to use the melting technique with the dragon weapon anymore. Then why do you still keep that evil thing? If I hadn't done it secretly, we would have died at this place. Melting, a secret technique that forcibly fuses multiple dragon weapons for refinement and strengthening. The refined dragon weapon will fight back its master. Don't you forget that this evil blade will fight back its master. With our situation, this is the only way. Brother. I know that you always wish to know more about concubine Rong's death. Ian, my sister, is she truly the mastermind behind this ordeal? That year, after you were severely injured, how did you survive? All of that, we have to start at the years before you were born. 18 years ago, my sister and concubine Rong were pregnant at almost the same time. To prevent the imperial conflict from reaching her child, my sister agreed with my suggestion to switch child with concubine Shu Qinzhan. But concubine Rong would rather die than to do that. I can't bear it to give up my flesh and blood, please forgive me for disobeying you, Empress. This is the brooch that my mother always carries with her. Concubine Rong is wise, for the peace of the family, she will definitely understand the gain and loss in this situation. Don't you worry, my sister is very kind. She will surely treat your children like her own and raise them well. How about it, you've changed your mind, right? This concubine will follow the Empress's will. Alright, later, big sister will have people send you back to the palace. And reward you with 100 stones asterisk of gold. Concubine Rong, please rest your mind, everything else will be handled by us. Also, asterisk stone, a unit of mass, according to Dezhou's convention, 1 stone equals 10 genes, which is worth 10 taels. If my child is a prince, then please name it Chen. With the dragon god's blessing, the secret exchange between my sister and concubine Rong was successfully completed. In order to hide the truth, I suggested that my sister target concubine Rong and her son everywhere. And spread rumors that the Empress hates concubine Rong across the palace so as to deceive Ruojiu and Hanji. In this way, 5 years passed in peace until the rebellion of Defeng. The emperor personally led the armies. My sister was attacked in an assassination attempt while conducting worship rites for the dragon god, and then fell into a coma for several days. Gaojing capital bedroom of Yuyang Palace Dezhou. Year 770 winter night. Empress Dezhou Yen 25 years old. Princess of Yin Kingdom Yuyen 15 years old. Tr. Elder sister, you finally wake up. That boy wholeheartedly helped me, but I wasn't able to protect him. How could I talk to concubine Rong again? Don't blame yourself, Ms. Ruojiu is the main culprit. Back then, your eldest prince contracted a serious illness when he was born and was on the brink of death. Ruojiu took the opportunity to persuade you to swap the sick child with her newborn baby to help you retain the throne. Not until a few years later did I discover that the mastermind behind the death of the eldest prince was Ms. Ruojin. All the servants just followed what she commanded. But switching babies at birth is a serious crime of deceiving the king, so we can only swallow our anger. MS. Ruogio cannot exclude herself from being involved in the assassination attempt at the Dragon God Hall. New hatred and old hatred, I must make her pay one by one. It's my fault for not protecting the children well, after all. I have sinned deeply, the Dragon God will surely vent his wrath upon me. Sister, don't belittle yourself. Do you still remember the mystery of this soul-pulling dragon jade? For ear, you have to be strong. Report. The protector of Jean Rong Palace is here to report. Just after midnight, the patrol team found that concubine Rong and the 7th prince were missing. It seems there's someone helping them escape. What, missing? It's not 1 a.m. yet, so they might not have gone far. Send more people to search outside the palace. Yes. You've been in a coma since the assassination attempt, Ms. Rogine took advantage of this opportunity to weaken the power of the queen's side. She must have figured out the identity of Ear, so she sent someone to take action. Sister. You have been cherishing the country since childhood, and you have been secretly enhancing strength all these years. I only want to ask you one thing. Whatever happens, protect. Sister. On the night concubine Rong was killed, my sister who was right in front of me suddenly passed away. Ear, move the dragon power to your chest in order for me to see. Xianxia's chest is glowing. That is the soul-pulling dragon jade in the imprint of the Yin jade. The soul-pulling dragon jade is the most precious treasure of the Yin kingdom that I handed over to my sister back then. It is divided into Yin and Yang jades. Once the Yang jade is activated, it will melt into the user's body. And the Yin jade is even more special, only by transporting the dragon power to the chest can the imprint appear. I have read the records, when the wearer of Yin jade is about to die, the one who wears Yang jade will be depleted of essence and die in their place. That night, my mother took me to flee to the side hall, and then I was assassinated. My mother died to protect me, and I was badly wounded and lost my memory. With that being said, it's not a fluke that I survived. Right, that's true. You wore the Yin jade the moment you were born. But the person wearing the Yang jade and dying in your place was my sister. Yan Empress. Shani. Although my mother was strict, she never treated me harshly. The Empress seemed to hate me, but she did all that to protect me. Even until my mother's death, there was no mom and son acknowledgement. My biological mother and my foster mother all died for me. I'm an unfilial son, how shameful. Xianxia single-mindedly pursued the truth, but reality is so cruel. Ear, don't blame yourself. If I had seen through Ruogio's conspiracy earlier, if I hadn't proposed to my sister to swap her son, I'm the one the two of you should blame. Fortunately, by chance, I was able to see you again in Anyang. Back then, he and I took advantage of you, that made me troubled and uneasy, but now I can finally feel at ease. Everything follows the will of God. I believe that you will be able to follow destiny and inherit the throne. God's will. Ha 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 ha. The person who gave me this thing once said, if the dragon god doesn't help, the power returns to the 7th. I keep reminding myself that I'm the 7th prince, and gods will allow me to seize the power. 7th prince, Xianxia is also the 7th prince, could it be that? Now it seems that I am not the real owner of this bracelet. Alright. I should return it to the original owner. Uncle, I take over. Watch out. Is that Mu Wei? Dragon weapon. I need more dragon weapons. It turns out Mu Wei used a black magic melting technique, no wonder he could destroy the Dragon Eater array. He has been affected by the dragon weapon and lost all his mind. The dragon weapon is now his only desire. Mu Wei's move just then was really strong. I'm afraid we can't defeat him even if the four of us take action at the same time. Now we can only. Dragon weapon. I want dragon weapon. With my blood and flesh, disasters will arise everywhere. Trap dragons and break evil spirits. The sorcery circle that uncle used was. Let's go help him quickly. Lady Long. You must survive and get out of here. Paralyzing poison will be disabled after 15 minutes, you can escape by going along this dark river. Dragon Soul Lantern is about to be exhausted, let he and I walk you out the last time. The last time. The sorcery circle uncle used called Trap Dragon Desperate Array, which is to use all his power to trap the enemy, then self-destruct. It's a fight to the death. What I owe you, I can only make up for you with my life. It's lucky that you have Lady Long as your companion. Remember, Dragon God is helpless, the world belongs to the seventh. Huanqing, let's go. Madam Yu Yan. Lady Long. I really hope that you are. Minner. Madam Yu Yan. No. I haven't told you yet. I also really hope that you're my mom. I want the dragon weapon. I can't stand it anymore. I'm coming. You're trapped dragon. Desperate. This place is the trapped dragon desperate array. Brother. Do you regret it? Regret. You forgot, didn't you? I promised you. So I, the princess, will definitely protect you from dangers. Dragon God is above, 3 fingers for the oath. Dragon God is above, 3 fingers for the oath. To be with you, even if I have to crush my body. This life, I will never regret. The cave is collapsing because of that earthquake. It seems that Uncle has already activated the sorcery circle. What is that? It's the Dragon Besiege Magic Circle. Brother Gao once said, there is a cavity upstream of the dark river where the trapped dragon array is located. But both dragon and the companion can't get through. How to stop this Huanqing? It's going to crash. We just got out, right? Does trapped dragon array lose its effect? It looks like Array Eyes was destroyed, could it be? Is Array Eyes the life of the uncle's couple? You mean, only if uncle dies, will trapped dragon disappear? I thought that the Array Eyes were arranged outside the formation, it seems that someone intentionally created a misunderstanding. Uncle once said, this formation is Imperial Dragon Emissary's arrangement that year. Is this all the Imperial Dragon's arrangement? Not good, this chill feeling. My body can't move anymore. Shani. My son. Mother. Why have I been transformed into a kid? Wait, she's Empress En. She is really my mother. I'm useless. Giving you to concubine Rome is the only way to help you get out of this arduous situation. But no matter what, I'll always protect you. If soul-pulling dragon jade is destroyed, we can have a new life. My life is only for you. Is that the scene Mom put on the soul-pulling dragon jade for me? Why could I see these things? Is it because of the dragon jade's divine power? Mom. Sorry, I can't be with you and bring you up. Mom, she didn't pay much attention on me when I was a child. I could only ask myself. What did I do wrong? Why can't I have your love? Don't ever draw me anymore. But on that night 13 years ago, she died tragically to save me, and only then I could understand her love for me. You must find the Empress. Only till this day that I could understand. The one who risked their lives to save mine that day, is not only her, but also you, Mom. From beginning to the end, I always have 2 moms who love me the most. Because of that, you don't have to blame yourself. At this moment, Ear is really happy. Ear, even if the road ahead is difficult and dangerous, you must be strong, survive at all costs. Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely. Remember it. You are always my most beloved Ear. Mom, don't leave. Mian Long. Not good, Jenny is out of breath. Jenny, are you alright? You were breathless earlier, so I gave you CPR. Don't take me wrong, I didn't. I don't blame you. Did we get out of the dark river? Yeah. Huanqing brought us upstream, we're probably on the surface now. Where are we? Jenny, look over there. The power of trapped dragon desperate array. Wiped out in Rang. I wonder if Rang's citizens could get through this tragedy. Afu, did you find something in Huanqing? Is it exquisite chest? This is the secret treasure recorded in the catalog. It is said that it is capable of storing thousands of things. Asterisk exquisite chest, a secret treasure that has a huge space within, and can carry everything. Seems like Uncle and Madam Yen you wanna give us something. Jenny, there are many formations in this scroll, with this, your strength will be greatly enhanced. Look. What's wrong? Why? Why did he do this to me? Brother. Year 775 according to the Dajo calendar, 8 years ago. Gaojing Capital Palace Gate. Father, if you hand over the edict, I'll spare your life. You son of a gun. I will definitely recruit the people, resolve things from the root, and wipe out the rebels. Father, it's you. 8 years ago, I followed my father from Luo village to Gaojing. Forced me to do this. My father and my brother met at the palace gate, I secretly followed them, and I saw my father die under my brother's sword with my own eyes. Until my brother proclaims the throne, my father's edict has never been revealed, and nowhere to be found. It seems that my uncle brought it to Rang. Now that I finally understood the reason why my brother desperately asked the whereabouts of the edict. 7th Prince E, the eldest son. Owning a good moral character, very suitable to be my successor. I'm advanced in years, as of now, I pass the throne to E. It turns out your father was well aware of your background, and intended to let you inherit the throne. Which means, the current throne is originally yours. After my brother became the emperor, I gave up my power and became a dragon seeker. Because I wanted to stay away from the royal dispute. When I traveled to other nations, I witnessed the emperor's brutal politics, the miserable life of the people, from which I started doubting. Until I became a dragon keeper, hearing your encouragement, I made up my mind to reshape the world at any cost. Even so, I still remember the good old relationship with my brother, which always makes me hesitate. But turns out my brother already knew everything, but kept them hidden from me until now. He said something like nowadays, nothing can compare with brothers. Brother, what exactly are you plotting? Qianyi. Well then, for Qianyi, I have to. Mian Long. I know what you're thinking, I will surely find my brother to settle the old scores between him and me. No matter what, I won't let you die for me. Qianyi, I came from a poor family, while you're the son of God. A dragon keeper can't claim to be an emperor, let alone I make you suffer as a dragon keeper. A dragon keeper can't claim to be an emperor, it's just an excuse of the country's. Not to mention, compared to the throne. I'd rather protect the person in my heart. The person in your heart. But you obviously rejected me before. Back then, I thought between the world and my love, I can only choose one. I was afraid it would hurt you if I accepted your feelings. But when I saw Uncle and Madame Yen, they understood each other's hearts even when they were about to die, it hit me hard. At that moment, I was so sure that our love has nothing to do with the country and the world's matters, our background and status, but it's all about our feelings for each other. As long as we share the same heart, then even though the road ahead is full of thorns, we'll face them together. Xianxia. I'm contented with your words. Yeah. Mian Long. In the sky. It's born in the east and die in the west. Dragon Xian turns back into ashes. Reverse the karma. Dragon power is being sucked away. I can't move. Mian Long, why are you so stubborn? You will die. Because I also want to protect the person I love. Since you reciprocate my love, I have nothing left to regret. You already put your mind to the country, uncle and Madame Yu Yan already entrusted you with their aspiration. I shouldn't hold you back. Mian Long can no longer endure the dragon power, it has surpassed the limit. Xianxia, promise me. You will get through all of this. Establishing a new country, where everyone will live in happiness. Mian Long. Please don't leave me, please. No. Mian Long. Fu. Is that Longyan seal? Am I dead? It's so quiet here, the wind is so warm. The sound of the wind is like a wandering dragon's whisper. Mian Long. Mian Long. I will never let you die. So warm. I'm not dead. Thank you, Mian Long. Thank you for coming back to me. Xianxia, are you okay? Did you turn back into human form? I'm fine, look at your hands first. Did my arms turn into dragon claws? The pseudo-dragon pattern is no longer here. Not only did your arms and legs turn into dragon claws, your tail also appeared. This is the sign of a serpent dragon. Seems that what I thought is right. Just when Afia flew to your side, your body emitted bright seals, then they all merged into one. It's Yanju's sign of activation Longyan seal. Legend has it that, after taking in dragon power, Yanju can activate itself and clean up the dredging. Maybe the power injected into your body triggered Yuju, so not only did you not die, but also upgraded to a serpent dragon. And when you leveled up, I felt it too. Seems that the companion bound between you and me hasn't broken. Really, that's great, but we clearly haven't seen Yanju before, so how can I and Afu activate it? Long ago, Yanju hid itself in the swamp of Miasma Ian Mao, Yun, and Rong borders. It was used to stabilize ley lines. There was a rumor that an earthquake took place here, or some other mishaps, caused Yanju to split into two. One of the two halves was eaten by Afu, which was born in the swamp. The other half is in your body. What, in my body? Do you remember the Holy Dam's core in Mao Kingdom? Its dragon power movement feels the same. Seems that the king of Mao used a piece of Yanju as the Holy Dam's core. While the explosion was happening in the core, it entered your body. No wonder why after the coma, I was still fine even though the dragon power was sucked away. Is that because of Yanju's power? Yes, when you and Afu prompt dragon power to come out and blend into each other, Yanju will be instantly activated and suck all the power and store them inside. It's also because of Yanju. The Lieutenant General's siblings, brothers and sisters followed us all the way to Anrang. So that means my encounter with Afu was caused by the pieces' collision. When Afu comes for help, if I'm right, you can use Yanju to level up and speed up the vein open enlargement. Afu, you are my lucky star. Right, Xianxia, we don't need to send Afu away, right? Yeah. Thank you, Xianxia. Humph. You just abandoned me with your death. I haven't forgiven you yet. You are fast at changing expressions. You will forgive me, right? Mian Long, I. A few days later, Gaojing capital Tianlu Palace's inner hall. Dragon Temple, Lieutenant General Mu Wei, Qi Wei, failed to obtain Yanju. Please condemn them, Your Majesty. Gaojing capital Tianlu Palace inner hall. Dragon Temple had reported, what you two have gone through on the way to Enrang. Lieutenant General Chi Wei activated the forbidden technique Vine Dragon Curse, receiving a fatal blow for his brother. Vine Dragon Curse, a foreign forbidden technique. Dragons belonging to the wood element use this technique to transform themselves into vine trees and resist extremely powerful attacks. Activating this technique comes with a cost. The mind will suffer greatly. Now that the technique affected her, the mind is as blank as a soulless puppet's. The bond between you siblings is so great that I can't blame you. Emperor Dezhou Su Yuli 24 years old. Then I'll inflict Snake Basin punishment. Snake Basin punishment. Put culprits into a cave full of poisonous snakes, then wait till they get bitten by the snakes to death. Emperor, please have mercy. Although I haven't found Yanju, I managed to solve the mysterious case of the lost dragon weapon 10 years ago. The ones behind the crime are Prince Enrang and his wife. Prince Enrang's couple stubbornly didn't admit what they had done. The stolen dragon weapon was also destroyed. I had no chance but to kill them on the spot. Emperor, please be wise. According to Dezhou law, I killed all the guilty people of Enrang, and brought back their drenched in blood clothes to receive your orders. Solve a hard case, kill all the traitors. Lieutenant General is surely upright, fair and thorough, but the Dragon Temple prohibited melting technique of the dragon weapon. Are the stolen ones all destroyed? I will never have the nerves to deceive you. Right, I heard that. You family didn't take Wei as your first name, did you? I'm forever loyal to you till death. I never dare to betray you. Emperor, please be wise. Anyway, that's an old story. I'll mention it. You met Xianxia and Rang, right? Yes, my majesty. I indeed met the two sinners, Xianxia and Mianlong. They cooperated with Isu and his wife. They planned to upgrade, but only transformed into pseudo-dragons. After they absconded, the Yanju mark on Dragon GPS's locator was also gone. Yanju's disappearance must have had something to do with them. I beg to conform to your order. Right now, I will set off to find the two sinners, and take Yanju back to make up for my wrongdoing. Anyway, Lieutenant General, just take the punishment. After that, you can catch the culprits. I will carry out the mission wholeheartedly. Your Highness, you are absolutely judicious, Great Dezhou. Merciful Emperor, in my opinion, the Wei siblings are not capable enough. Their minds are filled with dark intentions. They are undoubtedly unforgivable. Why even give them a chance? They are like dogs in mourning, not courageous enough. Just let them get revenge. That will make use of most of their capacity. After all, wild dogs bite everything. Little Chi, I will definitely take revenge for you. I will turn Xianxia and Mianlong into ashes. I'll make them suffer more than what we have gone through. Dezhou border Wutian volcanic vent. So many things happened, seems like we have to take a trip. Yen, if you don't hurry up and eat the lunch, it'll get burned. Coming. Nan, stop the practice, we gotta find a person. Who? Emperor's brother, Xianxia. Traveling is faster with Huanqing. Border gates in other dependent kingdoms have increased investigations. Probably what happened in Enrang has been spread to the capital. Although controlling Huanqing takes a lot of dragon power. It's okay, after the upgrade, our dragon power has doubled. Moreover, after days of practice, I'm able to retract my claws and tail. Perhaps I'm the chosen dragon. Whoa! Why isn't Huanqing following my order? The chosen dragon, you almost made both of us fall just now. Fu. Fu. I've told you many times before, avoid any interaction when activating dragon power. Otherwise, dragon power will be instantly sucked away. It was really dangerous at that moment. Fu. You two seem a lot closer. However, Afu, don't think only hiding is enough. Alright, just rest for a moment, let me drive it. Mianlong, even though our power has got stronger, don't bite off more than you can chew. Just go with the flow, act calmly to outsmart the enemy. Gradually, things will get more dangerous and arduous. Don't worry, we still have the exquisite chest, a lot of dragon weapons and secret treasures are in there. Okay, stop frowning, don't forget that. We'll be blessed with Afu by our side. You just blamed Afu minutes ago. Besides, I want to help you get your throne back. This needs more discussion. What we have to do now is refining dragon weapons. Right, although your horned dragon looks powerful, using it to upgrade may cause reversed effects. Thus, we need to come to the Rome Kingdom. Rome Kingdom is renowned for refining dragon weapons. The kingdom is also known as the Kingdom of Refining. We'll surely have our own dragon weapons refined there. Wow, our exclusive dragon weapons. What are we waiting for? To the Rome Kingdom. Let's go.